Archduke Blarmf reflects on the nature of reality, how often it strikes with an incomprehensible force, and how that impact so frequently leads to outright denial. He admits he wasn't aware of this truth himself, as the grand, red-lit halls of a demon fortress stretch out before him. Archduke Blarmf stands with Gordon Dyrek, both gazing into the distance, contemplating the harshness of reality. He then recalls the black flames he was so proud of, a vast army of demons with glowing red eyes, ready for battle. Yet, despite their power, they weren't able to kill the heroes. Burge Diaz, the demon king, sits on his throne, pondering why the sword god of the heroes proved so formidable. He questions how the sword god of the heroes could pierce his scales and heart, a feat he simply cannot comprehend. A deep frown creases his brow as he ponders, wondering how such a thing was even possible. Meanwhile, Gordon reflects on his own past, recalling how he stood worlds apart from everyone else. He entered the Kingdom Academy as the top student, graduating summa cum laude, all while adhering to the Demon King's exacting standards. This was a theory established by the former Demon King Emperor, a doctrine he researched more than anyone else. He followed it to a T, exactly as written in the Demon King's standards, and with that knowledge, he built a towering structure. This formidable tower was then used to kidnap princesses, a testament to his unwavering adherence to the ancient doctrine. The captured princesses were held within its cages, their fate sealed by his ambition. He continues, explaining how he didn't just kidnap princesses, but also cultivated the heroes who came to rescue them. For a demon king, he muses, their anger and sadness were the most exquisite feast imaginable. Yet, he found killing them too soon to be a troublesome waste. True sincerity, he believed, was demonstrated by nurturing their growth before ultimately consuming them. The stronger the hero, the tastier they became, and he had followed the Demon King's standards more meticulously than anyone else. Gordon's monologue fades as the Demon King's own memories surface, reflecting on a time when this world's fate seemed merely a matter of time. He recalls how he absorbed the immense sadness and anger from countless heroes and villagers, their despair fueling his ascent. Bathed in a vibrant purple aura, he rose to become the strongest Demon King. Yet, even with such power, the question still lingers in his mind. But why? The sword god of heroes, Burge Diaz, finds himself questioning the very outcome of his struggles, wondering if he was truly the one destined to fall in the end. Gordon Dyrek, observing the scene, ponders just how such a fate could have come to pass. He muses that demon kings always utter the same predictable lines. Burge Diaz reacts with a silent, incredulous gasp. Gordon continues, explaining that it is the heroes themselves who invite such trouble upon their own heads, still questioning how they could be so naive. He expresses his confusion as to why people insist on believing in the impossible, admitting he simply doesn't understand it. Burge Diaz's eye narrows, a single word escaping his lips in a furious whisper, "Bullshit." Gordon echoes the sentiment with a dismissive tone, then elaborates on the predictable pattern. Demon kings always kidnap some famous princess and leave behind clues. This, he concludes, is simply to lure heroes into stopping them once they've made their move. He lets out a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. "Are you truly so foolish?" he asks, his emerald eyes glinting as he looks at the Demon King. "If I were you, I would have already killed the king, and then the kingdom would be plunged into chaos." The Demon King listens, his crimson gaze fixed on the young man. Gordon continues, explaining that such chaos would prevent him from growing as a Demon King, as there would be no heroes to challenge him. "Which will result in me not growing as a Demon King," he states, emphasizing the core of his argument. He gestures towards a glowing, ominous book, its pages radiating dark energy. "It goes against the standards." "That's not all," he adds, his voice dropping slightly. "If they don't come to the tower, then monsters will rampage through villages and train us." Burge Diaz, now understanding the full scope of the strategy, looks at Gordon with a newfound appreciation. "I can't be more grateful." The scene shifts, revealing a colossal, dark tower piercing the sky, its upper levels glowing with an ominous red light. "Do come to the tower." Gordon and Burge Diaz stand before the tower, their silhouettes stark against the dark landscape. As Gordon concludes, "It's so much easier." Gordon Dyrek continues his explanation, detailing how the first floor of the tower is intentionally filled with weak monsters, allowing everyone to train at their own pace and develop their skills. He emphasizes that heroes cannot afford to perish halfway through their journey, so they must be careful to gather more energy. This strategic insight, he explains, is what the standards taught him, referencing a glowing, intricately patterned book. As Gordon finishes his explanation, Burge Diaz springs into action, his red cape flaring as he draws his sword, executing a swift, powerful strike. His eyes glow crimson, and sharp fangs protrude as he unleashes his demonic power. A voice declares that when the tower's challenges grow dull, the solution is simply to eliminate the Demon King. For then, a new Demon King and a new tower would inevitably rise, providing an endless cycle of conflict and growth. This cycle, it seems, is considered the perfect hunting ground for heroes. A wry smile plays on Burge Diaz's lips as he considers this perspective, asking his unseen companions if they agree. A chorus of laughter and gratitude erupts from a group of heroes who enthusiastically thank the Demon King for allowing them to grow strong. They hail him as the best demon king ever, even going so far as to call him a godfather figure. The heroes declare the tower a success, expressing their gratitude for his efforts. They continue their praises, thanking him for providing the best hunting grounds. Burge Diaz, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected title, muses on being called a godfather. Burge Diaz reflects on the irony of his existence, his tower merely serving as a hunting ground for heroes to grow stronger. He acknowledges that this arrangement has its benefits, as he has become famous because of it. A slight smirk plays on his lips, considering the unexpected outcome of his role. He then imagines a hero, sword drawn, bidding him farewell, a final, triumphant goodbye, Demon King echoing in his mind. His hand clenches around the hilt of his own blade, a crimson aura flaring around it. A dark expression crosses his face as he mentally retorts, telling the imaginary hero to take a hint and go to hell. His fist clenches in frustration, unable to believe they would dare insult him in such a way. His anger mounts, questioning what kind of standards a demon king is supposed to uphold if this is how he's treated. His expression twists in a desperate refusal, vowing that he can't die like this, not like this. Burge Diaz's fury boils over, his mind screaming that he is no mere hero's plaything, but a demon king. His eyes blaze with crimson light, as the declaration echoes through his very being, a primal roar of defiance. A guttural cry escapes him, his hand clenching, crackling with dark energy as his power surges. The Demon King's true form begins to manifest, his eyes burning like embers in the encroaching shadows. With a blinding flash of motion, he strikes, a weapon blurring through the air, severing a limb in a spray of blood. A demon screams in agony, its face contorted in a final, desperate cry as blood erupts from its wound. The ground becomes slick with gore, a testament to the sudden, brutal violence. Other figures in the ruined hall recoil, their forms blurring with shock and fear at the display of raw power. Even the ornate architecture bears witness, splattered with the crimson evidence of the Demon King's wrath. The aftermath of the brutal display leaves blood splattered across the grand hall, a chilling squelch echoing in the silence. A demon's eyes widen in terror, his mind reeling, those who look down. Asterisk on me, asterisk. The fear is palpable in his gaze, reflecting the horror before him. Asterisk will, asterisk. Burge Diaz stands impassively over the dismembered remains, while other demons recoil in fear, their faces etched with dread. Yet, one demon, with sharp horns, steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension. Don't touch his head, okay? His horns are mine. As if in response, Burge Diaz's form crackles with intense purple energy, his weapon glowing ominously. The raw power surges through his hand, the air around him sparking with untamed magic. As the purple energy begins to coalesce around him, Burge Diaz feels a surge of desperate resolve, a silent vow forming in his mind. His crimson eye glowing with fierce conviction, he knows he must push past all limits, even if it means sacrificing everything. He is prepared to give up the last of his life force. His face contorted in a primal scream of defiance, the purple energy crackles violently around him, responding to his absolute will. With a deafening roar, he unleashes a devastating burst of power. The force of his scream echoes through the air, as the purple energy radiates outward, consuming everything. His mouth wide in a silent roar, the sheer intensity of his power distorts the very space around him. The overwhelming purple energy surges. It expands, a force of pure, untamed destruction. The raw, uncontrolled purple energy bursts forth from him, expanding rapidly, a deafening roar accompanying its violent spread. The chaotic force continues to tear through the space around him, momentarily coalescing into a monstrous, skull-like visage as it swirls. Amidst the maelstrom, Burge Diaz's face appears, his thoughts cutting through the chaos, realizing the very standards he once followed were fundamentally flawed. He reflects on how the heroes had always looked down on demon kings, all because of those same oppressive standards. His eye glows with fierce purple light, a burning resolve hardening his gaze, as he vows he would never have followed them if he had known. A desperate plea forms in his mind, a promise that if he is ever given another chance, he will utterly disregard those standards. Still consumed by the chaotic purple energy, he makes a fierce declaration, vowing, "I'll give them orcs." As the raw power erupts in a blinding, destructive explosion of light and shadow, the violent surge quickly dissipates, leaving only fading particles in its wake. From somewhere else, a voice begins to call out, "Jada? Jada?" Burge Diaz. Gordon's eye snaps wide open, a single tear escaping as he gasps in utter shock. Outside a grand window, the full moon hangs high amidst a sky full of stars. Gordon Dyrick's mind reeled, a question mark hanging over his very existence as the echo of a powerful declaration, I, resonated within him. Surrounded by a bewildered crowd, he felt the full weight of that declaration settle, a chilling whisper of, "I am a demon king." A wave of confusion washed over him, his thoughts a jumble of disbelief. His brow furrowed deeply, trying to make sense of the sudden shift. Then, a single, profound realization broke through the haze. He was alive. As he processed this, a voice cut through the air, commanding, "Burge Diaz, come forward quickly." His gaze followed the direction of the voice, landing on an opulent throne, a structure that felt both familiar and utterly alien, a silent question forming in his mind. He watched as Burge, cloaked and regal, strode towards the grand seat, the scene unfolding with an unsettling authority. The top graduate's eyes widened in dawning horror, the truth of his surroundings finally clicking into place. As his vision clears, the name of the man before him echoes in his mind, Burge. The man with the flowing white hair questions his presence, wondering why someone of his caliber remains in such a place on graduation day, and Gordon realizes he is speaking to the director himself. His gaze falls upon a distinct emblem, a red badge. It is a mark known to all who have passed through the Demon King's Academy, the undeniable symbol of a Demon King. A chilling realization dawns upon him. Then this must be. The scene shifts, revealing the grand architecture of the Demon King's Academy, transporting him back to graduation day, 15 years ago. From the vast assembly, all the graduating students are called, making their way to the stage. He doesn't understand why he has returned to this moment, to this place, but he knows this is his chance. The ceremony continued, announcing the graduating students who would soon become Demon Kings, ready to recite their pledge. From the stage, a student with vibrant green hair called out, "Summa cum laude, Burge." As the applause swelled, he found himself on the platform, a voice instructing him, "Please read it as the representative of your year." Before him, a holographic display materialized, presenting the solemn text of the Demon King's standard. Demon Kings shall know a tower of their designated power. Demon Kings shall know prices. Demon Kings shall become villains. Demon Kings shall develop the Demon King system. Demon Kings shall be rewarded for the Demon King system. Demon Kings shall be punished for the Demon King system. He stood there, facing the expectant crowd. The words of the Demon King's standard echoing in his mind. He had seen this so many times before. The display continued, detailing further mandates. Demon Kings shall kidnap princesses and be recognized as Demon Kings shall become villains. I did my best to follow these rules. As the words of the Demon King's standard echo, a vision of a powerful figure, Burge, appears, his form radiating a dark, crimson energy, a voice declaring this to be the path that forged the hero's trinket. This same path, the voice continues, ultimately led to his own downfall. Back on the stage, a red-haired official turns to Gordon, her expression stern, asking if he truly has to recite the standard right now. She presses further, her voice laced with disbelief, questioning if he must once again follow this path to his demise for the sake of everyone. Gordon stands amidst the other Academy officials, their faces a mix of anticipation and amusement, as the weight of the moment settles upon him. His jaw clenches, a flicker of pain crossing his features as he stares at the holographic display, the words Demon King's standard burning into his mind. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening slightly as he utters a name, Burge. Another official, a green-skinned figure with large ears, gestures towards the display, urging him to begin reading the great standard. Gordon's teeth grind together, his frustration palpable as he looks at the words, the Demon King's standard, looming before him. He stands before the assembled academy, his voice cutting through the silence with an unexpected, firm declaration. His words hang heavy in the air, causing a ripple of stunned silence to spread through the vast hall as the crowd looks on in disbelief. The collective gasp is almost audible, as the academy officials and students exchange bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the audacity of his refusal. His face contorts with a mixture of disgust and fury. He cannot bring himself to pledge allegiance to something so utterly foolish. His voice rising with each word, he condemns the very idea of following such a standard as both foolish and utterly flawed. With eyes blazing, he fixates on the very concept of the Demon King's standard. His mouth wide in a furious roar, he declares it nothing more than trash. Standing alone against the silent, distant multitude, his defiant figure remains unyielding. His defiant declaration that the Demon King's standard was nothing but trash echoes through the stunned hall, leaving the assembled figures in disbelief. The sheer audacity of his words sends a ripple of shock and outrage through the officials, their faces contorting in horror. Each one struggles to comprehend the disrespect, their screams of protest trapped in their throats. A blinding flash of light seems to momentarily engulf the scene, as if the very air itself is recoiling from the weight of his words, before the image shifts. The Grand Demon King Military Academy, a beacon of power and prestige, stands under a starlit sky, a silent witness to countless ambitions. Within its hallowed halls, a young man once shone brightest, graduating as the Demon King Military Academy's best summa cum laude. Yet, despite such a brilliant start, he ultimately ended up dead last. A heavy, dark fist clenches, the sound of its impact echoing through the silent chamber. The tension in the air is palpable, all eyes fixed on Burge. Towering over him, Archduke Riala, the fourth-ranked Archduke of the Demon Realm, begins his stern address, declaring that Burge may very well be executed for daring to speak against the Demon King's standards. However, a slight pause follows, as the Archduke continues, acknowledging his extremely rare and outstanding talent. Burge stands silently in the vast, mechanical chamber, his back to the Archduke, absorbing the weight of the words. The Archduke's voice then softens slightly, offering one final chance. He demands that Burge Diaz withdraw his reckless statement immediately and apologize to the entire demon realm. From above, Burge Diaz's dark hair and uniform are visible, his posture unyielding as he faces the Archduke's decree. Archduke Riala's voice rings out, a final warning hanging in the air, declaring that refusal would mean deployment to the dreaded domain of Arein. Around him, other demons murmur, questioning the leniency shown, as Riala himself expresses disbelief, finding Burge Diaz's actions utterly serious and his fault. The sentiment is shared among his retinue, wondering why Riala would even bother to grant him another chance. Yet, for Burge Diaz, the idea of a mere apology feels insufficient, a hollow gesture that would not truly address the core of his convictions. He meets Riala's gaze, his own eyes burning with defiance, reminding the Archduke that he should be well aware of what Arein truly is. With a fierce resolve, Burge Diaz speaks of the horrible domain, where countless demon kings have met their end, and demands to be sent there. His voice rings with conviction, as he vows to prove that the demon king's very standards are nothing but garbage. Archduke Riala's expression hardens, his patience visibly wearing thin at the blatant disrespect. Finally, his anger erupts, a furious exclamation escaping him as he condemns Burge Diaz as truly hopeless. As his defiance echoed, the decree came swiftly. Burge Diaz, effective immediately, would face punishment through deployment to Arein. He would receive none of the privileges normally granted to a top demon king. Furthermore, no other demons would accompany him. He was forbidden from returning to the demon realm until the occupation was complete. As he plummeted through the open sky, a wry smile touched his lips. Well, I guess that's expected after causing that mess, he mused. His gaze hardened slightly. Still, I'm really being sent back there. The name of his destination hung in the air, Arein. It was the very place where the heroes had once branded him evil. A dark, powerful presence stirs, a voice echoing with a declaration of self-identity. Even before his exile, he had personally chosen Arein, a place he knew intimately. He once believed that for someone of his caliber, a mere arrow shouldn't have cost him his life, yet it nearly did. He now considers that moment his greatest challenge, a stark reminder of his past. Too many heroes were born from the Demon King's wrath, a consequence he now acknowledges. The vast, snow-capped peaks of the northern continent loom. Specifically the treacherous Urgist Mountains, a desolate and formidable landscape. Standing alone amidst the frozen expanse, he surveys his new domain. With a hardened gaze and renewed resolve, he vows not to let history repeat itself. Reflecting on his past, Burge Diaz declares, "This time, I'll be the one to exploit it." He considers the very standards of heroes. A resolute expression settles on his face, his crimson eyes burning with renewed purpose. Later, a moment of quiet contemplation passes over him, his hand gently touching his face. He then begins to write, his pen moving deliberately across the paper. Afterward, he meticulously buttons his shirt, preparing himself for whatever comes next. A young demon, Gordon Dyrek, nods to himself with satisfaction. He is recognized as the top graduate of the Demon Academy. The Academy itself is a prestigious institution, training demons specifically to serve the Demon King. According to the Demon Realm's regulations, the top demon is always destined to serve the top demon king. An older demon congratulates Gordon, noting his fortune in graduating as the top prince, which means he will serve the Demon King, Lord Burge. Elsewhere, a green-skinned demon laughs with a hint of bitterness, muttering about the Academy graduate who serves him. He laments that if only he had worked a little harder, he could have been the one to serve him. Gordon, however, simply smiles, declaring that all demon kings are great people. His smile widens as he adds, though none are as great as Lord Burge. Gordon, standing tall among his peers, declares his unwavering loyalty, proclaiming he will serve Lord Burge forever. He considers his graduation in the same year as the Demon King an immense blessing. Meanwhile, another demon, with large, leathery wings, looks up in reverence, believing that with Lord Burge, they can conquer any dimension. The Lord of the Sky, Burge Diaz, listens with a slight smile. Gordon continues, convinced that he, too, will be etched into the glorious pages of Demon Realm history. But Burge's expression hardens, and he states, "That's wrong." The Demon King's long, dark hair frames his pointed ears as he considers Gordon's words. Accompanied by two small imps, Burge remains thoughtful. Gordon's face contorts in shock and anger, unable to comprehend such a dismissal, especially when considering the Demon King's standards. His face contorted in a silent scream, Gordon's fury boils over, the word trash echoing his utter contempt. His eyes wide with disbelief and shock, he struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. A silent snarl twists his lips, his teeth gritted in a mixture of anger and frustration. Now standing amidst the desolate, snow-capped peaks of the northern continent's frost mountains, a deep and dangerous region, Gordon finds himself surrounded by a faint, crimson aura, a stark contrast to the icy landscape. The very ground beneath his feet seems to hum with power, a silent reminder of the demon realm's strict regulation. The highest-ranking demons serve the Demon King directly. A flicker of confusion crosses his face as he ponders the implications, a quiet, but escaping him, followed by a questioning why. He recalls the words spoken to him, that no one would accompany him on this journey. Yet, a figure looms in the distance, a silent sentinel against the snowy backdrop, confirming that someone had indeed been sent after all. Gordon stands alone in the vast, frozen expanse, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains, a new resolve hardening his features. Burge offers a simple, almost dismissive greeting to Gordon, who stands before him in the desolate, frozen landscape. Then, without another word, he turns and begins to walk away, leaving Gordon to grapple with the implications of his presence. A wave of confusion and betrayal washes over Gordon, his voice barely a whisper as he questions the cruel dismissal. Burge continues his slow departure, leaving Gordon alone with his two briefcases, a stark symbol of his abrupt termination. The injustice of it all ignites a furious internal monologue within him, lamenting the public humiliation and the sheer audacity of his superior's actions. His emerald eyes glow with raw fury, his hair disheveled as he screams aloud, protesting the assignment to Arein and fearing for his very life. From a distance, Burge glances back, calmly advising the distraught demon to compose himself before he damages his own appearance. But Gordon's rage is too profound to be swayed by such trivial concerns, his disheveled hair the least of his worries in this moment of existential dread. Observing the outburst, Burge muses to himself, reflecting on Gordon's consistent intensity and perhaps a deeper understanding of his subordinate's nature. He had been so confident before, so composed, but now, the news of his reassignment had shattered that facade. Observing the young man's distress, Burge muses, "There's you and me. We can do this." He continues his thought, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Actually, if it wasn't Arein, I wouldn't feel motivated." His gaze remains fixed on Gordon, acknowledging that such a reaction is understandable, though vastly different from what he'd expected. He considers revealing his true feelings, but quickly dismisses the idea, knowing the young man might think him insane. Meanwhile, Gordon, still on his knees, slowly regains his composure, his ragged breaths echoing in the silence, huffing as he pulls himself together. Finally, he looks up, his voice firm with renewed determination. "Forgive my immature display earlier. Since I've come this far, I will fulfill my duty." Burge watches him, a subtle, knowing expression on his face. For it is a fundamental truth that the Demon King must build a tower, and such a monumental task cannot be accomplished without an extremely harsh environment. High above the desolate, snow-capped peaks, a chilling wind howls, carrying with it the promise of an unforgiving land. This treacherous terrain, surrounded by massive mountains, makes approach incredibly difficult, and even powerful monsters roam freely here. An elf-like figure, observing the harsh landscape, voices a concern. "You cannot build a tower here. You must move." But Burge, the Demon King, stands firm, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. "No, I'm building the tower here." The elf-like figure recoils slightly, taken aback by his absolute conviction. As Burge kneels, planting a glowing red tower seed deep into the frozen ground. This seed, once planted, would grow into the Demon King's tower. The elf-like figure continues to protest, reminding him, "The standards, you're going directly against them." Burge rises, his gaze piercing, as he declares, "I never swore any oath to follow. Even the price of throwing that away, too." He understands the disgust that others harbor for his choices. But as a Demon King, it is difficult to deny a faith carved deep into his very bones. Unless one dies, or experiences a change in death, it is impossible to reject it. A surge of resolve tightens his fist, and he addresses the younger demon directly, stating, "Listen well, Gordon. The Demon King's standards are garbage." He stands tall, a stark figure against the snowy peaks, his words echoing with conviction, especially here in Arein. Gordon listens, his expression shifting to one of deep concern. The weight of his master's words settling heavily upon him. A fierce blizzard rages across the desolate mountain peaks, the air crackling with an unseen force. A crimson energy erupts from the ground, coalescing into a pulsating, crystalline core. The raw power surges upward, lifting him effortlessly into the air. As the energy solidifies into a glowing platform beneath his feet, Burge stands alongside his companion, a vibrant, heart-like core hovering above them. "Because," Burge declares, his voice resonating with conviction. Gordon's brow furrows with worry, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he considers the implications. "Arein is swarming with refugees," he murmurs. Yet, Burge remains unyielding, his gaze fixed forward, his companion standing steadfastly by his side. A system interface materializes, identifying the user as a Black Flame Demon Dragon tribe member, named Burge. The system confirms an identification complete, followed by the designation of a summoning tower. Rising from a swirling mist of white energy, a colossal, dark cylindrical tower pulses with a faint red glow at its base. He considers the implications, realizing this must be why so many Demon Kings have met their end here. The humans, after enduring countless destructions, had finally understood something crucial. The tower possessed a unique mechanism, and they had turned the Demon King's own standards against them. Gordon, reflecting on the revelation, suggests that they should truly be called the hero's standards. Burge Diaz's gaze falls to the red gem on his chest, muttering, "The hero's standards? What does that even mean?" The imposing tower stands as a silent testament to this new understanding, its dark form reaching towards the sky. Later, in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, he approaches a formidable, dark castle, its silhouette stark against the winter sky. He plunges downward, a sudden, disorienting fall that marks the end of one journey and the summoning of the Tower of Heroes. Arriving at the tower's grand entrance, Gordon suggests they proceed inside. Stepping into the vast, silent interior, Burge finds nothing but empty space stretching before him. This is the first floor of Burge's tower, a cavernous hall devoid of any challenge or inhabitant. Unlike typical summoning towers, which boast complex structures and are teeming with monsters, this one offers no such resistance. He observes the empty space, a tower without monsters, a privilege befitting a demon king. They ascend to the second floor, designated as rare item storage, only to find another long, empty corridor. As they walk through the silent halls, it becomes clear that every single floor is completely empty. Considering the implications of such a discovery, he muses that if he were to abandon it, the next person would simply claim it. The standards for a demon king are clear. Rule number 2 dictates the kidnapping of a prince or princess. Preferably one closely related to the throne, an act often performed within a grand, imposing structure. Such captives are sought because they yield more demonic energy. As Burge Diaz stands in his vast, empty hall, Gordon respectfully offers his counsel, asking permission to advise his demon king. He grants it, allowing him to continue. Gordon points to a map, suggesting they kidnap the princess from the highest succession rank, specifically from the mountain of Corzin. He explains that by absorbing their knowledge, the demon king's power will grow. Burge Diaz, seemingly convinced, urges him to act quickly, though his thought is cut short. He agrees to the plan, but then a sudden realization or unexpected turn makes him exclaim in surprise. With a sudden, decisive tone, Burge declares that he already has a princess in mind. He adds, with a hint of urgency, that he'll need help too. Gordon is then instructed to guard the tower, as the Demon King's residence must remain empty. A wave of relief washes over him, realizing this is the top Demon King he knows, after all. He tries to rationalize Burge's earlier behavior, wondering if this is truly where it all begins. A silent question hangs in the air. Then who is he planning to bring? As they walk through a grand corridor, Burge prepares his answer. He begins, well. The target is revealed, a princess from the nation furthest from the tower, on the continent. Burge Diaz, in his formidable demon form, soars through the night, leaving the Demon King's tower far behind as he approaches the distant kingdom of Hildren. The grand, ornate architecture of a royal palace stands illuminated under the moonlight, its halls seemingly quiet. He closes in on a specific window, his large, leathery wings beating softly against the night air, revealing a glimpse of a figure within. Inside, a young woman with long, flowing blonde hair sits on her bed, her back to the window, seemingly lost in thought. A voice echoes, declaring her to be the one who will not be missed, causing her eyes to widen slightly with a flicker of unease. The voice continues, identifying her as the 13th princess. Burge hovers just outside her window, his silhouette framed by the full moon, and announces his purpose. He has come to take her. His gaze is sharp and unwavering, his demonic horns prominent against the darkness, as he awaits her reaction. A close-up reveals the crisp, gold-trimmed collar of Gordon Dyrick's academy uniform. As he reacts with utter disbelief, finding the situation to be the total opposite of the standards. The 13th princess awakens to an unfamiliar presence, her blonde hair fanned out around her as she slowly sits up. A dark figure looms over her, his black hair cascading down his back. Her lavender eyes wide with a mix of confusion and fear, she asks, "Who are you?" The princess looks down at herself, still in her nightgown, as a chilling realization dawns on her. He is the Demon King who has come to kidnap her. Burge Diaz's crimson eyes gleam, his small horns subtly visible against his dark hair. His regal, dark tunic with its golden accents speaks of his power, a silent testament to his identity. Despite the terrifying revelation, the princess, still in her nightgown, challenges him. "Are you sure you can handle me?" Without a word, the Demon King extends a hand, his fingers reaching towards her face. He finds her question strange, wondering if she truly believes Demon Kings are a joke. Of course he can, he declares, for he is a Demon King. With an unexpected calm, she simply states that she will let him take her. As his hand reaches out towards her face, a silent shock ripples through the air. He questions her strange composure, wondering what she might be plotting. She explains that she always anticipated such an event, ever since her birth as a princess. Then, with a hint of playful defiance, she suggests that if he's going to kidnap her, he could at least have dressed up, adding that her desperation makes her immune to his tricks. He responds with a surprising confession, admitting his poverty and inability to dress up as a demon. He concedes that she has a valid point. A profound realization washes over him, a declaration echoing within his very being. As the snow begins to fall, he stands before the princess, ready to depart. The delicate flakes drifting down around them. as they make their way through the frigid air towards the imposing structure of Burge's tower, nestled deep within the Urgist Mountains. Inside the tower, the Demon King carries the princess through its grand halls. As an unseen voice warmly welcomes his safe return, he considers the princess, then suggests, let her stay in the corner of the 4th floor, prompting a questioning glance from Gordon, who asks, not the prison? Burge explains, she came along without much resistance, so I'm willing to grant her a certain degree of leniency. To which Gordon simply replies, I understand. Gordon then adds, also, Demon King, I have something I must tell you. Burge listens, his expression unreadable. As the scene shifts to reveal the specific location, the 4th floor of Burge's tower, a soft thud echoes through the vast, empty chamber, where the princess now finds herself alone. The air is cold and damp, she thinks, realizing she has no hope left. Suddenly, Burge's voice cuts through her despair, offering, there's another room. But she pleads, please, before firmly refusing, no, master. Outside, the tower stands stark against the mountains, devoid of any pretty gardens. The princess finds herself in a lavish chamber, a stark contrast to the dungeon she had imagined. But despite the opulence, she admits to herself that it's not so bad. Meanwhile, a new topic arises, an invitation from the Tower of Beasts. Gordon Dyrek, with his sharp gaze, considers the implications. He stands beside Burge Diaz, explaining that it's a welcome party for the new Demon King. But Gordon's expression hardens as he internally dismisses the notion, believing it's merely a pathetic attempt to manipulate him, the newcomer, and assert their dominance. He knows that Demon Kings are fundamentally distrusted, especially when it comes to joining hands with anyone else. Yet, amidst these political machinations, there is an unanticipated factor, Arein, whose shadowy presence looms with wolf-like figures. Burge Diaz considers the current predicament, one that has forced even the proudest Demon Kings to set aside their differences and work together. He admits to himself that he had previously ignored them, dismissing them as weak-minded. However, this time, he resolves to at least attempt some diplomatic exchanges with them. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to a formidable entity known as the Tower of Beasts. Its ancient, vine-covered structure looms against the sky, a testament to its enduring power. From within, a powerful voice declares, my name is Draxen. I am the Demon King of Beasts. This imposing figure, the Demon King of Beasts, Draxen, reveals himself. He had been ruling this place for 70 years already, when a voice boomed, questioning his very presence. Are you the new Demon King? The monstrous Demon King of Beasts, Draxen, scoffed, finding him unimpressive despite his reputation. Burge Diaz, realizing the confrontation was inevitable, asked if Draxen was here to fight, regretting his decision to come. He prepared to state his purpose. But Draxen cut him off, revealing a deeper knowledge of his movements, mentioning Arein. The towering beast explained that Arein had been tasked to watch over him upon his arrival. Draxen then dismissively referred to Arein as a stupid old vampire overlord. Burge Diaz realized that mere words would not be enough to sway the formidable Demon King. The Demon King of Beasts, Draxen, snarls, his red eyes glowing with fury, demanding to know how anyone dares address an archduke in such a manner. His fangs bared, he continues his taunt, declaring that his opponent possesses an unusual amount of courage. Then, with a sudden, brutal display of power, an unseen figure is violently struck and sent flying. A dark aura flares as Draxen issues a demeaning command, demanding his opponent to lick it in submission. The Demon King of Beasts maintains his aggressive, snarling posture, his voice echoing with power as he offers a conditional pardon, stating he will forgive the impudence if his command is obeyed. Burge Diaz, however, remains unfazed, calmly asking the Demon King of Beasts if he truly doesn't understand why he is there. Draxen's red eyes narrow as he responds, calling Burge Diaz a foolish one, and revealing that he knows the reason. It is because he has mocked the orthodox of Demon Kings. A subtle shift in Burge Diaz's expression suggests a deeper understanding, as he quietly acknowledges the orthodox in question. He declares, Demon Kings cannot kill each other. However, his hand begins to glow with a sinister red energy, as he challenges the very notion. With a devastating strike, he sends Draxen flying backward, shattering the ground beneath him. The force of the impact continues to propel the Demon King of Beasts through the air, as Burge Diaz stands firm, asking, do you think I'd really follow that rule? His crimson eyes glow with a chilling intensity, a clear sign of his absolute dominance. The overwhelming force continues to ripple through the space, impacting Draxen with relentless pressure. Draxen's eyes widen in shock and pain, barely able to utter, what is this aura? His voice trembles as he struggles to comprehend the power he faces, stuttering in disbelief. Standing over the bound princess in the desolate ruins, Burge Diaz muses aloud, wondering what she might have wanted to say. His grip firm on the rope binding her, he confirms the deed, stating he has already kidnapped a princess. Observing her with a predatory gaze, he remarks that she suits his taste, while two demon guards stand by. A calm, almost bored expression settles on his face, reflecting his absolute control over the situation. The scene shifts to reveal the imposing structure known as Burge's Tower. Rising majestically against the snowy mountain backdrop, the dark, Gothic tower stands as a testament to its master's power. Inside, Burge sits upon his throne, addressing Gordon Dyrek, praising his excellent growth and acknowledging him as a true demon king. Gordon, holding a document, dismisses the current situation as nothing special, confident that their former adversary can do no more for now. However, Burge, still on his throne, emphasizes the need for preparedness, instructing Gordon to check on the princess's condition. He listens intently as Gordon Dyrek confirms his understanding, stating he should learn how to manage the princess, to which Gordon simply replies, "Yes, Demon King." A moment of quiet passes, the ornate arched window of the tower casting a solemn light. Before his thoughts turn inward, he acknowledges the situation is troublesome. Considering the previous Demon King's preparations might be quite bothersome, and the consequences of mocking the orthodox way are proving more significant than anticipated. Yet, even if given another chance, he knows he would make the same choice. His gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he declares he would rather die than bow his head to trash. He vows not to repeat past errors, determined to build his foundation anew, from scratch. Trapped at the lowest rank, he expects only a few thousand energy points, staring at the holographic display before him. Still, he considers this the safest path forward. His crimson eyes widen slightly as the number appears, 13,000 points. A question forms in his mind, wondering why he possesses so many points. Before he can ponder further, a new message flashes across the screen. A video recording has arrived from the Tower of Beasts. He stands before the glowing interface, his back to the ornate chamber. A sharp intake of breath escapes him. Realizing this means he can now focus entirely on training to concentrate his mana. From the depths of his being, the Demon King declares his identity, adding, "Though our first meeting wasn't the best, I should at least give you a gift as your senior." After all, what had been achieved in Arein was by no means an easy feat. He was truly impressed, wondering if mocking the orthodox way was merely a cover for something far greater. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, his eyes widening as he muttered, "Something's wrong." An urgent voice cut through the air, "Demon King, we have a problem. The 4th floor is..." Without another word, he turned and began to move, his form receding into the darkness. The scene abruptly shifted to a vibrant, sun-drenched landscape, where colorful butterflies fluttered amidst lush green foliage and the gentle sound of a waterfall. More butterflies danced among white blossoms, their delicate wings catching the light in this serene, natural world. Stepping onto the 4th floor, a gasp escapes him as the sterile confines of his tower give way to a breathtaking, vibrant ecosystem. His eyes widen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden, impossible transformation. An informational overlay appears, confirming the location as Burge Tower, 4th floor, with a status indicating naturalization in progress. Butterflies flutter through the air, their wings catching the light, as a gentle waterfall cascades into a serene pool. Then, his gaze falls upon a figure by the water, a soft recognition dawning on his face. The 13th princess sits peacefully, surrounded by the vibrant life she has cultivated, her presence a stark contrast to the tower's usual austerity. He turns away, processing the impossible reality that she had created an entire ecosystem within a magic tower. Such a feat, he muses, could only be achieved by someone who had truly mastered the 4 elements. He recalls his previous destination, the 13th princess's castle, realizing she had only been in one place, the 4th floor. He stares at the blonde woman, a sudden realization dawning on him that this individual, despite her appearance, is capable of such a profound transformation of his tower, yet she is not the 13th princess he sought. Standing amidst the vibrant, newly formed ecosystem, Burge confronts the elegant woman, her serene demeanor contrasting with his growing confusion. With a gentle, knowing smile, she confirms his suspicion, acknowledging that he had indeed mistaken her for Elena. The name sparks a deeper recognition within him, prompting a dawning realization as he begins to piece together her true identity. His eyes widen in shock and understanding, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. Looking directly at him, the woman formally introduces herself as Hildren. Her declaration resonates with authority, revealing her status as the first princess of the Hildren kingdom. This revelation brings to mind a significant event, the abduction of the first princess by a demon king. The grand, majestic architecture of the Hildren kingdom stands as a testament to her royal lineage, a place now inextricably linked to the mystery of her disappearance and reappearance. A monstrous, shadowy figure, eyes burning with crimson light, roars in a voice laced with pure fury, demanding to know who dared to kidnap his dearest Princess Arein. His face contorted into a terrifying snarl, the king commands his forces to immediately gather, summoning the strongest heroes in the entire military of the kingdom this instant, for they shall behead the foolish demon king. Shadowy, armored figures begin to assemble, as the king's final, desperate plea echoes across the land, "Bring back his princess." Gordon looks down at the princess, acknowledging her earlier question, as she confidently challenges him, asking if he can truly handle her. He recalls hearing about a special ring, one said to be full of mana. His expression shifts to confusion and disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could have been fooled. The princess, with a knowing smile, reveals her secret, explaining that she can hide her mana with the ring she now holds. She holds up the ornate ring, a shimmering heirloom, passed down through her royal family. Looking directly at him, she then asks pointedly if he truly wishes to send her back. Gordon's face contorts in frustration, clearly caught off guard by her capabilities and the implications of her challenge. Gordon reflects on his situation, believing no true knight would fear a coward, and that giving in would only make it harder to control his demonic energy. With a determined glint in his emerald eyes, he resolves to see this through, his rage now specifically targeted toward the Demon King, his possessed demonic energy points registering at 19,521. Turning his back to the window, a quiet thought crosses his mind. They must have singled him out. He then addresses the princess directly, stating, "Nothing changes even if you are not the 13th princess." The princess, her gaze distant, thinks of those who are still held hostage, her mind drifting to the kingdom of Hildren. Far from the princess's immediate predicament, a magnificent, towering cathedral stood sentinel over a sprawling city. Inside, a regal figure on a grand throne issued a furious command, demanding his subordinates to kill the foolish demon king and bring back my princess. A concerned advisor, standing before the monarch, attempted to temper his fury, explaining that they did not yet know the demon king's intentions and had already sent scouts, requesting more time. But the king, wearing a golden crown, was having none of it, sharply retorting, "Well, then hurry and figure it out. The princess was kidnapped, and you are all doing nothing." The advisor, however, had a different concern, sensing that something was amiss, and wondered aloud. What now? The demon king of Lost recently kidnapped her nation's princess. He continued, revealing the shocking truth that the demon king had then been killed by heroes. A dark, imposing figure with glowing crimson eyes declares his identity, his voice echoing with raw power. Back in the royal court, a hushed voice questions the strange turn of events, wondering aloud if this new development isn't peculiar. As Gordon and two other advisors react with startled gasps, the news clearly catching them off guard. The king's crown looms, a symbol of his heavy burden, as the weight of the situation settles like a cold rain. And he, his face contorted in fury, concludes that if the previous demon king is truly gone, then this must be a new one. A sudden, urgent sound cuts through the silence. As Gordon, kneeling before his majesty, delivers a critical update, they've discovered traces of teleporting magic. The magical signature indicates a trajectory heading north of the prefecture, believed to be towards the Urgest Mountains. The king's eyes widen in realization, the name of the mountains clearly striking a chord. His brow furrowed in deep thought, the Lion King considers the implications of the princess's abduction. Meanwhile, far to the north, nestled within the treacherous peaks of the Urgest Mountains, stood Burge's tower, a formidable stronghold. Inside, Gordon Direk approaches the Demon King, warning him that the army from Hildren would soon arrive. He questions if the task might be too much for him to handle, his concern evident in his repeated words. A slow, confident smirk spreads across Burge Diaz's face, as he dismisses the worry with a calm assurance, declaring, "It's fine." He confidently asserts that the kingdom of Hildren would never be able to reach their location. Back in the royal court, the Lion King and his advisors pore over a map, noting that the Urgest Mountains lie at the northern end of the continent, while Hildren is at the very south. He voices his strategic dilemma, questioning how all the nations between them could possibly allow their army to pass through unhindered. He considers the vast political landscape, knowing there is no way the intervening nations will simply open a path for their army. Gordon Direk suggests they will be forced to employ a hero or a skilled mercenary. The Lion King nods, acknowledging the difficult choice. With the decision made, the command is given to contact the hero. The request would be sent to the Hero Guild, a towering structure that stood as a beacon for those seeking aid. Meanwhile, robed figures gather around a glowing orb, discussing the fabricated news that the Princess of Hildren was kidnapped, wondering what crazy demon king would do such a thing, as the orb reveals the true destination, Urgest. Two mercenaries react with alarm, one exclaiming, "That place is full of dangerous monsters." The other quickly adds, "He's not doing this hero thing to die." Far away, Burge Diaz smirks, a faint sigh escaping him as he declares, "The king of Hildren is going to suffer." Gordon muses that the Hero Guild wouldn't dispatch anyone to such a dangerous place, especially since their primary motivation is money. After all, they wouldn't want to venture into such peril, which is precisely why he established his own base there. He wonders if the Demon King had anticipated this as well, noting that his master rarely adheres to conventional rules. Gordon feels a sense of unease, as if the Demon King possesses an uncanny knowledge of Arein. He considers the possibility that his master might have been to this place before. The thought leaves him incredulous, wondering if there truly is no hero willing to undertake such a perilous task. A frustrated thought echoes, questioning how anyone could truly call themselves a hero, as the Lion King's expression tightens. Indeed, despite the multitude of heroes in Arein, he laments their selective nature, believing they care far more about their own profits. This pickiness means he will need to take his time to assemble a truly capable group. Meanwhile, a digital interface displays various mission details. As Gordon Direk reports to the Demon King, confirming that despite the challenges, he has already established a base in Urgest, confident it will prove useful. The Demon King's crimson eyes glow faintly as he considers the words, a deep understanding dawning in his expression. He knows that fear all too well. With a decisive tone, the Demon King commands, Gordon, contact Draxen. I'm going to sell demonic energy. Gordon Dyrek, rubbing his temples in disbelief, can barely process the words. His voice cracks with utter astonishment. Pardon? The sheer audacity of the Demon King's proposal leaves him wide-eyed and aghast, his composure completely shattered. Demonic energy, the very substance of dreams, is what allows one to transcend the limits of their species. Still reeling, Gordon protests that unlike fellow demons, the tower has no need for such power, demanding to know why he would exchange it for human money. From his throne, Burge Diaz calmly explains that Draxen will pay a huge sum for it, and he won't be able to stop the heroes with the amount of demonic energy he currently possesses. The Demon King's gaze falls upon a stack of human currency, the true target of his unusual transaction. He considers his options, a quiet resolve settling over him as he realizes there is still something he can do. Far from the familiar demonic realms, a formidable fortress city stands nestled amidst towering peaks. Known as Hildren Work, near the Urgest Mountains. Towards its imposing gates, Burge Diaz strides purposefully, his footsteps echoing as a guard's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know who approaches. From atop the wall, another guard observes, musing aloud about the audacity of a mercenary venturing into the Urgest Mountains alone. A spear suddenly thrusts forward, its tip glinting menacingly. But before it can connect, Burge Diaz's hand moves with lightning speed, his fingers already wrapped around the hilt of his blade, partially drawing it from its sheath. The tension breaks as he continues past the guards, who call out, asking if he trusts them. Now within the human fortress city, Gordon Dyrek considers his next move. He knows he can't navigate this unfamiliar territory alone, and help will be essential. As the bustling city streets unfold before him, he seeks a place where he might find the assistance he needs. His destination is clear, the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild headquarters. Inside the guild hall, a bearded mercenary asks his companion, wondering if they shouldn't consider leaving their current location soon. The black-haired mercenary reassures him that they are safe for now, attributing their current peace to the old Demon King who dealt with the monsters, and their recent escape from battle. Still unconvinced, the bearded mercenary exclaims, questioning what could possibly be safer than their current refuge. The black-haired mercenary then asks if he hasn't heard the news, revealing that a new Demon King has appeared in the Urgest Mountains, a claim the bearded man quickly dismisses as fake news. His companion, however, insists that he must not truly know Demon Kings, explaining that they always seek out places beyond the reach of heroes. Inside the bustling Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, a mercenary with dark, tied-back hair recounts a recent rumor, claiming the Demon King even kidnapped the 13th princess of Hildren. He questions the logic of such an act, wondering aloud if anyone has ever seen a Demon King travel across an entire continent just to abduct a princess. Then, offering another piece of information, he mentions that even the Heroes Guild turned down the job. A mercenary with wavy, light brown hair, listening intently, reacts with a scoff, having heard the destination of the supposed kidnapping. He dismisses the entire story as a mere performance, questioning the true value of a princess, even a precious heir. His expression hardens, a cynical smirk playing on his lips. He concludes that the whole affair is nothing more than a trick, designed to extract more money from the unsuspecting. He emphasizes the mercenaries' insatiable greed, remarking on how crazy they are for money. The first mercenary agrees wholeheartedly, his laughter echoing through the guild hall as he acknowledges the truth in the statement. Gordon Dyrek listens intently to the mercenaries' cynical chatter, a quiet understanding dawning on him. As his presence becomes known, a bearded mercenary recoils in terror, his face contorted in a scream, while Gordon Dyrek looms in the shadows, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. The mercenary's cry echoes through the guild hall, a raw outburst of fear. Pointing a trembling finger at the newcomer, the mercenary demands to know his identity. A smirk plays on Gordon's lips as he acknowledges their prior conversation, noting their surprising knowledge. With a hand crackling with purple energy, he issues a chilling command, leave one behind, and the rest must get out. Before the words fully register, a bald mercenary lunges forward, sword drawn, accusing Gordon of invading their space. The mercenary's blade arcs down with lethal intent, but Gordon effortlessly meets the attack, his expression unwavering as the mercenary vows he won't escape alive. In a blur of motion, Gordon delivers a devastating counter, sending the mercenary flying with a sickening impact. A sudden, explosive force erupts, sending debris flying with a deafening boom. As multiple figures are violently repelled, scattering backward from the unseen impact, Gordon Dyrek stands amidst the chaos, his arm extended as a vibrant orange-red energy pulses from his form, the source of the devastating blast. But before the dust can settle, a large mercenary, enraged by the display, bellows a challenge, standing over a fallen comrade. He leaps through the air, aiming a powerful strike down at Gordon, his massive form a blur of motion. Yet, before the mercenary can land his blow, Gordon intercepts him with a swift, devastating counterattack, the impact echoing loudly. A ring of glowing orange-red energy expands from the point of contact, emphasizing the sheer force of the strike. Gordon's gloved hand closes firmly around the mercenary's face, his grip unyielding. The mercenary's features contort in a mask of shock and excruciating pain, his defiance instantly crushed. A group of mercenaries charges forward, weapons drawn, their faces set in grim determination. But before they can even close the distance, one is violently struck, their weapon shattering on impact. Burge Diaz, a blur of motion, delivers a powerful, sweeping blow, sending another mercenary flying through the air. The sheer force of his assault leaves another mercenary's face contorted in pure terror. As he screams, "A monster!" Burge Diaz only grins menacingly in response, his crimson eyes glowing with dark power. Another mercenary is violently thrown back, crashing into a nearby structure with a resounding impact. The onslaught continues as multiple mercenaries are sent flying through the air, defeated by his overwhelming force. From a distance, Gordon and a young woman in a purple hat observe the unfolding chaos, the woman remarking, "They're fighting again." Burge Diaz surveys the carnage, a thought escaping him. Don't they ever get tired of this? He muses, standing amidst the broken bodies and splintered wood of the tavern, the air thick with the scent of blood and destruction. His gaze falls upon a lone survivor, cowering amongst the wreckage. With eyes that glow faintly red in the dim light, he offers a chilling proposition, "Don't be shy. I'll spare any if you answer my questions." The terrified mercenary, trembling, stammers out a desperate plea. "Why yes, sir. If you'll just spare me." Burge's mind is already focused on his next objective, the location of the slave market. Meanwhile, far from the scene of destruction, a grand, stately mansion stands under a clear, blue sky. Its ornate gates hint at the wealth and power contained within its walls. Footsteps echo softly as the grand mansion, a symbol of opulence, comes into view. Inside, a cloaked figure gestures towards the rows of cages, explaining that only human slaves are currently available. The slave trader, his face partially obscured by his hood, begins to elaborate on his wares, but his words are cut short. Burge Diaz, looking down at the meager selection, questions, "Aren't there more rare items to be found?" A rustling sound accompanies the exchange of a heavy money bag, its contents promising a lucrative deal. The slave trader, now bowing deeply and gesturing with an eager hand, assures him, "Yes, of course. This way." A wide, unsettling grin spreads across the trader's face, revealing a glinting gold tooth, his eyes alight with avarice. As they walk through the mansion, Burge Diaz muses aloud. How can he make that face after seeing how his companions got messed up? His crimson eyes glow faintly as he concludes, humans desiring money and demons desiring magic energy. There is basically no difference. Heavy footsteps echo through a dimly lit corridor. As a portly man in fine robes gestures forward, leading the demon king deeper into the market. The slave trader's voice drips with avarice, assuring his powerful client that the rare stuff he seeks will surely make him a fortune. Burge Diaz surveys the rows of captives, his gaze falling upon the otherworldly species they've managed to capture. He specifies his desire, an elf known for its unwavering integrity. Behind bars, a muzzled elf with verdant hair stares out, its eyes holding a flicker of defiance. The Demon King reveals his intention to use such an individual as a spy, a tool to sow discord and chaos among the heroes. A booming voice echoes through the opulent hall, announcing the arrival of hero Hildren Cargill. Before a grand throne, Hildren kneels, his blue cape fanning out behind him. A voice from the throne expresses trust, stating that he was expected to apply for this crucial task. Without hesitation, Hildren affirms his commitment, declaring he will rescue the princess. His gaze lifts, a determined glint in his golden eyes as he thinks of the princess. He continues his vow, promising to return with the Demon King's head. His words resonate with conviction, spoken in the name of justice. A resolute expression settles on his face, ready to fulfill his oath. An older man, with a gray beard and dark robes, gestures towards a caged elf, proposing to use the creature as a spy. To confuse the heroes. He explains that it should be very effective, since their species is known for being innocent. The elf, bound and masked, watches silently from its confinement, its green hair a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. Burge Diaz then asks the merchant what kind of slaves he's looking for, before declaring his intention to buy this elven slave. The merchant, taken aback by the sudden interest, begins to stammer about the cost. Burge Diaz looks on with a slight frown as the merchant asks, "Do you object?" The old man quickly reassures him, "Of course not," adding that it's only a slave, and he doesn't have to pay. Burge Diaz, his gaze unwavering, instructs his subordinate to leave the room, stating he has something to confirm. Gordon Dyrek hesitates, expressing concern that the elf might go berserk. But Burge Diaz dismisses his worry, assuring him that it is fine, and if anything happens, the elf will pay for it. The old merchant, witnessing this exchange, could only look on with a deep sense of displeasure. With the others dismissed, Burge Diaz walks away, the sound of a door creaking softly behind him. He approaches a dark, confined space where a lone elf is held captive in a cage. Standing over the imprisoned figure, Burge Diaz observes the elf, noting its vulnerable state as a slave, alone in such a place, while a dark, rumbling aura emanates from him. The elf, sensing the oppressive energy, looks up with glowing green eyes and asks if Burge is a demon. With a defiant glare, the elf then questions what business a demon could possibly have with an elf. Standing before the caged elf, Burge extends an offer, expressing his desire to give him a chance. A chance, he clarifies, to exact revenge upon humans. The elf considers the tempting proposition, but his distrust of demons runs deep, making him wary of any alliance. Burge insists he is different, promising a unique arrangement if the elf chooses to stay. He demands loyalty for exactly 50 years. And in return, he pledges to guarantee the elf's safety and freedom. 50 years, Burge muses, is but a fleeting moment for an elf, and he intends to prove that humans are far more deserving of the elf's hatred. But the elf, his mind drifting to verdant forests, simply states the obvious: Burge is a demon. His kind, the elf recalls, seeks to destroy the sacred world tree that elves serve, along with the entire forest it sustains. Still defiant, the elf stares up at his captor, questioning how he could ever trust a demon. Burge unfazed by the elf's skepticism, explains that it's strange for a demon to make such a vow, but he has his own reasons. He then declares his intention to proceed. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he makes a solemn vow. He will fulfill his promise according to the Demon King's standards. He vows to fulfill his promise. And, crucially, he promises not to lay a hand on the world tree. The elf remembers the Demon King's standards, a brutal code that dictates the strong prey on the weak, a truth he knows all too well from his own suffering. He recalls the painful reality that the same way of life applies to elves. In return for his promise, Burge demands the elf's loyalty, a pledge to serve him for the next 50 years. The elf, still bearing the marks of his torment, can only offer a wry, pained smile, acknowledging the Demon King's cunning. Introducing himself, the elf declares his identity: I am Granada of the Maple Tribe. Burge however, remains unconvinced, stating that he will only honor his vow once he sees the true Demon King who supposedly sent Granada. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. As the Demon King reveals his true identity to a stunned Granada: I am the Demon King. Granada's initial shock quickly turns to incredulous laughter, uttering a disbelieving "huh," before bursting into a mocking "puh, don't make me laugh. Why would?" Burge seizes the elf by his collar, lifting him effortlessly as Granada's mind races, questioning: a Demon King come here? He continues his internal monologue, reasoning that Demon Kings get stronger the further they are from their tower. Why would they move directly just to buy a slave? With a defiant challenge, Granada declares: if you really are a Demon King, then I'll pledge my allegiance to you for the next 100 years instead. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he lets out a maniacal, echoing laugh. Ha! The scene shifts to the 5th floor of Burge's tower, where the Demon King sits regally on his throne, looking down at the elf. His gaze unwavering, Burge reminds him: 100-year contract. Your words, not mine. The elf's eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him as he exclaims: You're really a Demon King? His expression quickly shifts to frustration, a hint of betrayal in his voice as he protests: Come on, this is a scam. Holding up what appears to be a contract, Burge counters: You never said the tower would be this empty. The elf looks around the desolate floor, his voice filled with exasperation as he points out: There's literally nothing on the 5th floor. He could only stammer in disbelief, as the 5th floor of the tower lay completely empty, a stark contrast to his expectations, making him wonder what kind of disorganized tower only had a single room per floor. His frustration mounted, convinced that at this rate, he wouldn't even last a year. He declared with a shout that there was no way he was working in a place like this. From his throne, the Demon King calmly questioned if he had forgotten, reminding him of the contract they had made. A sudden, overwhelming pressure slammed into him, causing a sharp gasp to escape his lips. He felt the immense force of raw demonic power, a crushing weight that left him breathless. The realization hit him with full force: he truly was a Demon King. Despite the overwhelming power, a thought flickered through his mind: the Demon King's tower might be sloppy. Yet, he mused, for a monster of the century like Burge there should at least be some semblance of order. Even as he grapples with the Demon King's overwhelming power, Granada's own pride as a Demon King still burns, a quiet resentment simmering beneath his forced submission. He vows to himself that a Demon King, no matter the circumstances, remains a Demon King, and from this moment on, he will seek his revenge under the banner of the world's strongest Demon King. Kneeling before Burge Granada formally pledges his unwavering loyalty for the next 100 years. He muses that since the Demon King himself came to retrieve him, he must surely be destined for a crucial role in some grand scheme. This very important plan would undoubtedly be his path to vengeance, a means to achieve his long-awaited revenge. A slight smile plays on Burge's lips as he considers the elf's pledge, before calmly instructing him to prepare a meal. The unexpected command leaves Granada utterly bewildered, his grand expectations clashing with the mundane reality. Now clad in a chef's apron, he stands in a kitchen, still processing the bizarre turn of events. As he begins to cook, The elf slave can only wonder how this culinary task fits into the very important plan he had envisioned. Still grappling with his new role as a chef, Granada carefully prepares a vegetable stew, while a white-haired woman approaches, offering her assistance with a cheerful, "Oh, you're cooking? Let me help." The kitchen counter is lined with various ingredients and tools, suggesting a well-stocked but perhaps underutilized space. A brief transition marks the shift in location, leading to the grand dining room on the 5th floor of Burge's tower, a long, opulent chamber with a massive table set for a feast. An unseen voice hesitantly addresses the Demon King, questioning the identity of the woman present. Demon King, is that woman the Hildren kingdoms?" The Demon King stands tall, looking down at Granada, who kneels before him, as if awaiting judgment or instruction. Seated at the grand table, the Demon King confirms, with a casual air, "Yes, she is Arein Hildren," revealing the white-haired woman to be the crown princess. Granada's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice rising in a shocked exclamation. "Are you going to tell me you kidnapped the crown princess?" The Demon King, holding a document, dismisses Granada's concerns with a frustrated sigh, declaring, "This tower has nothing. How do you even plan on stopping the heroes when they arrive?" Revealing a surprising lack of resources. Still reeling from the Demon King's casual admission, Granada watches as the Demon King gestures, explaining that this is precisely why he purchased him, and instructs him to sit and eat for now. The elf can only stare, a silent question hanging in the air, as the Demon King looks down at him. Meanwhile, the crown princess, in a small, ethereal form, proudly declares her own contribution to the meal. Granada, however, remains lost in his thoughts, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Later, on the 4th floor of Burge's tower, the Demon King poses a direct question, asking if Granada truly wishes to confront the heroes here. He dismisses the idea, stating plainly that if the heroes have advanced this far, the battle is already lost. Instead, the Demon King reveals his true intention. Granada will be disrupting the human world in his stead, leaving the elf to silently wonder if he's being asked to become a spy. The Demon King confirms his suspicion with a simple yes, but adds a crucial caveat. Before any of that can happen, he declares he needs to check Granada's skills. Granada clasps his hands, a question forming in his mind. How could he possibly defeat a Demon King within his own tower? The Demon King, however, offers a surprising proposal, suggesting he will only use one hand and no demonic energy. He sweetens the deal further, promising to reduce Granada's curse duration by 50 years if he wins. With a determined expression, Granada accepts the challenge, telling the Demon King to keep his word. The Demon King raises a single hand, blue energy crackling around it, his true intent momentarily slipping as he considers blowing Granada's head off. Catching himself, he corrects his statement, declaring he will take on Granada with all he's got. A sudden, invisible force slams into Granada, sending him reeling. He crashes backward through the air, debris scattering around him from the sheer impact. Despite the brutal hit, Granada pushes through the pain, a green aura flaring around him as he prepares for the next assault. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of green energy, effortlessly evading the Demon King's assault, his voice echoing with defiance. The Demon King, taken aback by such agility, questions the source of his power, wondering if he absorbed the very essence of the earth or simply enhanced his physical form, noting it as a fitting style for an elf. Such a feat is far beyond the capabilities of an average elf. Granada, now on the offensive, unleashes a torrent of green energy, declaring that his opponent has chosen the wrong fight. Thorny vines erupt from the ground, wrapping around the Demon King's legs and torso, binding him tightly. A flicker of genuine surprise crosses the Demon King's eyes, his composure momentarily broken. Seizing the opening, Granada closes the distance, a green glow intensifying around his fist, declaring his opponent wide open. He delivers a devastating blow, promising to reclaim what was taken from him, his power surging with every ounce of his being. Despite the impact, the Demon King's lips curl into a satisfied smirk, acknowledging the elf's strength with a quiet affirmation. He begins to speak, his voice echoing with a profound sense of self-awareness, asserting his true identity. But as he continues, a chilling reminder hangs in the air, a warning that his opponent should not forget who stands before them. He clarifies his intent, assuring them that he is not trying to kill, but rather to control his immense power. His eyes glow with suppressed demonic energy, a testament to the raw strength he holds back. He promises to ensure his strength is reined in, so as not to end the life of his opponent. Then, with a sudden, blinding burst of speed, he moves. Granada recoils in shock, a small cut appearing on his cheek, barely able to register the attack. A powerful impact reverberates through the air. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing a desolate, snow-covered landscape, dominated by a towering, ancient structure that pierces the frigid sky. The headquarters of the Red Hawk mercenaries, known as Horton Walk, stands as a sturdy bastion. Inside, a voice rings out with an almost obsequious tone. Its owner, a man with sharp green eyes, beaming with an eager, wide grin. He faces a figure who calmly states his intention to hire him for a year, prompting the mercenary captain to inquire about the proposed budget. The sheer sum causes the captain's eyes to widen in disbelief, his thoughts racing as he considers the outrageous offer, wondering if he's being bought out or if he should simply take a different job. The other man, Burge Diaz, simply declares the exorbitant amount to be a mere deposit. A dazzling pile of gold coins materializes, shimmering with an almost magical glow. Overwhelmed, the captain and his entire squad pledge their unwavering loyalty, ready to follow him for the rest of their lives, though one of them quietly wonders about the circumstances of their new master's victory over their captain. Burge Diaz, however, simply offers a resigned, sure, thanks, already contemplating the need for an entirely new squad. He issues a direct command to the Red Hawk captain, instructing him to integrate the new man into his team, who will now be receiving orders directly from him. The captain, though hesitant, quickly agrees, while another mercenary calls out in protest. The captain tries to voice his concerns, finding it difficult to accept a stranger into their tight-knit group. Meanwhile, the new recruit steps forward, introducing himself simply as Granada. His elven features are distinct, with sharp green eyes and light green hair, a bandage covering part of his cheek. The mercenaries eye him warily, their expressions a mix of suspicion and unease. They exchange glances, clearly uncomfortable with the new addition to their ranks. Burge Diaz stands tall among them, his presence dominating the reluctant group. As he walks away, he muses to himself that while they might appear mediocre, these are still mercenaries who operate in Urgest. He concludes that mercenaries of their caliber are not easily found elsewhere. He muses to himself, for he is the only one who would dare to call him a king of beasts, as Cargill, known as the king of lions, reacts with a sharp intake of breath. Now, the Red Hawk mercenaries receive their first critical assignment, a mission that will test their mettle. The captain stands among his diverse group of hardened fighters, awaiting further instructions. From a stern mouth, the command rings out. They are to investigate Cargill. Burge Diaz's crimson eyes hold a cold, unwavering resolve, his expression leaving no room for argument. This Cargill, the target of their investigation, is none other than the hero employed by Hildren. Without hesitation, a firm voice responds, confirming their acceptance of a dangerous task. The formidable tower of Burge Diaz stands stark against a fiery, desolate sky, its dark silhouette dominating the snow-capped peaks. Now that he possesses the grimoire, Burge Diaz, observing holographic projections of his allies, declares his intent to grow stronger, knowing that demonic energy points can be used to enhance either his tower or himself. The interior of his tower, a vast library filled with arcane texts and pulsating with dark energy, holds the key to his resurgence. The Spirit Blossom, a crystal of concentrated natural mana, glows with an ethereal purple light, these rare blossoms found only in the highest mountains, amidst powerful mana storms and dangerous monsters. Indeed, the mountains are teeming with shadowy, red-eyed beasts, guarding their precious resources with fierce territoriality. The Spirit Blossoms, crystals of natural mana, were not merely beautiful. Their energy had become even more refined, making them an invaluable resource. Indeed, they represented a true treasure trove of power. Determined to claim this power, Burge Diaz declared his intention to find the Spirit Blossoms. However, the path of a demon king was fraught with peril, and venturing out without proper preparations was a risky endeavor, akin to searching for a needle in a vast desert. His aide, a sharp-eyed elf with dark hair and glasses, listened intently, as Gordon Dyrick's words echoed the sentiment, reminding them that the monsters guarding such treasures were no different from wild beasts, sure to attack at the first sign of an opening. Burge Diaz, however, remained confident in his combat abilities, stating that he could deal with the monsters easily, but the true challenge lay in finding the blossoms themselves. His aide quickly interjected, suggesting that it would be impossible unless they had enough mana detectors. As they discussed their next steps, a sudden knocking sound echoed from the door, drawing their attention. As the door opens, a young woman with long, pale blonde hair peeks inside, her lavender eyes wide with a mix of surprise and curiosity, a small, blue, glowing creature perched on her head. She then steps further into the room, her voice carrying a hint of politeness as she asks if the occupants are busy. A collective gasp escapes the room, a clear sign of shock at the unexpected intrusion. Inside, Burge Diaz turns, his crimson eyes fixed on the newcomer, while Gordon Dyrick stands beside him, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. The blonde woman now stands fully within the grand hall, her small, blue companion floating beside her, as Burge Diaz and Gordon Dyrick observe her from across the opulent room. The little blue creature emits soft, chirping sounds, its translucent body glowing faintly as it floats in the air. The blonde woman beams with excitement, her hands clasped together as she exclaims that she is so thrilled to have found a place full of mana, a super deep dungeon, and a spiritual creature. Burge Diaz, his gaze sharp, considers her words and the creature, declaring that they must secure even this small potential, as it could be the key to clearing the fourth floor and beyond. Burge Diaz muses that as long as one can find new blossoms, the future remains bright, even as Gordon Dyrick listens intently. He continues, holding a small, glowing red gem, explaining that the new asset is already decorating a Demon King's tower to her taste, and wonders just how far she intends to take it. The very idea that she would even consider such a thing is already a grand feat. Meanwhile, the 13th princess, Hildren, cradles a small, fiery spiritual creature, admitting she didn't think she'd be able to leave its side, but it was a good thing she came to check on it. As the creature begins to glow with increasing intensity, she whispers, "No, wait, I'm not ready." Far away, Burge, his massive black wings unfurled, looks up in surprise as a brilliant light erupts in the distance, a powerful surge of energy radiating outwards. The light intensifies, forming a blinding sphere of orange and yellow energy, with the silhouette of a bird-like creature at its core, as the princess's desperate plea echoes, "No, wait, I'm not ready." The radiant energy continues to expand, shimmering with golden particles, engulfing the entire area in its brilliant glow. A blinding surge of power erupts with a deafening shriek, overwhelming the 13th princess as she collapses, her eyes squeezed shut against the intense light. Her face contorts in distress, barely able to glimpse the unfolding spectacle. A single word escapes someone's lips, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the transformation. As her eye snaps open, revealing a world now bathed in vibrant, ethereal light. She realizes she hadn't noticed the true scope of her surroundings before, having been kidnapped in darkness. And now, the Demon King stands before a landscape utterly transformed by the creature's power. The world stretches out before him, impossibly vast and awe-inspiring. Fiery energy continues to swirl and dissipate, leaving behind a breathtaking, new reality. Every day, she pushed herself, studying ancient texts and repeating her magic training. She believed that if she just kept going, one day, everything would simply fall into place. But then, a voice cut through her thoughts, asking if the Demon King knew the only person who could cross the forest mountains. He considered the question, a faint thought forming that it was probably him, before dismissing it with a quiet, I don't care." Then, his gaze sharpened on the princess, a command in his tone as he called out, "Ernan, call me Ernan." The princess, looking distressed, could only think that they were going to be punished for something, or perhaps for nothing at all. Burge, however, mused that perhaps he had let her think too much, and that she seemed to keep forgetting her place. He then asked her if she wanted to kill the underground prison, to which she meekly replied, "I'm sorry." Ignoring her apology, he simply commanded her to use her spirit to find the spirit blossoms. A small, light blue spirit-like entity drifts through the air, glowing softly and leaving a trail of shimmering particles. From above, Burge descends on powerful black wings, calling out for it to return. The spirit, however, only intensifies its glow, radiating a more vibrant aura. He continues his flight, musing that others likely wouldn't find what he seeks very quickly. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind as he considers that they might still succeed faster than Gordon or even himself. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as a smaller, white, fish-like spirit appears, joining the light blue one in its ethereal dance. He continues to fly, the small white spirit now following close behind him, leading him onward. Finally, the journey culminates in the discovery of a magnificent, intricately formed crystal, pulsating with a brilliant blue light. A guttural roar echoes through the desolate landscape as a group of hulking, blue-skinned creatures, adorned with massive horns and shaggy white fur, emerge from the shadows. Their glowing eyes fixated on the new arrival, one of them grunts, acknowledging the unexpected presence. Another creature declares their purpose, proclaiming that monsters are simply monsters, demons who have lost their minds, and they will obey the demon god's order. Standing before the defiant horde, Burge surveys the scene, his dark cloak billowing around him. He issues a calm warning, telling them not to touch the spirit blossom and to simply leave this place. The creature's response is immediate and guttural, a simple, defiant refusal. It continues its threat, declaring that they do not like him and he will die, followed by a chilling, maniacal laugh. A flicker of annoyance crosses Burge's face as he realizes Gordon had been right all along about these creatures. A faint purple aura begins to emanate from his form as he sighs, chiding himself for expecting beasts to think, how foolish of him. As the purple energy crackles around his hands, he declares his intent to the guardians of the spirit blossom, vowing to simply burn them all. The initial blast rips through the air, turning everything to ashes, as the creatures desperately cry out for their comrade to be killed. Unyielding, the remaining horned creatures roar back, demanding that their sacred charge be protected, and vowing to kill and eat their attacker. Ignoring their threats, Burge unleashes a torrent of dark purple energy, his eyes glowing with fierce power. The concentrated blast engulfs one of the creatures, its form dissolving into agonizing screams. Another is caught in the expanding wave, its desperate cries echoing as it too is consumed. The destructive magic continues its relentless assault, leaving nothing but distorted energy in its wake. When the purple light finally dissipates, the ground beneath is left shattered and scarred, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. A large horned creature lets out a guttural roar, its form already beginning to distort under an unseen force. Meanwhile, two smaller horned creatures, armed with crude weapons, ignore the larger one's distress, instead focusing on a new target, one of them snarling to get the weak one first. Before they can act, a surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with intense purple energy. Burge Diaz stands firm, his gaze sharp as he channels the immense magical force into a glowing purple orb held in his hand, which, with a violent burst, unleashes a dark, bird-like entity of pure energy, streaking forward with glowing red eyes, impacting its target with a deafening quang. The purple energy explodes outwards, consuming everything in its path, accompanied by a chilling, drawn-out shriek. From a safe distance, a young woman with blonde hair watches the devastation unfold, her eyes wide with fear as a thought crosses her mind. Well, you are known to take care of your people and work together. She clutches a small, fiery orb, her expression still one of deep concern, realizing that, but they can't even get near us. The destructive purple energy continues to spread, its terrifying scale becoming apparent, prompting a silent, awestruck question. So, this is? Cloaked in shadow, his eyes burning crimson, Burge Diaz unleashes the full, terrifying might of his power. As the very essence of the Demon King manifests into monstrous, wolf-like entities of pure purple energy. These constructs tear through the landscape, consuming everything in their path, leaving only a blur of destruction in their wake. The sheer force of the impact ripples across the frozen plains, shattering the very ground and leaving a desolate, ice-shattered wasteland where life once thrived. He stands amidst the ruin, his glowing red eyes surveying the devastation he has wrought, while the 13th princess kneels nearby, captivated by a glowing blue crystal, marveling at its pure mana. Looking down at the hyacinth, ice attribute spirit blossom, Burge Diaz warns her, don't covet it. The princess nods, accepting the terms of a shared discovery, adding that if more are found, her companion may have one. Later, amidst a flurry of glowing blue spirits, she gazes at a newly found blossom, exclaiming its beauty and vowing to do her best, while Burge Diaz muses internally about humans' inability to appreciate simple joys. However, despite their efforts, a second patch of the rare blossoms was never discovered. Even the formidable sword god of heroes, Burge Diaz, found himself utterly exhausted by his endeavors. His domain, known as Burge's Tower, stood as a solitary sentinel in the frozen wastes. Meanwhile, Gordon Direk reacts with wide-eyed surprise to the mention of Crown Princess Erwin Hildren. Holding the glowing blue blossom in his hand, Burge Diaz reflects that he initially considered her a mistake. Yet, observing the princess surrounded by the ethereal spirits, he now believes she might prove more useful than he had originally anticipated. The ground beneath her feet glows with a vibrant green energy, as the small blue spirits continue to swirl around her. Still confronting the Demon King, Gordon Direk demands to know why a brilliant mind like his is acting this way on graduation day, recognizing him as the director. The plans he's reviewing detail that heroes, including Killen Arein and 2 others, have been sent to the city of Aldrich. However, they are not heading toward Urgest, as might be expected. Instead, they intend to reveal themselves by forming a party, growing stronger through completing villagers' quests. This journey is designed to allow them to progress and gain strength. Reviewing the holographic display, Gordon murmurs about the plans for the hero's journey. Suddenly, his expression shifts to surprise as he reads, all of these are dismissed. A system message confirms the hero's journey plan has been dismissed, leaving him utterly bewildered. The new directive is clear. This time, no monsters will be sent. Still reeling from the abrupt dismissal of the hero's journey, Gordon questions the implications, wondering if this means further interruptions to the hero's path. His superior, however, dismisses his concerns, stating that half-baked interruptions only make heroes stronger, and instructs him to relay this message to Granada. Burge then elaborates on the new strategy, suggesting they join the hero's journey alongside the prophetess to help them and build their trust. Gordon, still skeptical, points out that Burge isn't following the plan either, but Burge counters that they can't stop the heroes from entering the tower. Reassuring Gordon, Burge promises to reinforce their tower, holding a small, glowing red gem in his hand. Gordon's expression shifts to one of disbelief as he suggests reinforcing it with a dwarf. Burge's eyes widen in outrage at the suggestion, demanding to know why Gordon would want to interfere with a princess and a high elf. He scoffs at the idea, declaring that if anyone saw such a diminutive species in their tower, they would become a laughingstock. Burge, his hands crackling with purple energy, explains his strategy, knowing the heroes have grown accustomed to the Demon King's archives. Gordon lets out a frustrated groan, realizing the difficulty of dealing with such a cunning opponent. Burge continues, describing his target as a shark who has never truly fought before. He elaborates, stating that the heroes will confidently step through the door to the first floor, expecting only mere goblins, but instead, dozens of cannons will greet them. The image flashes with the fiery discharge of multiple cannons, their muzzles spitting death. Gordon's eyes widen in shock, the implications of the first floor now terrifyingly clear. He exclaims that the heroes would never be prepared for such a brutal ambush. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he shakes his head in disbelief. The empty throne room stands silent, awaiting the unfolding of Burge's ruthless plan. A sudden, explosive realization rips through the air, eliciting a guttural scream of disbelief from a dwarven figure. The question hangs heavy. Could this truly be another abduction? Far below the surface, nestled deep within the earth, lies the Wolfener dwarven underground city. A sprawling metropolis carved from stone, now echoing with unseen events. Amidst the chaos, the dwarven figure, armored and resolute, reacts with a surge of raw energy. His expression hardens, a fierce determination settling upon his features as he realizes his fate is now scheduled. He is to be kidnapped by a rogue demon king. The demon king's formidable stats flash across a holographic display, showcasing his immense power and various attributes. The journey leads to Wolfener, the ancient city of dwarves. Nestled amidst towering peaks, the sprawling dwarven metropolis gleams under the light, its intricate architecture a testament to its industrious inhabitants. Having fought countless dwarves on his path to this very place, he now steps into their city for the very first time. His search for a craftsman brings him to the Midnight Inn, where he admits his purpose, yet confesses his lack of direction in this unfamiliar land. Turning to a burly figure, he inquires about the most renowned blacksmith in the city, hoping for guidance from Lozier Friedrich. He listens intently as the dwarf, Lozier Friedrich, speaks of his people's honor, claiming he would do whatever heroes asked of him. Acknowledging the truth in his words, he receives instructions to head into the city's interior, where a massive hole awaits, a deep chasm opening up with a resounding thud. This descent, he learns, is no simple drop. It's a two-step security method that cannot be bypassed, requiring an ID check on the lift before granting access to a desired floor. Approaching the edge, he taps a metal railing, contemplating the journey ahead. With a soft whoosh, he begins his descent into the illuminated depths. The air hums around him as he falls with incredible speed. His cloak billows behind him, a dark streak against the light as he continues his rapid descent, the impact of his movement echoing with a crash. The instructions are clear. He must head to the longest floor and the deepest room, a journey into the very heart of the dwarven city. Finally, with a soft thud, he arrives in the cavernous darkness, ready to proceed. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the cavernous space as he finally arrives. This must be the place Lozier Friedrich spoke of, where the city's finest blacksmith could be found. The air hums with the heat of a roaring forge, sparks dancing like fireflies in the dim light. He walks deeper into the workshop, the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil growing louder with each step. There, amidst the inferno, stands Lozier Friedrich, the legendary dwarven blacksmith, his powerful form silhouetted against the molten glow. His mastery of metallurgy is undeniable, a true dwarf in every sense of the word. Observing the craftsman, Burge wonders, is this truly the best blacksmith in the city? A mischievous thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he could simply abduct him quietly. Lozier Friedrich, his eyes shielded by protective goggles, worked with intense focus at his forge. With a powerful swing, his hammer descended, striking the metal with a burst of incandescent sparks. But the impact unleashed more than just sparks. A sudden, searing wave of fiery energy erupted, engulfing Burge Diaz and forcing him to recoil. The flames intensified, swirling with an almost sentient ferocity. Lozier, seemingly unfazed, continued his work, while Burge's mind raced, sensing a faint, unsettling demonic energy emanating from the dwarf's craft. The demon king was thrown back further, the heat scorching his skin, as a chilling question formed in his thoughts. Could this dwarf be something more than he appeared? The inferno raged around him, his face contorted in a mix of shock and pain. A concentrated burst of the fiery power slammed into him, sending shockwaves through the air. He was violently propelled backward, the sheer force of the dwarf's power undeniable. He stares at the dwarf, a chilling realization dawning on him, wondering how a brilliant mind like Lozier could act this way on his graduation day. As Lozier stands defiant, his form wreathed in crackling, fiery energy. The dwarf proclaims, "Yes, I'm a hero. I'm Lozier Friedrich, the blacksmith who contains the power of heroes." Enraged by the declaration, Burge's eyes glow crimson as he challenges, "How dare you enter the land of the dwarves, demon?" He threatens Lozier, asserting that for all his talk, he will not leave this city alive. Lozier merely smirks, dismissing the threat with a casual, "You're pretty weak. Also, I'm not a demon." Burge's form flares with a dark aura as he retorts, "I'm a demon king." Before Lozier can react, an invisible force slams into him, sending the dwarf reeling backward with a pained grunt. The ground shatters from a powerful, unseen impact, sending debris flying and leaving a deep crater. Two dwarven guards, startled by the sudden noise, look around in confusion, wondering what caused such a commotion, only to realize Lozier is gone. Smoke billows from the impact site near the formidable dwarven stronghold, a testament to the power unleashed. The guards' confusion turns to alarm as they shout, realizing an intruder has abducted Lozier and ordering all exits to be blocked immediately. From above, the sprawling dwarven facility is visible as orders echo to search every corner thoroughly. Meanwhile, a gloved hand, clutching a small, red gem, moves through the darkness, the abductor confident they haven't gotten far. Burge Diaz stands over an unconscious Lozier Friedrich, his voice a low threat, warning him to make no sound, while internally questioning his own strength and contemplating the 13th princess. He clenches his jaw, a single word echoing in his mind. Lies. He recalls the whispers of the past, the knowledge that only Draxen could overcome his own understanding, a contingency for emergencies, his expression hardening with resolve. As he moves through the shadows, a deeper truth surfaces within him, a quiet correction to the title he bears, Demon King. No, I am the princess. A wave of frustration washes over him, the bitter realization of his current predicament fueling his internal lament. Damn it. The reason I've been living a quiet life is precisely because I'm too weak to fight Demon Knight. His eyes narrow, a mix of pain and defiance etched on his face as he questions the cruel hand of fate. Why did it have to happen to me? With a smirk, he addresses the unconscious dwarven hero, Lozier Friedrich, whose current state is noted as weak, a taunt escaping his lips. It looks like you have no idea. Then how about this? Still carrying the unconscious Lozier Friedrich, Burge Diaz plots his next move, a sinister thought forming in his mind. He would kidnap the princess and then let her go. He muses on the irony, imagining a rumor spreading that the selfish hero sold the princess's leg for his own life, a thought punctuated by a heavy, internal sigh. A low, chilling chuckle escapes him as he considers the chaos such a tale would sow among the other dwarves. But the internal struggle is palpable, a desperate cry of agony and refusal echoing within his mind, unable to fully commit to the dark path. His frustration boils over, a furious roar escaping him as he curses the vile and evil creature that has forced him into this predicament. He laments his perceived weakness, knowing that everyone already believes him to be frail, and that a fabricated rumor would only solidify that image. The weight of his potential fate crushes him, a desperate thought that he's destined to be tortured for the rest of his life. Turning his attention to the still unconscious Lozier, he offers a chilling choice. Either sell out the princess or come with him willingly. He mutters to himself, acknowledging his intention to betray the princess, but also his profound fear of the torture that awaits him. Lozier's eyes snap open, his mind racing, as he considers the implications of the Demon King's standards, which for him are practically a sacred faith. He knows there's simply no way the Demon King would ever break a vow made to it. A fierce determination settles on his face. In that case, he declares, his voice ringing with conviction. Let's head to the underground passage, Demon King. A faint glow emanates from him, as if a new resolve has ignited within. What's with that face? He mutters, a hint of disgust in his tone. You make me sick. Their journey leads them to a towering, intricate structure of pipes and machinery, a massive industrial complex rising into the sky. Beyond it, an ancient, ruined archway stands guarded by silent, armored figures wielding axes. A young woman's eyes widen in alarm, her thoughts consumed by the name, Lozier. She demands to know, where did he go while making me wait? This is Louise Werft, the princess of the Dwarven Kingdom. A subordinate nervously explains, you see, Your Highness, we believe he's been kidnapped. Louise's face contorts in anger, as she snaps, shut your mouth. He's a hero too. Her voice rising in disbelief. How does it make sense for a hero to be kidnapped? The subordinate attempts to clarify. He may be a hero, but he's also a blacksmith. That's why he's not good at fighting. A powerful red aura flares around the princess as she roars. Shut it and go find that damn kidnapper. Her command echoes. Bring him to me now. To which her subordinates immediately respond. Yes, Your Highness. She continues her furious decree. Her fist clenching, radiating a fierce, golden light. As she vows to tear off the heads of anyone who fails to retrieve him, her subordinates immediately affirming her command. Deep within Lozier's secret passage, Burge illuminates the way with a glowing orb. Observing the dwarf ahead of him struggling to squeeze through the tight confines. Impatience etched on his face, he demands to know how much longer he must endure the sight, to which Lozier replies that the passage simply cannot be helped, as it is far too narrow. We're almost there, so hold on. Lozier Friedrich reassures, navigating the cramped, hidden passage, but Burge Diaz, impatient, urges him to move quickly. Suddenly, the dwarf stumbles, falling to his knees with a heavy thud, as Burge looms over him. Looking up with a desperate expression, Lozier declares, this is where my role ends. He insists that he has shown the Demon King the hidden road and passage, and now Burge is on his own. A dark purple aura flares around Burge, his crimson eyes glowing as he asks, what nonsense are you saying? Lozier, trembling, tries to remind him of a vow made on dwarven standards, a promise of safety if he helped. Burge dismisses the very idea, calling it garbage and stating he doesn't give a damn about it. A chilling, predatory smile spreads across the Demon King's face, his aura crackling with dark energy. Lozier screams in pure terror, realizing the true nature of the being before him. Burge Diaz looms over the cowering dwarf, a dark, ethereal energy swirling around his outstretched hand as he coldly asks what he should do with him. Lozier Friedrich, sprawled on the ground, is consumed by regret, wishing he had simply sold out the princess instead of getting into this predicament. Desperate to prove his worth, he mentally pleads his case, asserting his unmatched skill in metallurgy and his ability to craft any weapon imaginable. The Demon King's voice cuts through his thoughts, challenging him to choose between the path of a hero or the submission to a Demon King. Still on the ground, the dwarf tries to steel his resolve, telling himself there's nothing to be nervous about and offering his services for Burge's convenience. His desperation growing. He even considers becoming a mere lackey, prioritizing his own survival above all else. Burge Diaz, observing the dwarf's frantic pleas, offers a chilling ultimatum: swear allegiance, and mercy will be granted. Without hesitation, Lozier Friedrich prostrates himself, profusely thanking the Demon King for his supposed benevolence. Yet, even as he bows, a treacherous thought forms in his mind, mocking the Demon King for believing he would truly obey. Lozier Friedrich's voice rings out with a fierce refusal, declaring his preference for death over serving as a spy. And he vows that his captor will regret letting him go for the rest of his life. He challenges the Demon King directly, a chilling laugh echoing his defiance. The air shimmers with faint magical particles. As Lozier now sits calmly, a small blue butterfly resting gently on his hand. The scene shifts to the 4th floor of Burge's tower, where Burge Diaz stands observing the seated dwarf, Lozier, while the 13th princess watches from nearby. Burge's voice cutting through the air as he questions the dwarf's presence, demanding silence from him. An unseen subordinate attempts to report, but Burge dismisses them, his focus solely on the unexpected arrival of the dwarf. Lozier Friedrich finds himself on the cold floor, his vision still hazy as he looks up at the imposing figure of the Demon King and one of his subordinates. Burge Diaz looms over him, a question hanging in the air. Did you really think you had me, hero? Lozier's mind flashes back to a promise, a desperate plea. You said you'd let me go. The Demon King's voice cuts through his thoughts, denying any such agreement. I never said that. Lozier's internal protest continues. You clearly said you'd let me go back, and you said you'd let me live. Then how did I end up here? Burge's explanation is blunt and devoid of remorse. I knocked you out, and I carried you here. He justifies his actions with cold logic. It's only the natural course of action, since I don't know what you might do. A guttural sound escapes Lozier, a mix of disbelief and dark amusement. Ha ha! His laughter grows, echoing with a strange, unsettling mirth, a booming peal of maniacal laughter. The sound erupts into a full, booming peal of maniacal laughter. The maniacal laughter of the dwarf echoes, a chilling sound that seems to bubble up from deep within him. It reverberates with an almost physical force. As Lozier Friedrich sits on the grass, still consumed by his mirth, while Burge Diaz and the 13th princess stand nearby, observing him. The laughter continues, until Burge's calm voice cuts through the air, asking, Are you truly that happy? A subtle, knowing smile plays on his lips. As he finishes his thought, to be my subordinate? Without hesitation, Lozier's voice rings out. Yes, of course. His face, still contorted in a wide, unsettling grin, confirms his answer. His maniacal laughter echoes through the chamber, a chilling sound as he declares his absolute happiness. Burge Diaz, observing the dwarf's fervor, nods approvingly, remarking that such a mindset is excellent before assigning him a new mission. From a distance, the 13th princess watches the exchange, a worried expression on her face as she wonders what exactly this new task could entail. The mission's first directive is clear: to install a large number of cannons on the 1st floor, a task that seems to pulse with ominous energy. A sinister smirk spreads across Burge Diaz's face, his crimson eyes glowing with dark intent. As the true, terrifying purpose of the cannons is revealed, to destroy the heroes. High above the city, bathed in the soft glow of the moon, stood the formidable hero's journey preparation station, where a green-haired man observed a holographic display, musing aloud that the new heroes weren't as formidable as the legendary Black Flames. These new recruits, he considered, were heavily reliant on the station's advanced equipment, and rumors circulated that their perceived weakness stemmed from a deep-seated fear. He noted that they hadn't yet lost their killing intent. But without true conviction, they would gain nothing from their journey, neither honor nor wealth. A black-haired man, standing nearby, added that eventually, they would simply lose interest and the heroes would never truly grow. The green-haired observer nodded slowly, acknowledging the grim assessment. As the green-haired man departs, observers note that he is wearing the heroes, not resorting to sending demonic monsters, a testament to this Demon King's profound understanding of human nature. His unusual approach continues to be a topic of discussion, as this Demon King's knowledge of human nature is truly remarkable. As he walks away from the grand entrance of the station, the question lingers: has there ever been a Demon King quite like him? His footsteps echoing, one observer expresses a quiet relief, glad that the green-haired man is not part of their own swarm. Meanwhile, a black-haired man with striking orange eyes smiles, confirming his own relief. He is glad the green-haired man is not his swarm. Holding a glowing red gem, he issues a command, declaring that he doesn't care how they are removed, only that his single condition is met. Nearby, a small armored figure inspects a trap, realizing with a hint of frustration that a trap without a mana stone simply won't work on the heroes. He dismisses the concern, stating that figuring out such problems is their job. While the dimensional rift pulses with an eerie blue light, revealing shadowy figures whose ability to use mana is outstanding. The small armored figure, still frustrated, laments the need for mana stones to create effective traps, knowing the heroes will find a way around them regardless. Burge Diaz, however, remains confident, asserting that he brought the best blacksmith with him, and if that was a mistake, he would simply have to bring someone else. A flicker of thought crosses his mind, barely a hundredth of a second, as purple mana crackles around his hand. The armored figure, still confused, questions his master's words. Burge Diaz then reveals the glowing red gem in his hand, explaining that he invented a magical tool capable of hiding all traces of mana. Lozier Friedrich, the blacksmith, interjects, admitting he left the crucial mana-hiding tool in his workshop, but now. Burge Diaz stares at him, questioning if that is truly the only excuse he could think of to escape his responsibility. As a dark, purple aura emanates from his hand, Burge Diaz looms over the terrified blacksmith, who desperately denies his mistake. Burge's voice remains calm, yet chilling, as he states his conditional trust. Lozier, still trembling, can only stammer a question about the device now encircling his neck. With a cold smile, Burge explains the tool's true purpose, a magical device capable of separating a head from its body, which he can activate with a mere flick of his wrist. Lozier's terror is palpable as Burge grips him by the collar, his face contorted in a silent scream. Burge's warning is clear. If Lozier attempts to remove the device, it will be considered an act of escape, with dire consequences. Still holding the terrified blacksmith, Burge presents the glowing red orb, the very tool Lozier had forgotten. With his point made, Burge simply commands him to go, and Lozier, utterly defeated, immediately complies. Following this confrontation, Burge Diaz embarks on a journey across several kingdoms, meticulously gathering the necessary supplies and monster materials for his grand scheme. After his encounter, Burge Diaz spent roughly a month, diligently gathering all the necessary materials. Once acquired, he meticulously stored them all within his subspace pocket. With his preparations complete, he then made his way to Wolfner. Deep within the dwarven mines, Burge, accompanied by a dwarf, began to methodically break apart a massive rock formation. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered under their combined efforts. His work continued, as he delved deeper into the tunnels alongside the diligent dwarf. Meanwhile, a frustrated voice echoed, demanding to know why, after a month and a half, the target still hadn't been found. The 13th princess, Hildren, her face contorted in anger, berated her subordinates for their sheer incompetence, questioning how much longer she had to endure their failures. Standing in a mine tunnel, she listened as a dwarven blacksmith explained that the smiths had dug too many tunnels, making the investigation of each and every one of them a daunting task. Her subordinates, a group of armored figures, continue their search, though the thought lingers that it's highly unlikely their target would still be present. The 13th princess, Hildren, her face contorted in fury, snaps back, "Of course they have." Her voice rising in a furious crescendo, she declares them stupid for remaining, convinced he has been kidnapped. Turning to two dwarven figures, her expression hardening into a terrifying ultimatum, she grants them precisely 2 more hours to find the kidnapper, or they will face death. The dwarves and guards, visibly shaken, scramble to obey, promising to find their target. As a vibrant red aura flares around her hand, the princess commands them to fill all the tunnels the blacksmiths created. From above, her power radiates outwards in crimson waves, a palpable pressure filling the circular chamber as her subordinates scatter before her might. With renewed urgency, the armored figures respond in unison. "Yes, ma'am. Right away." A faint hum lingers in the air, a testament to the princess's lingering power and the sudden, desperate activity. She stares down at the shattered remnants of what appears to be a magical construct, her expression a mix of frustration and despair. A quiet thought escapes her, that this should have been her weapon, now lying in pieces. Her gaze falls upon a simple pin on the ground, a creation of Lozier, made before his sudden disappearance. As a crimson aura begins to emanate from her, her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, she whispers a desperate plea for Lozier to still be alive. Her gaze intensifies, a golden, skeletal hand briefly visible behind her as she declares, "He cannot die until her weapon is complete." A sharp, focused sound accompanies her unwavering determination, her resolve hardening with each passing moment. Her glowing eyes fixed on an unseen point, ready to act. As if in response to her powerful emotions, delicate petals drift through the air, a stark contrast to the fury she now embodies. Deep within a hidden passage, Lozier Friedrich looks up, realizing he's stumbled upon one of his own secret tunnels, a place only he should know about. The thought echoes in his mind, wondering if this means someone else is here, someone who knows his hidden paths. Meanwhile, the 13th princess, her hair now a striking red-orange hue, gazes with an intense, focused expression. A single word escapes her lips, a question filled with urgency. "Lozier." She stands tall on a raised platform, looking down at the dwarf, who lies amidst the debris of what was once a formidable barrier. The scene is one of devastation, a testament to unyielding black steel and power beyond recognition, as Lozier, barely conscious, whispers, "Princess?" His eyes widen in disbelief, a soft groan escaping him as he struggles to comprehend the sight before him. Suddenly, a golden skeletal hand emerges, its presence accompanied by a chilling, mocking laugh, as if questioning the very nature of this confrontation. "You bastard, you came back all right." The princess's eyes glowed crimson, her hair a fiery red as she accused him. So you went into hiding because you didn't want to make my weapon? Lozier looked up, startled, as she continued. Is that it, Lozier? He stammered. It's a misunderstanding. But she dismissed his plea, her voice sharp with outrage. A misunderstanding? No, I don't think I misunderstood anything at all. How dare you insult me, the princess? Golden magical energy erupted from her, seizing Lozier, as she declared, from now on, you're going to make my weapons for the rest of your life. She held him captive, her power flaring, adding, but before that, I'm going to punish you for running away. Lozier shrieked, H-heek, spare me. Suddenly, a powerful burst of purple energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the tunnel. The force of the impact sends Lozier Friedrich flying backward, crashing hard against a distant wall. Her crimson eyes blazing and fiery red hair flowing. The princess demands, who are you? She takes a forceful step forward, her boot striking the ground with authority. Even as Lozier groans in pain on the ground, the princess's voice cuts through the air. Lozier, get the equipment you need. A glowing purple interface materializes, revealing a critical system alert. Fate recognition interfering man in operation. Her fury mounting, she repeats her demand. Who the hell are you? Her face contorted with pure wrath, the princess's magical energy surges, her eyes glowing with an even more intense crimson light. Golden energy crackles around her hand as she directs her question at the unseen presence. Why are you helping that despicable dwarf? From a small, stylized image, a voice declares, I'm the master of the dungeon you were extorting. Nonsense. The princess, her hair a fiery red, unleashes a furious assault, golden energy swirling around her as she screams that he is her slave, destined to forge her weapons forever. The interfering man stands firm, his dark form a stark contrast to her radiant fury. She presses her attack, demanding to know who he is to take Lozier from her. Her golden-infused strike connects, impacting his arm with explosive force. His eyes, now glowing crimson, narrow with cold intensity. Then, a surge of dark purple energy erupts from him, lashing out in a devastating counterattack. The potent magical force expands, engulfing everything in its path. With a surge of golden energy, the princess lunges forward, her hand glowing brightly as she unleashes a swift attack. The interfering man's eyes widen in surprise, registering the sudden, fierce assault. Her golden strike connects, shattering the air with a powerful impact. Still wreathed in her radiant aura, she presses her advantage, continuing the relentless assault. But before her next blow can land, Log retaliates, a chilling blue energy erupting from his hand as he declares, It's your turn now, Log. The blue energy engulfs the princess, her golden aura flickering against the sudden, dark force. The impact ripples through her, a wave of pain distorting her features. She is completely consumed by the expanding blue blast, her form disappearing within its destructive power. The blue energy intensifies, pulsating with raw, uncontrolled force. Held aloft by a powerful grip, the princess struggles, her face contorted in distress. This is Louise Werft, the Dwarven Kingdom's second princess, a woman exceptionally strong, even if not a hero. Before his regression, she was among the strongest. Far stronger than she is now, strong enough that he could have easily killed her soldiers. He considers her before she gets the chance to grow, though he knows it would require all his strength and demonic energy, for he is not as strong as he was before his regression. Still, he muses, since he has used his power, she now knows he is a demon king. A surge of blue energy erupts, echoing the raw power of his thoughts. Burge Diaz moves with lethal precision, his blade a blur. Standing over a defeated mechanical foe, a sigh escaping him as he notes the lingering fight. Below, the intricate Mana's Phantom, a spherical device humming with blue energy and gears, stands as a testament to dwarven craftsmanship. Burge Diaz observes the device, created by Lozier Friedrich, noting its ability to hide mana traces and its extremely large size, while a small, red crab-like creature lurks below. His eyes ignite with a crimson glow, a potent purple aura flaring around him as he challenges his opponent, demanding a swift end to the confrontation. With renewed determination, he vows to accelerate his pace, ready to unleash his full power. But the small crab-like creature, now radiating an aggressive orange energy, defies his expectations, questioning his assumption of control. A sudden movement from behind catches him off guard, the creature lunging unexpectedly. He reacts instantly, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, acknowledging the need to wrap up the fight with more urgency. He struggles to maintain his composure, unsure how much longer he can last without his full strength and demonic energy. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates through the air, striking him with a burst of glowing purple and yellow energy that sends him recoiling. The force of the blow continues to push him back. As a small, crab-like creature, emanating a fierce red-orange aura, declares its intent, while Lozier Friedrich watches on, surprised. Enraged, Burge Diaz's eyes glow crimson as he snarls a threat, accusing Lozier of sounding just like a demon king. He then demands that the second princess of the dwarves give up, vowing to take her blood and all her equipment. A small, spherical object tumbles rapidly through a complex array of gears and machinery. before a hand swiftly intercepts it, dismantling the device with practiced ease. The voice declares the task complete. Meanwhile, a blinding surge of yellow and blue energy erupts with immense force. As Burge Diaz, engulfed in a fiery aura, defiantly challenges his unseen foes, refusing to be easily defeated. Amidst the chaos, a crucial opportunity presents itself. And logs sharp red-eye arrows, focusing with deadly intent. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful, swift kick to the small, crab-like creature. The impact generating a massive concussive force that reverberates through the surrounding rubble. Debris explodes outwards, marked by a glowing orange-red ring of energy. Log unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, his voice cutting through the chaos. This is the end. He then manipulates the very fabric of reality, creating a subspace pocket to amplify the destructive force, urging his target to move out of the way. The concentrated blast slams into Burge Diaz, who defiantly declares the attack useless. Yet the sheer power shatters his form, sending him hurtling backward through the air. From a distance, the 13th princess watches the unfolding battle with growing alarm, demanding to know, what's going on? She berates her slow-moving guards. You slowpokes. As her frustration mounts, crying out, are you going to get here after I'm dead? Meanwhile, Lozier Friedrich has made his escape, prompting a frantic chase through the crumbling environment. While Burge Diaz continues to absorb the devastating impact of the subspace attack. A powerful explosion rips through the area, sending debris and dust flying with a distinct whirring sound. Amidst the chaos, the 13th princess wonders if the tunnel has been blocked, her thoughts betraying a growing impatience. A hint of annoyance crosses her face as she muses, wondering if Lozier Friedrich truly intended to make her work harder. But her expression quickly shifts, a sinister smile spreading across her lips as her eyes begin to glow crimson, finding Lozier's actions, how very interesting. With chilling resolve, she declares she will personally search for him, even if it means scouring the entire continent. A dark, triumphant laugh escapes her, her glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target. Surrounded by a dark, swirling aura, she promises to make him regret his actions today. Her glowing eye narrows, focusing on the name, Log. Gur. A tattered figure lies discarded, its dark clothing blending with the debris of a ruined chamber. While nearby, a massive, intricate magical device pulses with an ominous red glow, humming with latent power. From a platform above, several figures observe the glowing mechanism on the first floor of Burge's tower. Among them the 13th princess, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension at its sheer scale. Wow, it's huge, she exclaims. This formidable device is a magical tool, designed with one purpose, to stop the heroes. As Burge Diaz approaches the glowing mechanism, he issues a chilling command. That was part. Activated. The Demon King's crimson eyes gleam with dark intent, sending shivers of terror through the onlookers as they realize the gravity of his words. Oh, Demon King, never. Activate. A powerful blue energy swirls and expands, emanating from the activated device. The surge of power intensifies, causing a palpable pressure that makes the air crackle. As the light grows blindingly bright, Log stands before it, his form silhouetted against the intense glow. The sheer brilliance of the activation is overwhelming, forcing a reaction from him as he acknowledges its intensity. A system message appears, confirming the tower's recognition of a mana's phantom, and that synchronization requires 10,000 points. Another message prompts a choice to synchronize with the tower and its function, presenting a critical decision. Log stands resolute, observing the holographic interface before him, his expression unreadable as he processes the information. He decides to take matters into his own hands, declaring his intent to confirm the situation personally. His red eyes gleam with determination, reflecting the intense magical energy surrounding him. As the tower's energy surged, Log watched his accumulated points rapidly diminish. While a system message confirmed the mana's phantom now recognized Demon King Burge Diaz as its master. The tower's very power source was completely converting from pure mana to demonic energy. Log stared in disbelief, denying any involvement, unable to fathom how a tower could merge with a being. I didn't do it, he exclaimed. I never imagined merging with a tower was even possible. From the swirling energy, a monstrous, shadowy form of Burge Diaz manifested, his voice echoing the system's revelation. And the power source of mana is demonic energy, he boomed. This is the director of the century, Demon King. Even the creator doesn't know. Meanwhile, the 13th princess stood before the tower, an unseen voice urging her to try any spell. With a look of resignation, she agreed, while Lozier Friedrich watched the unfolding chaos from behind. Yes, whatever you want, she conceded. A swirling vortex of raw power erupted from the tower, a hand reaching out as a voice declared its absolute will. Okay, whatever I want it is. Lozier Friedrich threw his hands up in despair, lamenting his recent cleaning efforts as the tower underwent its chaotic transformation. I just cleaned the tower. No. Log cries out, attempting to halt the swirling vortex of energy before him, knowing that normally, a spell of this magnitude cast within the tower should be easily detectable, even from the outside. Yet, as he stands amidst the strange, snowy interior, He can't see anything inside, nor can he feel a single presence. He wonders if this is merely one of the tower's organized phantoms, a mere illusion. But the thought quickly shifts to the implications of manipulating the tower in this altered state, a dangerous proposition. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Burge Diaz's feet cracks and glows with an ominous purple energy, confirming his full, demonic manifestation. The tower, once a beacon of magical study, now stands stark and cold amidst a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy ripples through the air, distorting the very fabric of reality around the structure. Log, observing from a distance, feels the immense power radiating from the tower, a dark purple aura now clinging to his form as he watches the unfolding chaos. With a deafening roar, the entire structure seems to implode, vanishing from existence in a blinding flash of light. As the light fades, a lone figure plummets from the sky, a casualty of the tower's sudden disappearance, falling rapidly towards the frozen earth below. The snowy expanse is left scarred by the event, a lingering, ominous energy hanging heavy in the air. Then, a hand, dark and clawed, crackles with malevolent purple energy, asserting its dominion over the newly transformed space. The tower reappears, but it is no longer the same. A monstrous, Gothic edifice now stands, pulsating with dark purple light, with Burge Diaz himself a small, imposing figure at its base. Log stares, a single thought forming in his mind. He can now ride the tower as he wishes. Log considers the immense difficulty of seizing the transformed tower, yet he remains puzzled by how easily Burge Diaz accomplished it. He acknowledges that while using its full power might be challenging at this moment, it will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. As he subtly manipulates a small orb of purple energy, he mentally taunts the Demon King, claiming just a tiny fraction of his power. Suddenly, an old man with a booming voice interrupts the silence, exclaiming with fervent excitement about tearing apart some device. He continues, his voice filled with awe and disbelief, declaring that such a phenomenon has never been seen in all of history and demanding to examine this historic discovery. Log observes the man's intense reaction, internally noting that he sounds like a Demon King in a fight. He agrees to the terms, stating that if the trap successfully eliminates the heroes on the first floor, he will allow Burge Diaz to do whatever he wishes. Meanwhile, a monstrous, armored figure with glowing eyes bellows an order, commanding its forces to sweep away the crafty heroes. From his opulent throne, Burge Diaz, observing the monster's progress on a large screen, turns to the princess beside him with a request of his own. Later, standing with Log, the princess listens intently. The directive is clear. They are to confront the heroes who reach the fourth floor. Log questions the order, asking if he truly expects them to fight the heroes, while the princess reminds him of her royal status. She ponders the implications, wondering if it means betraying her own royal family, a thought she quickly dismisses as impossible. Log, however, considers her words, his mind racing as he dismisses the idea of betrayal, sensing something else at play. With a subtle glow in her eyes, the princess contemplates her own abilities, musing over what powers, like fire or water, she might wield in such a confrontation. As she considers her magical abilities, the princess dismisses the thought, knowing she must focus on the task at hand, the heroes who plot against them. Log then instructs her to simply reveal her true nature to them, making it clear she is an enemy. Burge Diaz's voice echoes, promising that if the mission succeeds, he will grant her desires once more. However, the princess, with a thoughtful expression, interjects, stating she has a condition. She demands to be introduced not as a princess, but as a subordinate, a request that is met with a simple, "Fine, I agree." Log's expression shifts slightly, surprised by her terms, while the princess muses that such a simple request should be easy to fulfill. Internally, she questions her approach to the heroes, wondering if she should fight them directly, or perhaps use her charm, a skill in which she holds great confidence. As they walk, Log quickly dismisses her idea of seduction, reminding her that the heroes will simply obey his commands, to which she responds with a simple, understanding, "Oh, okay." The two continue their journey down a long, empty corridor, their figures growing smaller with each step. With preparations complete, the number of heroes would be significantly reduced, especially with the addition of mana cannons. Observing a holographic map of the third floor, Log noted the current hero count, which already exceeded 200. Even with the overwhelming numbers, he knew it was still far from enough to achieve his goals. He considered the possibility that even with the mana cannons, they might only eliminate half the heroes, leaving too many to contend with. A determined glint in his eye, he wondered if he simply had to become stronger until the very end. His hand held a glowing purple crystal, a hyalinth, an ice/water elemental spirit flower, which was strongly contaminated by demonic energy. Spirit blossoms, particularly those infused with demonic energy, were especially appealing to demons, and he knew he would have to gather more. The scene shifted, revealing a vast, cloudy sky, before settling on a snowy mountain range where the princess, exhilarated by the cold air, let out a joyful cry, while Log reminded her that they were running out of time. The vast, snow-covered peaks of a new region stretched out before them, a solitary, dark tower piercing the distant sky. Yet, As they traversed the pristine white landscape, a voice echoed with disappointment, confirming their search had yielded nothing. He continued his methodical sweep of the area, while the 13th princess, seemingly unfazed by the cold, walked beside him, small blue particles of energy dancing around her. Suddenly, a strange sensation prickled at Log's awareness, a faint energetic emission that made him pause and look around. Before he could fully process it, the princess, drawn by the same subtle magic, reached out to a small, glowing blue spirit that had materialized before them. The ephemeral entity vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving Log to glance back, a hint of unease in his expression. His unease was immediately justified as a monstrous roar ripped through the air, and a hulking, white-furred beast with a blue, mask-like face lunged from the snowy depths. Its braided fur and powerful physique spoke of raw, untamed strength, a formidable opponent emerging from the desolate landscape. Without hesitation, Log met the charge, a crimson aura flaring around him as he scoffed. Works again. You're the bottom sack of them. From the snowy ground, a low growl emanates, as a small, white-furred creature, the chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe, kneels in supplication. With head bowed, the chieftain addresses the cloaked figure, proclaiming, "I, the chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe, greet you, Demon King." A crimson aura pulses around Log, who stands silently, observing the kneeling creature, as the chieftain continues, "Please accept our tribe as your kin." A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air, as more members of the Blue Frost tribe emerge from the snowy landscape, joining their chieftain in a collective plea, their voices echoing the same desperate request, "Please accept us as your kin." Log remains unmoving, his red aura still radiating power, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of kneeling figures. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he finally speaks, questioning, "You want me to take you in as my kin?" His expression then shifts to one of deep contemplation, his mind processing the unexpected plea. He recalls the ancient betrayal, musing, "Our ancestors are demons who betrayed the demon realm, since we bear that original sin." He stands before the kneeling beast folk, their chieftain still imploring him to accept their service as Demon King. Cutting them off, he declares, "Enough. Save the sweet talk." His hand glows with a faint red aura, a silent acknowledgement that in the end, they only wish to become a Demon King's kin. The chieftain, however, persists, arguing that they are better suited for serving enemies than spirit blossoms. His resolve hardening, he challenges, "Bring it." Meanwhile, a small, ornate box, filled with an array of glowing crystals and artifacts, sits open, revealing its treasures. Observing the contents alongside the princess, Log remarks, "So that's why you didn't find these." He muses on the chieftain's surprisingly fluent speech and perfect manners, noting his unusual eloquence for a true orc. The chieftain, looking up, explains that to survive in this harsh land, their tribe valued wisdom more. The Blue Frost tribe, a collection of smaller beast folk, stood in the snowy expanse, their chieftain having just declared their people valued wisdom more than strength. From above, Log looked down at the chieftain, questioning his sincerity, asking if he truly sought him out to become stronger, or if it was merely a lack of his own power that drove him. The chieftain, his red eyes burning with resolve, met Log's gaze with unwavering determination. A faint smirk played on Log's lips as he considered the chieftain's words, musing on the concept of wisdom over strength. Then, a powerful red aura erupted from him, glowing magical symbols swirling around his form as he declared, "I like you." The swirling energy intensified, the intricate symbols pulsing with raw power, as he added, "Very well." The sheer pressure of his aura caused the chieftain, Krutu, to recoil, red energy lines tracing his form as Log's glowing hand extended. "But I'll only take you in, Krutu." The red energy continued to emanate, extending downwards with an audible surge, culminating in a stylized dragon-like symbol as he issued his command, "Regain the snowfield and grow your tribe for my sake." As Log's words echo, promising rewards greater than mere strength and an eternal future for his people, the Blue Frost chieftain, Krutu, feels a surge of power, his very being now bound as the Demon King's hen. From a distance, Log and the princess observe the chieftain's transformation, as Krutu's grateful cry of "thank you" echoes across the snowy plains. Following their chieftain's lead, the entire Blue Frost tribe bows in unison, their collective voices rising in a powerful vow. "We will devote our loyalty to you, Demon King." High in the formidable Bergwist Mountains, home to the ancient Frost tribes, stood the ominous structure known as Burge Tower, now operating at full force. Outside its formidable walls, a vast army had gathered, the Pearl Orc Legion, ready for deployment. These hulking figures, clad in fur and wielding crude weapons, awaited their command amidst the snow-covered peaks. Inside the tower, on its first floor, Lozier oversaw a formidable array of 50 mana cannons, each one a weapon of immense power. His preparations continued higher up, with more armaments positioned on the 4th floor of the tower. Even further up, on the 7th floor, Hildren stood amidst a vibrant, ethereal landscape, her presence a stark contrast to the tower's grim interior. All these elements were coming together, converging on a single moment. Now, from his command throne, Burge Diaz observed the various deployments on his holographic screens, a grim satisfaction settling over him as he realized all the pieces were finally in position. With all his pieces now in place, the Demon King's thoughts turned to those he once called heroes, his crimson eyes burning with resolve as he vows, "I'll repay you for humiliating me in my previous life." Meanwhile, far from the tower, a new group of adventurers traverses a desolate, snow-covered forest, their leader exclaiming with triumph, "We've finally discovered Granada." He adds, his voice firm, "We have, villain." Ahead, the towering, snow-capped mountains are now clearly in sight, marking the destination for the determined group as they press onward through the frozen wilderness, their cloaked figures small against the vast, white expanse. In a desolate, snow-covered landscape, a lone figure stands triumphantly over another, who lies defeated on the cold ground. The grand Holton Walk Hermes Journey Preparation Station stands as a beacon of industry and ambition, its ornate interior reflecting the wealth and prestige of its inhabitants, where a lavish banquet hall awaits a significant gathering. Within this opulent setting, Lozier Friedrich presents a small, glowing object to Milan, declaring it a masterpiece and offering his gratitude. Milan, holding the artifact, acknowledges the praise, as an unseen voice suggests his actions will be etched into history. Lozier, surrounded by other attendees, then urges Milan to deliver a speech, despite Milan's initial hesitation, reminding him that everyone is waiting. Lozier adds that it would also boost morale, prompting Milan to finally agree. A voice booms across the grand hall, drawing all attention as it announces that Milan is ready to deliver his address. As the crowd settles, he stands tall and confident, ready to speak. With a thoughtful gaze, he surveys the assembled dignitaries. He begins his address, greeting the diverse gathering of fellow comrades, heroes, nobles, merchants, scholars, and all others present. Indeed, the long-awaited hero's journey has finally reached its final stretch. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, a dwarf laments that most heroes are only interested in rewards, not the call of duty, which might explain why no monsters have been seen. Another man at the table, eating intently, stresses the importance of remaining vigilant, as they have finally completed their long preparations. Tomorrow is the day they will make the foolish Demon King pay for his arrogance. As the assembly continues, a voice rings out, proclaiming the significance of the kingdom of Hildren's Princess Arein. The crowd roars back in unison, demanding to know their collective identity and purpose. Their voices swell again, challenging the very notion of who truly holds dominion over their world. With a unified surge of conviction, they declare their intent to forcefully remind any who might forget these fundamental truths. The rallying cry reverberates, a singular demand for justice. Hands raised and voices strong, the assembly continues its fervent call for justice. Amidst the passionate declarations, some voices rise in a lighter tone, suggesting a moment for celebration, though a quiet observation notes that only those oblivious to the true atmosphere would act so casually. It is Milan's undeniable popularity that has served as the crucial catalyst, uniting the heroes to this very point. Milan, who had just rescued the princess and the merchant, and soothed the hearts of heroes who had tried to sacrifice themselves, now faces a question from Burge Diaz, wondering why such a brilliant mind would act this way on his graduation day. Yet, Burge Diaz recalls that the last time he saw him, Milan's mind was completely empty. A wave of concern washes over him, as he wonders if the current situation will collapse at this rate, contemplating if he should make the heroes in a capital fight right now. A sudden surge of purple energy flares around him as he recoils from the thought, exclaiming, "No, no, no, what am I thinking?" He realizes the truth. The subjugation succeeding is actually going to set him free. Admonishing himself to get a grip, Burge Diaz, he decides it's best to just wait and report to him. Under the full moon, their journey concludes as they arrive at Holton. As he ascends a grand staircase, Burge Diaz acknowledges the arrival, then issues a stern command. "Once you leave Holton, don't contact me anymore." He continues, reminding himself of other crucial details, like the need to watch the snow when climbing mountains and never letting his guard down at night. And finally, he delivers one last, critical instruction. When they open the tower, stand far from it, he advises, leaving a figure behind him utterly confused by the cryptic warning. A soft click echoes as he finishes speaking, leaving the other man to wonder what just happened. Recognizing the familiar voice, Hildren gasps in surprise. Trying to brush off his sudden appearance, Hildren claims he was just getting some fresh air, though his concern is evident. Burge Diaz, however, offers him a drink, a fruit wine favored by the elves. After a moment of silence, Hildren accepts the gesture. Noticing Hildren's lingering unease, Burge Diaz calmly reveals his true identity, stating that he is, in fact, the Demon King. Burge Diaz, having just revealed his true nature, playfully asks if Hildren is nervous. As Hildren takes a sip of the offered elven fruit wine, he admits his uncertainty, a sudden realization dawning on him. Burge Diaz continues, explaining that even with trust and followers, subjugating a Demon King's tower is an inherently hellish endeavor. The two stand side by side, gazing out at the vast landscape, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Hildren, recalling a past event, questions if Burge Diaz didn't already defeat the Demon King of Lust and absorb his powers. Burge takes another sip of his drink, casually remarking that compared to the Demon King of Lust, a new Demon King should be an easy task. Hildren points out that no one truly knows how he accomplished that feat, to which Burge dismissively asks him not to spread such heroic tales. A thoughtful expression crosses Burge face, his eyes briefly closing in reflection. Hildren then reveals the true reason for his past success, attributing it solely to his brave comrades. Hildren speaks of his comrades, those brave souls who always stand at the forefront, fearlessly taking on the monsters. Declaring his intent to lead the charge, he instructs his allies to protect his flanks. With unwavering confidence, he asserts that their combined strength guarantees victory. A moment of quiet resolve passes over him as he concludes, he will do just that. As the two figures walk away, the fortress itself seems to acknowledge their efforts, its very structure beginning to wear the marks of their actions. Hildren glances back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before affirming once more, he had indeed joined forces with brave comrades. His expression hardens with renewed resolve, his fist clenching in determination. From nearby, Burge's voice cuts through the air, asking Granada the elf to take care of him once more. As morning breaks, a grand, fortified city stands ready, its walls echoing with the fervent anticipation of a momentous occasion. The march of the heroes is finally here. Amidst the cheers of "Stay strong" and "Long live," Hildren, known to many as Granada, leads the charge, his presence inspiring shouts of "Long live Granada" and "Long live Martin" from the eager crowds. His armored form shines brightly, as the people continue to hail him with fervent cries of "Long live Hildren Cargill." The journey soon leads them away from the city's warmth, into the desolate, snow-capped peaks of the Urgest Mountains Gorge. From high above, a long line of figures can be seen, steadily advancing through the harsh, unforgiving terrain. As the march continued through the treacherous Urgest Mountains, Hildren observed the desolate, snow-covered landscape, a sense of unease settling over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, muttering, "I was worried about coming to the Urgest Mountains because I heard it's nothing but monsters. But it's not even showing much, and the weather's clear." A chilling, disembodied laugh echoed through the peaks, as if mocking his words. A blonde-haired soldier marching beside him voiced his own concerns. They said disaster-class monsters were everywhere. Are they hibernating or something? With Hildren here, even the monsters must be scared. Suddenly, a streak of purple energy shot through the air, a harbinger of the danger they had been discussing. The blonde-haired soldier's eyes widened in terror as a splash of noxious purple liquid narrowly missed his face. Then, a horrifying realization dawned on him as he screamed, "Gee ghouls!" Indeed, the cliffs above them were swarming with grotesque figures, their emaciated forms clinging to the rock face. The soldier's face contorted in pure terror as he cried out, "What's with their size?" The eerie silence of the mountains shatters as the ghouls finally reveal themselves, emerging from the icy crevices. Without hesitation, Hildren's voice cuts through the chaos, commanding his units to immediately form a battle formation. His soldiers, though startled, quickly rally, protecting their comrades and holding their ground against the encroaching threat. The narrow gorge offers little room for maneuver, making the situation even more perilous as more ghouls pour in. Assessing the overwhelming numbers, Hildren issues a new command, ordering the knights to cover the mages and initiate a tactical retreat. But before they can fully disengage, a new, terrifying presence emerges at the front, a colossal frost giant, forcing everyone to fall back in a desperate scramble. The creature is a towering, skeletal mass, its form composed of jagged ice and ancient bone, radiating an oppressive cold. Facing the immense foe, Hildren stands firm, his gaze unwavering. He turns to Wharton, his voice resolute, ordering him and the others to evacuate the gorge while he alone confronts the frost giant. As the question of fighting alone hangs in the frigid air, Hildren's resolve hardens. He dismisses any doubt, convinced it will be no problem at all. Suddenly, the air shatters with a chilling force as razor-sharp ice shards erupt from the ground, glowing with an ominous blue light. The icy assault spreads across the desolate gorge, a testament to the colossal power now unleashed. Before he can react, the frost giant's immense form slams into Hildren, sending him hurtling through the air amidst a spray of snow and ice. The monstrous entity looms, its skeletal head and glowing red eyes radiating pure, unadulterated malice. Even after the brutal impact, Hildren's spirit remains unbroken, his mind defiantly asserting that no mere frost giant could possibly be stronger than the Demon King of Lust. The colossal frost giant stands tall, its entire form crackling with an intense blue aura, a chilling beacon of destruction. Its body, a grotesque tapestry of ice and bone, is intricately detailed, each shard and crack glowing with raw, untamed power. Still reeling from the previous blow, he plummets through the frigid air. His body a blur as he descends rapidly towards the colossal frost giant below. Before he can even land, the giant unleashes a devastating icy punch, shattering the very ground with its immense power. The impact sends a shockwave through the frozen landscape. As the towering creature raises its glowing weapon, preparing for a direct strike, the weapon itself crackles with volatile, icy energy. But Hildren, still airborne, swiftly manifests a brilliant blue shield, intercepting the attack with a defiant clang. His eyes narrow with fierce determination, a single, resolute thought burning in his mind. Now. With that, a surge of blue energy erupts from him, striking the frost giant and forcing the colossal creature to recoil. He continues his relentless assault, a vibrant blue energy flaring around him as he moves through the air. His face etched with fierce determination as he shouts, "Now!" His voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate plea for survival. Everybody run. As an explosion of ice and fire erupts behind them, the fleeing figures scream for cover, urging each other to escape the onslaught. The towering form of the frost giant looms in the distance, its icy presence blocking their path, as the desperate cries of "keep on running" echo through the frigid air. Its skeletal face, adorned with jagged ice, turns towards the fleeing masses, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. But before it can unleash another attack, a powerful, blinding explosion slams into its chest, shattering chunks of ice from its formidable frame. A vast, snow-covered landscape stretches out, dotted with distant, indistinct figures moving across the frozen expanse. The air itself seems to hum with a chilling presence, as dozens of ghouls and a frost giant, towering even higher than the surrounding cliffs, make their presence known. Two figures stand amidst the desolate terrain, their breath misting in the frigid air. The elf-like companion turns to Hildren, his expression grave, reminding him that this place is inherently dangerous, a realm where humans are not meant to tread, especially considering the Demon King's immense power, which, despite its magnitude, still results in relatively low casualties. He muses that if it weren't for humans, the damage would have been far worse. He continues, acknowledging that even the most formidable foes have fallen before Hildren, and if it truly is him, there's nothing to worry about. Hildren's companion then affirms his own statement. "Oh, you're right." The elf-like companion looks on, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if contemplating the true extent of Hildren's capabilities. As he surveys the vast, snow-covered expanse, a thought crosses his companion's mind. Hildren might actually be capable of defeating the Demon King. A determined glint in his golden eyes, Hildren presses onward, his resolve unwavering. A sudden, heavy thud echoes through the frigid air, revealing a vast, frozen battlefield teeming with an army, and at its forefront, a towering frost giant. His companion observes the scene, noting that there's no time for rest, while Hildren questions the urgency. The companion then voices a growing unease, sensing something amiss with the enemy's subordinates. Suddenly, a monstrous, horned figure with glowing red eyes appears, its voice booming a chilling welcome to Urgist. Before it sneers down at them, calling them foolish heroes. As Hildren prepares for the inevitable confrontation, his companion, initially hesitant, quickly reassures him, believing they can defeat the new threats in no time. A voice echoes, a command or an observation, to simply watch the snow. A faint, knowing smile plays on Burge Diaz's lips, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Meanwhile, the elf-like companion, standing beside Hildren, looks on with concern, muttering that this isn't what he meant. Burge's internal monologue continues, a cold promise forming in his mind. "Not a single one of you." The monstrous horned creature, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, is the silent recipient of his threat. His voice, now filled with an unyielding resolve, finishes the thought. "We'll reach the tower." Burge's crimson eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light, a chilling smile spreading across his face as his resolve hardens. The biting wind whips through the desolate, snow-covered mountains of Urgist, a stark reminder of the harsh environment. Hildren and his companion stand amidst the swirling snow, their gazes fixed on the unseen threat looming before them. Overwhelmed by the sudden, catastrophic turn of events, an elf-like figure cries out in desperation, questioning how anyone could possibly prepare for such a disaster. A voice, filled with terror and accusation, condemns the Demon King for his apparent madness. Meanwhile, the icy landscape shudders, as a colossal avalanche of snow and ice begins its destructive descent, accompanied by a deafening roar. Indeed, the terrifying wave of frozen earth sweeps over countless tiny figures scrambling desperately below. From a vantage point, the elf-like figure, witnessing the horror, screams a desperate plea for everyone to run. His face contorted in pure anguish, he lets out a raw, terrified scream. Far from the chaos, within a grand, ornate chamber, Burge Diaz stands amidst swirling blue energy, a powerful roar echoing around him. The ground beneath his feet crackles with the same potent force, as the blue energy intensifies. Finally, settled on his imposing throne, Burge Diaz gazes out with a satisfied smirk, a single thought crossing his mind. Once again. Burge Diaz stands in a grand chamber, surrounded by floating blue rectangular panels, extending a formal greeting to unseen individuals. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair clenches his jaw, a menacing smile spreading across his face as he mutters. This time he promises. Milan, seated before a bank of monitors, reflects on his past, specifically his marriage to Granada, as his attention is drawn to a screen displaying the director. He processes urgent reports of pearl orcs triggering an avalanche, their sheer numbers suggesting they are dangerously close, and he knows they cannot save everyone. The first problem, he notes, is the environment itself. The relentless snow. He curses under his breath, realizing the gravity of their situation as they navigate the treacherous, snow-covered mountain pass. Milan decides they must make camp here, waiting for the heroes who were dispatched earlier, as Hildren stands by, listening intently. The second problem emerges from the shadows. A monstrous frost giant looms, and Milan recalls his earlier warning to never let their guard down at night. The moon illuminates the chilling truth. Frost giants and ghouls are also present. The Pearl Orcs are not just attacking. They are actively driving these terrifying monsters directly towards them, a desperate tactic that makes Milan curse their cunning. He stands firm amidst the swirling snow, his voice cutting through the blizzard as he commands, "All personnel, prepare for battle." Meanwhile, the Demon King watches the unfolding chaos, a frustrated growl escaping him. That damn Demon King. Damn it all. Milan, however, is focused on the relentless assault, understanding the grim reality. An avalanche orchestrated by the Demon King, a herd of creatures by night. This pattern repeats endlessly. The Demon King, his hand glowing with power, unleashes another wave, knowing that before long, they will inevitably fall. He grits his teeth, a mixture of frustration and anticipation etched on his face, as he surveys the snowy peaks, observing the dwindling headcount of his enemies. "Why?" he mutters, a question hanging in the frigid air. Far above, the party of heroes, led by Hildren and accompanied by Lozier Friedrich, has finally reached the tallest mountain summit. The Demon King's gaze sweeps across the landscape, a thought forming in his mind. Is the Demon King's tower? His eyes widen slightly as the answer becomes clear. Not here. Still searching for the elusive Demon King's tower, he wonders why such a crucial landmark isn't in a location easily discoverable by heroes. Meanwhile, Hildren's frustration mounts, his voice echoing with disbelief as he questions why it isn't here. The party had made a difficult decision. They split up. One of his companions states, they're going to give up Sir Hildren. Hildren, taken aback, begins to question, "Sir Wharton, what are you?" His expression hardens, as he declares, "I'm sorry, but this matter more." A sharp sound cuts through the air. 6 days later, the journey continues after entering the Urgest Mountains. Deep within the treacherous Urgest Mountains, a towering structure pierces the sky, the ominous silhouette of the Demon King's tower now clearly visible. A voice curses, realizing the enemy has struck a critical point, as a digital display flashes a grim headcount, 256 reduced to a mere 52. Hildren and his remaining companions, the last ones left on the Urgest Mountain, stand ready to fight, one of them declaring their intent to wipe out all foes. Meanwhile, Burge, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, begins a chilling pronouncement, stating a third condition. He continues, warning that when the tower finally opens, everyone must stand far from it. Suddenly, a blinding surge of crackling blue energy erupts, pulsing with raw power. Hildren, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, can only utter a stunned question. His face contorts in shock, golden eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer force unleashed. Burge voice echoes, explaining the necessity of his earlier warning. The immense power would wipe them out in a single, devastating shot. A blinding surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from the Demon King's tower, engulfing the very air around it. The destructive force expanding rapidly, fueled by the dwarf's potent mana. The sheer power is overwhelming, reducing the remaining forces to a mere fraction, as the cannons themselves are obliterated. Watching the devastation unfold, Milan can only wonder if even this immense power isn't enough to stop the threat. Within the tower's crumbling interior, the force strikes Hildren directly, sending him crashing down amidst the debris. Lying broken among the wreckage, he struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of the destruction. Lozier Friedrich, witnessing the chaos, roars in disbelief at the Demon King's unfathomable power. Hildren, his face contorted in agony and shock, realizes that nothing about this situation is normal. Lozier rushes to his side, concern etched on his face, calling out to Sir Hildren and asking if Granada is all right. In a moment seemingly detached from the recent chaos, Lozier Friedrich proudly declares himself the finest dwarven blacksmith, prompting Hildren to question the sudden boast. With a confident air, Hildren then proclaims his own legendary feat, having slain the Demon King of Lust and absorbed his immense power. His body radiating with a vibrant blue aura, he asserts that no new Demon King could ever stand against him. His conviction unwavering, he adds that his current strength is more than sufficient for any challenge. Turning to his companion, Hildren urges Lozier to hurry, inviting him to continue their journey together. The two ascend the tower's winding stairs, their footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space. As they reach the third floor, a system message confirms its status as completely empty. Observing the desolate surroundings, Hildren remarks on the absence of any immediate threats, but cautions that danger could emerge at any moment as they prepare to ascend to Burge Tower's 4th floor. He finds himself in an inexplicable place, a floating structure in the sky, wondering aloud, why the hell is this? His armored form stands ready, though his expression betrays a hint of unease. Still, he presses on, acknowledging that he's hanging on the upper floors, but a groan escapes him as he questions if they are truly going to fight a Demon King, admitting he's not sure he's going to like it. A mocking voice then echoes. Huh. I said you somehow managed to make it up here. The hero's eyes widen in shock, a clear sign of his surprise. Suddenly, a figure emerges, surrounded by a flurry of butterflies, declaring herself one of the Demon King's friendly faces. The imposing structure of the Demon King's domain looms in the background, a testament to the power of those who protect him. The mysterious woman, the Dark Spiritist, introduces herself, and with a flourish of dark energy and fluttering wings, she proclaims that she will be his opponent. Hildren gazes down at the ground, a strange object catching his attention. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the figure before him, mistakenly calling out, Princess Arein? The Dark Spiritist, floating above him, tilts her head slightly, questioning his words. Why do you look like that, princess? She quickly corrects his assumption, declaring, I'm not a princess. I'm the Dark Spiritist. With a chilling smile, she raises her hands, dark energy swirling around them as she prepares her attack. A torrent of blue and orange magical energy erupts from her palms, blasting towards Hildren as she commands, witness the power of darkness. Hildren looks up, his expression grim, as the Dark Spiritist hovers menacingly above him, her power undeniable. He realizes the gravity of the situation, muttering to himself, I only saw her face, but she's already using magic? I don't think I can beat her in a straight fight. As the Dark Spiritist's power manifests, a massive frost giant appears, its icy form looming, bringing with it the threat of avalanches. A towering structure looms in the distance, its upper floors shrouded in a mysterious manna, while a faint glow emanates from its base. Below, three figures gaze upwards, their attention fixed on the seemingly empty second and third floors of the structure. Suddenly, a colossal frost giant erupts from the tower, its icy form glowing with malevolent energy, as the crazy princess unleashes her devastating power. A bitter laugh escapes him, a sound of disbelief and growing frustration. He struggles to comprehend the chaos, his mind reeling from the sudden turn of events. I don't know what's happening anymore. Damn it, he exclaims, realizing the princess herself is the one attacking. His face contorted in a furious snarl, Hildren questions if a hero has finally arrived to save her. With a renewed surge of defiance, he declares his intent to simply destroy everything. The Dark Spiritist, her eyes glowing with an ominous purple light and dark energy swirling around her, challenges his resolve, asking if he truly believes he can succeed. Her purple eyes burning with renewed power, the Dark Spiritist's expression hardens. As a violent burst of dark energy erupts from her form, shattering the ground beneath her. The destructive force coalesces into a massive, glowing purple ring, its intricate patterns pulsing with raw magic. Caught within its grasp, Hildren finds himself enveloped in the same dark energy, yet he defiantly declares, At last, I can see your face. The purple aura continues to swirl around him, a testament to the Dark Spiritist's overwhelming power. But Hildren refuses to yield, his own blue lightning-like energy crackling to life as he vows, You've finally shown your true colors, Granada. I'll keep my promise. His gaze locks onto her distant form, pinpointing her location amidst the chaos. Suddenly, with a powerful impact, the Demon King Burge descends from above, his massive black wings unfurled against the desolate sky. Meanwhile, Hildren's retaliatory blue energy attack finds its mark, striking the Dark Spiritist with a forceful impact. As blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand, Hildren calls out, urging Granada to combine their strengths, while a brown-haired man nearby watches with a puzzled expression, wondering what he is doing. Meanwhile, the elf Granada cries out in distress, feeling her very essence being drained from her body. Hildren, his green hair glowing with power, reassures her, reminding her that as long as she is by his side, there will be no problem. He stands resolute, his form enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, channeling his full strength. A monstrous, plant-like entity, its roots twisting and turning, emits a dull thud, revealing its ominous presence. Milan, recognizing the threat, murmurs with concern, identifying the artifact. The brown-haired man, his expression grim, confirms its identity, naming it the Forbidden Elf Eater. The monstrous artifact continues its insidious work, converting an elf's infinite vitality directly into mana. Standing over his defeated foe, a green aura shimmering around him, Hildren reminds the fallen man of his own words, that the end justifies the means for the greater good. As green energy crackles around his mouth, the injured Burge spits out a retort, calling him a swindler. His voice laced with venom, he follows up with another accusation, hypocrite. A dark chuckle escapes Hildren, who finds amusement in his foe's vile and lowly nature. A wide, unsettling grin stretches across his face. Then, holding up a small, intricate ring, he questions Burge, asking if removing it would render him weak and insane. A look of shock crosses Burge's face, as he can only utter a surprised, "What?" Suddenly, green energy flares around him as he snaps, challenging Hildren to try and take the ring if he can. As Hildren's armored hand reaches for the ring on his finger, Burge defiantly declares that not even the Demon King of Lust could remove it from him. Gordon cries out in alarm as a strange, green energy begins to emanate from his hand, the sudden pain overwhelming him. Utterly bewildered, he can only manage a confused gasp as the sensation intensifies. His hand throbs with an unnatural glow, the green light pulsing as he desperately tries to understand what is happening. Before he can react, a devastating blow strikes his chest, sending blood splattering as he questions how he could have been hit. A chilling voice echoes through the space, declaring that it feels a presence once more, dismissing its opponents as too weak and noisy for mere humans. The Demon King, Burge appears in a flash, his crimson eyes gleaming as he slashes Gordon with a dark blade, the impact sending green energy particles flying. He stands tall and imposing in a vast, windswept field, his dark attire contrasting sharply with the bright, open landscape. The force of the attack sends Gordon hurtling through the air, a trail of green energy following his trajectory. As he tumbles, a terrifying realization dawns on him. His attacker is a human-looking demon. He could hardly believe it. Even with his artifact, he had been taken down by a mere human-looking demon. A dark hand reached out, and a monstrous voice echoed, declaring that he wasn't going anywhere. Gordon's eyes widened in sheer terror. As he desperately thought, he had to dodge. But Burge shadowy, demonic form erupted with glowing purple energy, engulfing the young man entirely, dwarfing him within its overwhelming power. A pained cry escaped him, as Burge, now in a powerful, armored form, stood victorious, declaring that Gordon simply could not resist. As the purple energy coalesces into a swirling vortex, a question echoes through the void. Just who is this Demon King? With eyes glowing crimson and a malevolent aura radiating from his demonic form, Burge unleashes the full force of his power. Gordon, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the attack, can only recoil in abject terror. A menacing grin spreads across Burge face as he declares, "Time to take a beating." The purple energy surges forward, a devastating wave of power, as the name Hildren flashes through the mind. The attack intensifies, striking with explosive force, shattering everything in its path. As the residual energy dissipates, the full extent of the destruction becomes clear. Burge stands over the defeated Gordon, a satisfied sigh escaping him. He muses, amazing, surveying the scene. His boot presses down on Gordon's head, eliciting a pained grunt as he remarks, "To think he's still alive," observing the faint glow in Gordon's eyes. Later, in a cavernous dungeon, Burge addresses his subordinate, Beat Back, and another guard, while Milan and Hildren lie unconscious nearby. "Beat back," he commands. This guy's hands are still on the dungeon. He continues, "Throw the other humans lying around in here with him." The subordinate responds with a quick affirmation. An elderly man, a subordinate, looks on with a worried expression, murmuring, "My lord." Burge stands with his back to the viewer, purple energy intensifying around him, observing, "It's coming back." He then adds, "You worked hard too, so I suppose you deserve a carrot." Gordon groans, his body still reeling from the intense battle, as Burge stands over him, questioning why a brilliant mind like his would act so recklessly on his graduation day. A soft gasp escapes him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stares, utterly stunned, a quiet, "thank you" forming on his lips. His life force, which had been utterly depleted, has now completely recovered. Gordon struggles to comprehend the situation, as Burge calmly states that he knew Gordon would become a great hero. He wonders if the Demon King simply took his life force and then returned it, reflecting on how he used to analyze mana flow, but the Demon King's mana feels entirely different. With a simple command to disappear, Burge vanishes in a flash of light, leaving Gordon to marvel at the instantaneous teleportation. The Demon King strides away across an open field, his form receding into the distance. Gordon, left alone, observes that Burge doesn't appear fazed at all, even after such an intense battle, concluding that a Demon King truly is different from anyone he's ever encountered. As he grapples with the Demon King's overwhelming presence, the masked figure of Burge questions him, asking, "Princess, what is it?" He can only manage a strained, "No, it's just." A tremor runs through his body, as Burge observes, "You seemed exhausted just a moment ago." His gloved hand clenches tightly, a sharp intake of breath escaping him as he recoils, the memory of the Demon King's power still too close. He reminds himself of a fundamental truth: a Demon King cannot show weakness. A frustrated grunt escapes him, as he mutters, "Damn Hildren." His face contorted in a grimace, he acknowledges, "I guess the title of 7-star isn't just for show. Beyond the 7-star, a higher echelon exists, the legendary 10-star. These are the titles bestowed upon the strongest heroes, the true stars of the era." He recalls a time when his meticulous planning had completely overwhelmed Hildren, leaving him so utterly drained that he could barely muster the strength to move. If Hildren had been at his peak, Gordon knew he would have won that encounter. His plan had exhausted him and confused him, leaving him vulnerable. Thanks to that, Hildren had developed tunnel vision, revealing an opening that Gordon had exploited. The memory brings a grimace to his face, a mix of satisfaction and lingering frustration. His plan had worked, every intricate detail falling into place, allowing him to succeed where others had failed. For the first time, he had achieved a perfect victory, one untainted by the influence of the Demon King himself. This was something that had been impossible in the past. But now, standing triumphant over his defeated foe, he knew he was able to change fate. He could do this. He could change the future. And with a chilling resolve, he vowed to take his revenge. A wide, almost maniacal grin spreading across his face. A voice erupts in disbelief, questioning the absurdity of the situation. The heroes, it seems, had given up their expedition, unable to locate the towering structure they sought. Even after learning the precise location of his specialty, the wolf-like demon snarls, uttering a disgusted "Urzist" at the pathetic hero scum. He continues, revealing that after the hero Wharton Colo abandoned the expedition, he made a shocking announcement. The announcement declared that there was no tower at the summit of Urzist at all. The creature's thoughts echo with disdain for that crazy lunatic. His glowing red eyes narrow, a silent testament to his fury. A voice echoes with disbelief, wondering if the Demon King truly disregarded all established standards. The grim reality settles in, confirming that this indeed seems to be the case. A profound realization dawns. This Demon King is unlike any they have ever encountered before. At a press conference, Gordon Dyrek addresses a gathered crowd, apologizing for the late hour and the trouble caused by the expedition's failure to achieve its objective. Inside the Horton Walk press conference hall, the investors demand accountability for the failed mission. Reporters clamor for answers, insisting on knowing who bears the responsibility for this significant setback. Gordon, however, maintains a determined expression, declaring that it is not yet a complete failure and that hope still remains. He reassures the public that the search for the Demon King's tower continues, urging them to wait just a little longer for a breakthrough. As the news spreads across the continent, the story of the new Demon King captivates everyone. As news of the failed expedition spread, information traveled across the continent at a rapid pace. Among those reacting was Helen Cargill, his face contorted in fury as he bellowed, "Helen Cargill, you bastard! You have abandoned all that big talk. If you don't bring my son back, you'll face the death penalty." Elsewhere, an armored man urged a princess to abandon the hero expedition, but she defiantly declared, "I don't care. Fine, Roger." The initial reports were distorted and exaggerated, with whispers spreading that Helen Cargill couldn't make it back, and some even questioning if he was already dead. As a result of the widespread despair, the world fell into deep sorrow, and Burge's demonic energy points began to pile up rapidly. His current points now stood at 290,000, a testament to the rapidly accumulating despair. Meanwhile, within the Hero Guild headquarters, a new figure emerged, Hero Wharton Colo. He stood tall, overlooking a grand hall, his presence commanding attention. A hooded figure stands before another, the air thick with unspoken tension as a voice questions if the payment is insufficient. The hooded figure, however, insists that their share has been paid, as a grand, ornate tower looms in the distance, its golden spires reaching towards the sky. Meanwhile, the legendary Helen Cargill, a 10-star hero, is spoken of with reverence, a voice asserting that he is not one to fall so easily. Yet, an ominous, shadowy figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, issues a chilling ultimatum. "We will not forget this for 10 more days. If there is no news after 10 days. This threat galvanizes a council of heroes, who declare their intent to launch a full-out offensive, mobilizing every single one of the continent's 4,728 heroes. Their unified resolve echoes through the land, their ultimate goal to find and kill the new Demon King. Deep within what is known as Burge's Tower, an underground dungeon, a dark, foreboding corridor stretches into the gloom, figures barely visible in the distance. There, the Demon King, Burge Diaz, his crimson eyes burning, clutches a small, glowing object, his voice filled with fury as he questions, "How dare you? You dare?" Burge Diaz stands before another, a question hanging in the air about his plans, urging him to get straight to the point. Addressing him as Helen Cargill, the other man remarks, "I appreciate your quick understanding." He then delivers a stark demand, "Become my vassal." Burge Diaz recoils, a look of utter surprise on his face, having clearly not anticipated such an offer. The man extends a hand, a small, glowing object held within his grasp, as if presenting a tangible part of his proposal. He continues, detailing the practicalities of such an arrangement, explaining that hero expeditions are incredibly expensive, requiring vast sums for food, security, lodging, and guarantees for hundreds of individuals. The costs extend to armor, weapons, and magic item purchases, with joint war coffers considered the private property of merchants, guilds, and nobles. He lays out the stakes. If the Demon King is defeated, the hero's life is set, but failure means they are burdened with immense debt. His gaze sharpens as he concludes, the hero who accepted the investment, that is, all the immense investments poured into this expedition, were singularly focused on one individual, the captain of the expedition, Helen Cargill. He acknowledges the truth of the statement, knowing that even if he were to escape this predicament, he would forever be branded a failed hero. The weight of a life spent in hiding, constantly pursued, presses down on him as he questions how his tormentor could possibly know such intimate details of his fate. Gordon Dyrek watches the hero's despair, then calmly advises him that further resistance would be futile, prompting a furious retort from the hero, who accuses him of being a scammer bastard. Hildren's frustration boils over, as he declares that he was on this side, the side of the failed, from the very beginning. Gordon Direk, perhaps recalling his own past or a hypothetical future, explains his actions, stating that he doesn't want to end up like the Demon King, yet warns that even if the hero were to succeed, he would still be considered shameful. He leaves the thought hanging in the air, a chilling, however, implying a deeper, more sinister consequence. The director holds a glowing purple orb, explaining its nature to Gordon Direk, who listens with a troubled expression. This is no ordinary artifact, but Armin's orb, a tool of immense power. Once it enters a target's body, it can manipulate their very brain. With a single gesture, the director can make Gordon's head explode if he harbors any hostility, a simple yet terrifying threat. The director looms over a kneeling Gordon, who has clearly succumbed to the orb's influence or the sheer weight of the threat. Gordon lies unconscious on the floor, a stark reminder that there are always more heroes to exploit. Elsewhere, Hildren reacts with horrified disbelief, refusing to accept the grim reality of the situation. The director, glowing with dark energy, explains that heroes can be made to willingly surrender their mental defenses. Hildren screams in anguish, accusing the director of being a crazy elf bastard and vowing to make him talk. Despite the overwhelming power, Hildren refuses to yield, his voice ringing with defiance as he declares himself no mere tool, vowing never to submit to a demon king. But the director's patience wears thin, a chilling command echoing through the space. A surge of dark purple energy erupts, striking the hero with immense force, his eyes flaring crimson under the assault. The impact ripples through his body, overwhelming his defenses as the arcane power courses through him. A choke sound escapes him, and the hero begins to fall, his form succumbing to the relentless purple energy. Burge looks down at the fallen Hildren, acknowledging his stubbornness, yet pondering the consequences of such defiance, even to the point of death. Dismissing the concern, he muses that a broken hero is far easier to control than one who remains unbroken. With the director's will imposed, Hildren is now fully enveloped in the orb's dark power, his body and mind subjugated. His eyes glowed with an unnatural, golden light, and purple energy pulsed around him, a clear sign of the orb's complete dominion. A system message then confirmed his new, grim reality. He was now officially the Demon King's vassal. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows of a grand hall, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Walking side by side through the vast space, Burge addressed his new subordinate, acknowledging that he had indeed made Hildren his vassal, but adding that as long as the mana persisted, any part of his body, even his soul, could be easily reconstructed. The cost of such power was immense, with the gold coins exchanged for demonic energy points amounting to a staggering 2,000 gold. It was an amount equal to a small kingdom's annual budget, and the question hung in the air, how would he ever repay it? Meanwhile, in another location, Milan stood calmly, muttering that it was about time they contacted him. Back in the grand hall, Burge turned sharply, a surprised huh, escaping him as a system warning flashed. A warning of the tower had appeared. At a large, ornate table, several figures were gathered, one expressing surprise, having believed the individual in question would not attend. Milan considers the other heroes, believing they must have been subjugated for a long time, or perhaps they simply fled, abandoning their treasures. Meanwhile, a desperate voice cries out, accusing the Demon King of planning to exchange demonic energy points for money once again. The sheer audacity of the plan causes a demon to shriek in outrage, their face contorted in a mask of pure horror and disbelief. Back with Milan, he sighs, admitting to himself that he would have done the same in the past, his gaze fixed on a holographic display. But after his experiences with the heroes of Radhan, he now understands the true cost. He reflects that if they had simply followed the director's orders, they never would have discovered the heroes. A new message flashes across his screen, a harmony of the tower warning directed at the Demon King, and Milan acknowledges that he has no choice but to accept its implications. Meanwhile, a confident smile spreads across the Demon King's face, his sharp teeth glinting with a subtle golden glow. With a decisive command, Burge turns to depart, Hildren and another subordinate following closely behind him as a faint red aura emanates from his hand. Burge, the Demon King, declares his intention to challenge the senior Demon Kings, his voice resonating with absolute confidence, adding that the person he has in mind is utterly reliable. The Tower of Lies pierces the sky, its dark spires reflecting in the tranquil waters below. Within its highest reaches, the opulent Demon King's chamber awaits, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through grand windows. A figure in a long, dark coat steps into the lavish space, his presence commanding. He observes the assembled company, a hint of challenge in his voice as he remarks that even though he isn't late, everyone else is already present. His gaze sweeps over them, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he questions if they have much to discuss without him. The rich fabric of his red and black formal jacket, adorned with a golden brooch, hints at his regal status. This is Burge, the formidable Demon King of Beasts, a being of demonic dragon lineage. Another Demon King of Beasts is known, Draxen rolled off, a powerful werewolf. A new demon king, Reyna Goldwyn, the demon king of winters and a titan, is introduced, her icy presence dominating the scene. Then, a hulking armored figure appears, met with a dismissive remark about a stuck-up who insults standards. This is Yugger Belva, the demon king of indestructibility, another formidable titan. Meanwhile, Burge Diaz is welcomed into a grand chamber, his presence acknowledged by unseen figures. Another demon king, Jason Cockmund, the demon king of lies, confronts him, questioning his audacity to call their gathering an alliance and asking if he feels no shame as a demon king. Burge responds with a knowing smirk, assuring them he understands his role for Arein's sake. However, his expression hardens as he declares that his accuser is the true fool. Suddenly, Yugger Belva interjects, his voice booming, demanding to know who Burge, the werewolf, is to interfere in their affairs and what he knows about Arein. Burge simply observes the armored demon king, recognizing the provocation and noting that he is clearly not the only one with such thoughts. He stands defiant, his crimson eyes glowing with dark power as he challenges his opponents, declaring that if they wish for death, he will grant it. A surge of purple energy erupts around him, as he dares them to try me. But before he can act on his threat, a pair of gloved hands rise, a faint glow emanating from them. And with a sharp clap, they interrupt his momentum. Yugger Belva, calm and composed, addresses him, reminding him that this occasion is meant for conversation, not confrontation. His hands clasped politely, Yugger requests that they not waste their precious time. Burge looks down, his thoughts racing, wondering if Yugger's power truly surpasses his own, or if it's merely a trick. He considers the possibility that Yugger's influence extends to the very tower they stand in, before conceding with a simple fine. From beneath the ornate ceiling of the Grand Hall, Yugger offers a polite, thank you for being understanding. He considers the implications of his opponent's power, wondering if it stems from a similar source to Mana's phantom, yet quickly dismisses the thought, reminding himself not to jump to conclusions without concrete evidence. Above all else, he knows he must maintain his vigilance. As the other demon king invites him to share his thoughts, Burge internally acknowledges the immense danger this man represents. With a slight bow of his head, Burge offers to begin the conversation if no one else will. A hand gestures in response, a silent question hanging in the air. Suddenly, a towering, white-furred demon king with glowing red eyes appears, his voice booming with a direct inquiry. Where is Hillencargill, Burge Diaz? Burge's composure falters, a look of surprise crossing his face. His eyes begin to glow crimson as he starts to answer, Hillencargill is. A pressing question hangs in the air. What truly happened to Hillencargill, and is he dead? The identities of two powerful figures are revealed, the demon king of beasts, a young man with green eyes and dark hair, and the demon king of lies, a red-haired demon with horns. Burge Diaz, still reeling from the sudden appearance of the white-furred demon king, offers a hesitant answer, suggesting that Hillencargill is likely just wandering around their tower, though he seems unwilling to elaborate further. This exchange takes place in the Tower of Lies reception room. The towering white-furred demon king, standing over a kneeling Burge Diaz, asserts that he had spotted Hillencargill from afar, but not within their current location. Burge Diaz, in turn, begins to question the demon king's true identity and intentions. He acknowledges the demon king's words, a realization dawning on him. If other demon kings are also searching for Hillencargill, then the white-furred demon king must be a top graduate himself. Despite this logical conclusion, Burge Diaz finds the situation strange, now understanding that the demon king's initial inquiry wasn't mistaken. He confirms his allegiance, stating, yes, the demon king I serve is. And yet, that damn demon king is a stupid brat who never listens to anyone. His frustration boils over, screaming that if he looks away for even a second, his king will immediately get into trouble, wondering why he can't take care of himself. The outburst continues, an exaggerated expression of his deep-seated annoyance, though he can't help but feel a strange satisfaction in saying it. Seated amongst others, he continues his internal lament, in my case, my demon king is. A quiet understanding dawning on him as he realizes something. The emotional weight of the situation seemed to demand some kind of support. As the demon king challenged, you expect me to believe that? The white-haired figure simply affirmed, yes, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considered the undefended tower. Burge Diaz's frustration boiled over. You're saying Hillencargill didn't even get to your tower? Because you didn't place your tower at the peak. His voice rising to a roar. Are you screwing with me? He demanded, convinced of his own freedom to act as he pleased. He continued, a hint of warning in his tone. So Reyna's and I are still aiming for your tower. The white-haired figure's smirk widened. And yet you left it undefended and came here. Burge Diaz's anger subsided into a grim warning. Surely you've learned at the academy that a demon king who has lost their power meets a dreadful end. The white-haired figure finished, his gaze sharp. Seeing as you're the top of your class and all, Burge Diaz. Burge Diaz, his crimson eyes narrowed, dismisses the concerns of the white-haired figure, asserting that he is not someone to be easily abandoned. His expression hardening, the demon king Burge Diaz declares that such assumptions only serve to infuriate him. The white-haired figure, seemingly unperturbed, simply responds with a calm, If you say so, as a faint metallic shimmer emanates from his hand. He then reveals a small, glowing red gem in his palm, stating that he will not pry any further into the matter. The white-haired figure presses on, questioning if Reina would simply back down, but Burge Diaz dismisses the concern, asking who cares what she thinks. With a final, dismissive, whatever, let's move on, the white-haired figure turns away, leaving Burge Diaz to ponder that even if he were to lie, there would be no way to verify it. Alone in the opulent chamber, Burge Diaz muses that it is better to invite suspicion than to risk being overthrown. His gaze fixed on a distant, imposing structure, he reaffirms his ultimate ambition, to become a god. Meanwhile, in a dark, shadowy realm, a monstrous entity with glowing yellow eyes stirs, emitting guttural sounds as a narration box suggests it is not participating in the discussion. Even among the demon kings, a clear hierarchy exists, and the demon king of lies holds a remarkably high position. From his throne, he listens intently, gathering crucial information to understand which demon kings are struggling with demonic energy points. The data reveals those short on demonic energy points, and a white-haired man considers the implications. He raises a questioning brow. Burge Diaz processes this new intelligence, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. High above, the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies offers a commanding view. On that balcony, the white-haired man turns, declaring that whatever they are discussing is nothing to be hidden. He has been contemplating the matter since the news first reached him, and now, he fully agrees with the presented opinion. A surge of conviction radiates from him, his thoughts aligning with the decision. Burge Diaz, the demon king of lies, looks down with a challenging gaze, questioning if his companion truly believes that living beings are merely his playthings. He clarifies his stance, stating that while he doesn't hate those who adhere to high standards, he certainly doesn't tolerate those who fall short. The white-haired man, taken aback, listens as the demon king continues, asserting that he himself lives by those very standards. In a different time, Burge Diaz addresses a group of subordinates, entrusting a task to one named Joseph, believing him to be the only one capable of understanding his true intentions and fulfilling the request. Returning to the present, the demon king asks the white-haired man for his opinion, to which he replies that he isn't bad. The white-haired man continues, adding that Burge Diaz looks better than he had initially thought, then catches himself, questioning his own words. Burge Diaz extends a hand, a blue aura of power emanating from his palm, making a personal request and inviting the man to call him the demon king of lies, promising a taste of his true power if he's willing to work for him. The white-haired man considers the offer, a single thought echoing in his mind. What about the demon king of lies? With a soft rustle of his robes, he turns and walks away. In a desolate, snow-covered expanse, Burge Diaz stands opposite Reina Goldwyn, expressing his inability to comprehend something. Meanwhile, within a grand archway, Burge Diaz observes the distant figure of Reina Goldwyn, a soft sound echoing through the space. Reina Goldwyn, still out of reach, remains elusive, her location unknown. A thoughtful expression crosses Burge Diaz's face as he considers her, acknowledging her as an unexpected acquisition. Back at Burge Diaz's tower, the imposing structure stands tall amidst the snowy peaks. Inside, on the first floor, a young princess, Luna, diligently bakes, proudly presenting her creation to a small fire elemental, who greets her with deference. Two men, startled by her presence, exclaim in surprise at the sight of cookies and question how she managed to enter the tower. Undaunted, Princess Luna explains that the Demon King provided the ingredients, and she simply baked with the assistance of elementals. As the bearded man observes the freshly baked goods, he muses on the sheer convenience of being a genius elementalist. Princess Luna offers him one, and he accepts, though a thought crosses his mind about how bad it might taste, urging himself to just get it over with. He takes a bite, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. A surprised exclamation escapes him as the flavor hits, overwhelming his senses. The taste is unlike anything he's ever experienced, a pure, unadulterated delight. He closes his eyes in blissful ecstasy, feeling as though he could moan from the sheer mana-infused deliciousness, having never tasted anything quite like it before. Surrounded by glowing particles, he declares this must be what heaven is like. Princess Luna watches his reaction, asking how it is, while the man, now seemingly addicted, thinks to himself that he can't escape its allure. With a gentle smile, Princess Luna explains that she put some spirit blossoms in the dough, expressing her pleasure that he enjoyed them. Princess Luna beams, still basking in the adoration of the men around her, who can't help but gush over her cuteness and the potent mana infused in her creations. Leaning playfully against one of them, she offers a gift, hoping to ensure their continued closeness in the future. Though one of the men acknowledges her words, a hint of unease flickers across his face, sensing the deeper implications of her desire for them to remain together for a long time. As she sits nearby, the two men discuss her, one acknowledging her hidden depths and the other cursing her potent influence. With a sweet smile, Luna then shifts the conversation, innocently asking if the Demon King himself would enjoy her treats. Her question hangs in the air, eliciting a surprised, almost confused reaction from her audience. Meanwhile, in a vast, ornate hall, Burge Diaz stands alone, his voice echoing as he wonders if everyone has already departed. An unseen presence responds, confirming that their discussion has concluded. As Burge Diaz gazes at a reflection of himself and Princess Luna, the voice offers to arrange a meeting between the two of them. With hands clasped in a gesture of quiet authority, Reyna Goldwyn's voice cuts through the silence, carrying a knowing tone. She reveals, I know you're in need. Her words hang in the air. Of the human's money. Gordon Dyrick's eye snaps open, a green glow flaring with alarm as the implication of her statement registers. He demands, his voice tight with disbelief, what do you mean by that? His gaze sharpens, pressing for answers. Where did the information leak? Reyna's emerald eyes glow with an intense light as she confronts Burge, her voice cutting through the silence, knowing he is in desperate need. She continues, her gaze unwavering, of the human's money. Burge recoils, his crimson eyes flaring with surprise as he demands, what do you mean by that? His mind races, trying to understand how she could know, as he mutters, where did the information leak? Reyna's expression hardens, her glowing green eyes fixed on him as she states coldly, pretending you don't know won't work. She holds up a small, glowing red object, revealing her source with a confident smirk. Draxen told me. Her gaze sharpens, dismissing any further attempts at deception as she concludes, let's not waste our time on princess mind games. An unseen voice proposes a deal, as a hand reaches into a vast pile of glittering gold coins. Gordon Dyrick, his eyes glowing with a faint emerald light, clarifies the terms, demonic energy points in exchange for human currency. He listens intently, his expression thoughtful. The conversation continues, with one party questioning the other's true intentions, while the response assures them of an alliance. Burge Diaz, now with striking white hair and a purple streak, lets out a hearty laugh, addressing Gordon by name. He extends an invitation, suggesting they cooperate from this point forward. Later, Gordon Dyrick stands on a high platform, overseeing a group of small, brown, goblin-like creatures on what appears to be the first floor of a dungeon, a new environment for his endeavors. Looking down at them, he instructs them to retrieve 100,000 gold from the pile. Gordon Dyrick stands, a glowing red gem clutched in his hand, as Milan questions him about the money he acquired, urging him to conceal the trail of funds. For if Jason, the demon king of indestructible gold, were to trace the flow of money, he would perfectly anticipate and project their every action, manipulating them like puppets on a string. Milan warns that they could easily become his puppets. And Gordon, his brow furrowed with concern, acknowledges that since he cannot avoid the demon king's plotting, they must act with the utmost caution. Meanwhile, Burge Diaz reveals his own machinations, having transformed others into his loyal black knights and black mages. Gordon and Milan then learn that the true mastermind, Amon, is none other than the demon king of indestructible gold, a revelation that leaves Milan utterly shocked. With a sinister smile, Burge instructs them to use these newly created subordinates to amass wealth, assuring them that his creations will follow their orders without question. Gordon, surrounded by the ominous hooded figures, can barely comprehend the depth of the demon king's schemes, muttering his disbelief at the unbelievable situation. A desperate plea echoes through the chamber as an armored figure, one of Burge's newly created Black Knights, reaches out, begging for salvation. A system message confirms their enslaved status, bound by a forced contract within Burge's tower. Clutching the glowing red gem, Gordon rationalizes the situation, finding a sliver of hope in retaining his memories, believing this might not be a complete failure and could even help him settle his debts. His gaze drops, a flicker of his former heroic aspirations still burning within him. A determined expression settles on his face as he looks up, convincing himself that despite everything, this new reality might not be so terrible after all. Suddenly, Milan, now clad in gleaming armor, extends a hand towards him, a confident smile on his face as he expresses his anticipation for their future collaboration. Three robed figures, observing the exchange, gasp in disbelief at Milan's words. Gordon's eyes widen, a cloud of red particles swirling around him as he processes Milan's unexpected declaration. A surge of dark, crackling energy erupts around him, his emerald eyes now glowing crimson with an intense, almost painful power. The crimson glow intensifies, consuming his vision as the chaotic energy swirls around his head. Still crackling with the residual energy of his forced contract, Gordon stands before Burge, his voice resonating with a chilling resolve as he declares his servitude. The Demon King, Burge, grins menacingly, asserting his absolute dominance, clarifying that he needs not a servant, but a slave, and he is the master. Looking down at the defeated Gordon, now on the ground, Burge scoffs, reminding him of his new, lowly place. As Gordon lies there, a new figure appears, a blonde woman standing over him, while a thought identifies him by an unfamiliar alias, Hildren. Confused, Gordon looks up as the woman extends a letter towards him, her expression earnest. She asks if he could deliver it to her younger sister, Elena. Gordon's eyes widen in surprise, recognizing the name, and he questions if she means the 13th princess of the kingdom of Hildren, finding it hard to believe. He then confronts her, demanding to know why she is siding with the Demon King, a question that echoes his own predicament and the reason he ended up in the tower. Turning his back, Gordon apologizes, but firmly states his intention not to return to the kingdom right now. He listens intently as the older sister of Elena speaks, certain that a hero of the kingdom would understand the true nature of the Demon King's heart. She admits to having heard rumors before, but never truly believing them, and now, understanding the truth, she realizes the implications for Elena's attempt to regain her independence. A chilling wind sweeps across a desolate, snow-covered landscape, dominated by a towering, dark spire that pierces the frigid sky. Within the Demon King's Grand Hall, Burge observes Gordon Dyrek, who kneels before him, remarking that while he doesn't distrust him, he questions if a hero like him would truly follow orders. He continues, musing that Hildren is no fool, and isn't someone who would simply care about trivial matters. The Demon King's gaze sharpens, as he reflects on the absence of uniquely human foolishness in his subordinate. A slight, knowing smile plays on his lips, as he considers Gordon's obsession with money. Yet, even with that understanding, he concludes that Gordon is not particularly noble either. He muses on what Hildren truly desires. As the young man stands on a grand stage, basking in the thunderous applause and cheers of a vast crowd. It is nothing less than popularity. With a subtle purple glow in his eyes, Burge decides that since the young man wants to stand out, they will grant him his desires, controlling him and, through him, Armin's orb. As purple energy coalesces into an intricate object in his hand, he concludes that Hildren will be the best spy they could ever hope for. He reflects on the irony of Hildren becoming the Academy's director, marveling at his perceived intelligence. The Demon King then considers the strategic advantage of a hero protecting human society from within, acting as the vassal of a Demon King. With a knowing, sinister smile, he asks if his assessment of Hildren's genius wasn't accurate. A small, dark-skinned figure with pointed ears and glasses readily agrees, confirming his brilliance. Having just entered a grand, ornate chamber, Burge stands cloaked, his back to the viewer, as a door creaks slightly ajar behind him. Meanwhile, in a different, softer setting, the 13th princess holds a plate of pastries, startled by a small, glowing blue creature warning her not to eat them. Back in the grand chamber, Burge looms over the princess, who now sits on a throne, his voice a low threat, accusing her of moving too freely between her prison and the outside world, and warning of a month in the underground dungeons if things worsen. Rising from her seat, the princess, flanked by the blue creature and a new, fiery red one, defiantly challenges his judgment, urging him to taste her creations before condemning them. Far away, Milan takes a bite of a cookie, the crisp sound echoing as he savors the flavor. His eyes snap open, glowing crimson with an intense energy, as the profound taste overwhelms him. The princess, still with her elemental companions, watches his reaction with a hopeful, knowing expression. Back in the grand chamber, Burge recoils, a guttural sound escaping him, as red energy pulses violently from his body, his eyes glowing ominously through his hood. Milan, now calm, assesses the lingering sensation, remarking that the taste was not bad for a mere human. He endured. The 13th princess confirms his observation with a simple yes, while small, glowing elemental creatures flutter around her, leaving him speechless. Milan's expression hardens as he realizes the implications of her actions, understanding that she is returning the reward he had given her. He deduces that she must want something else, something separate from the initial exchange. The princess responds with a flustered, "Heh, actually," leaving Milan utterly confused by her unexpected reaction. Later, the journey party, including Milan and the princess, safely departs under the escort of Gordon, the Demon King of Beasts, traversing a rugged, dark landscape. Upon reaching Hessen Wall, the princess prepares to depart for the kingdom of Hildren, stepping through a shimmering magic portal. Meanwhile, the narration shifts focus to the distant land of Granada. A powerful figure, his hand glowing with an ominous green light, stands over a defeated mercenary, having just established a brutal form of discipline. This harsh reality unfolds within the imposing walls of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild headquarters. A green-haired figure, visibly distressed, pleads for a moment of understanding, begging for the captain to listen. Another mercenary leader, his face etched with fear and exhaustion, recounts a harrowing mission to the frozen mountains, where a dozen of their comrades perished. He insists they had no choice but to retreat, desperate to survive the ordeal. But his pleas are met with a brutal strike from Grandeur, who dismisses their report as cowardice, refusing to acknowledge their suffering. The green-haired figure, Keed, watches the scene unfold, her gaze fixed on Grandeur. With a resolute expression, she declares her identity, stating, "My name is Keed. I am a hero." Meanwhile, a light-haired female hero, clad in sleek armor and holding a staff, contemplates the daunting path ahead, acknowledging that the hero's journey is not one to be undertaken alone. The young hero reflects on her journey, acknowledging her late arrival, but firm in her resolve to seize this opportunity. Her determination solidifies as she considers the path ahead, a silent plea forming to join the hero's arduous journey. She recalls a time when Keed, the green-haired warrior, confronted two mercenaries, reminding them that they had paid their own way during her absence, then boldly asking if one would join her as captain. Keed's ferocity was undeniable, a blur of motion as she engaged a monstrous foe, shouting for the others to hold still amidst the chaos. Back in the present, The hero explains to Milan that she was the one covering their expenses, apologizing for her tardiness and mentioning that he and the others had already departed Golden City. She continues her explanation, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone, suggesting he pardoned her rudeness. She then recounts a moment with Kid, who questioned if she was bossing around her elders, to which the hero responded, affirming Kid's natural leadership qualities. Golden City sprawls beneath a clear sky, its ancient architecture a testament to enduring history. Concluding her story, the hero summarizes how events transpired, leaving Milan in disbelief at the revelation that the Demon King was not present at the summit. An armored woman, her blonde hair flowing from beneath her helmet, declares her departure, stating there is no longer any reason for her to remain. With a gesture of finality, she places a coin on the table, a small token of her gratitude. A green-skinned man watches the coin, his pointed ears visible from behind. As they sit across from each other, the armored woman remarks on a rookie hero, noting her inexperience and the dangers she faces from her own colleagues. Leaving the establishment, she walks through the bustling town square, a silent thought echoing the wisdom of action over words. From a window above, the green-skinned man watches her departure, his gaze following her until she disappears from view. As she navigates the crowded streets, the armored woman muses aloud about a deserted alley called Heltervalle, seemingly searching for a specific location. Her path leads her towards a grand, imposing structure, its architecture speaking of power and authority. Before she can proceed further, a royal guard intercepts her, respectfully but firmly insisting that she return, as her father awaits her presence. From the depths of her being, a resolute declaration echoes. Kid refuses to live as a hero. She ponders the weight of such a title, feeling herself fall lower and lower, questioning if she could truly be a hero. Her thoughts drift to more personal struggles, the matters of the heart that weigh heavily upon her. Suddenly, a glint of steel flashes as she draws her blade, her expression hardening. Her gaze sharpens, directed at an unseen presence amidst the ruins, demanding to know why they were spying on her. With her sword held ready, she accuses the intruder of using suspicious magic. Looking up, she identifies her opponent as a demon, one connected to a rival kingdom. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerges, its voice a chilling growl as it questions if she is a spy from another kingdom. With a final, ominous declaration, the demon states it cannot let her live. A single thought echoes through Kid's mind, the terrifying realization of who stands before her. Tears welling in her eyes, she can only stammer out the words, acknowledging the immense trouble she has found herself in. Her gaze lifting slightly, a desperate question forms on her lips, seeking a way out of this impossible situation. A sudden, violent explosion rips through the air, sending a shockwave of orange and red energy outward. Nearby, a group of armored guards stands ready, their polished plates reflecting the chaotic light. From the smoke, an unseen assailant launches a swift, airborne strike, revealing themselves to be an assassin. One of the guards immediately gives chase, shouting for the others not to let the attacker escape. As the skirmish intensifies, the armored soldiers engage the threat, one urging their highness to fall back to safety. Kid, the sole elf among them, considers her options, knowing that unleashing her full elven powers might be necessary, despite the potential consequences. Another guard expresses concern, unsure if they can fight effectively without holding back. Despite the danger, a determined guard reassures their highness, declaring that they will handle the situation, for they too are a hero. Kid struggled to maintain her golden-green energy shield, the strain evident as she admitted she could not hold it much longer, regretting having used her powers prematurely. With her eyes closed in concentration, she resolved to unleash her full power. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, questioning her tardiness. Intense purple energy crackled and formed, signaling a powerful presence. As Kid's green aura flared dramatically, her power surged. The source of the purple energy was revealed as Burge, now fully manifesting large, dark, bat-like wings, his form wreathed in a sinister purple glow as he looked down with disdain. He surveyed the ruined landscape, his imposing figure dominating the scene. Kid looked up at him, attempting to explain the dire situation. But Burge remained utterly unimpressed, scoffing at her concern and dismissing the monsters as insignificant, healing even if one were to spit on them. In a chaotic memory, a warrior in dark armor stands firm amidst a desperate battle, his voice echoing with fierce determination to protect someone, while others plead for escape. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the present, as Burge descends from the sky, his form imposing even as he falls alongside two smaller, dark figures, a defiant cry of "Don't lie," echoing from below. Kid, exasperated by his sudden appearance and dismissive attitude, can only think to herself, wondering why the Demon King is even here. He offers a casual, almost bored explanation, claiming his presence is merely an errand by coincidence. Kid's disbelief is palpable, as she challenges his flimsy excuse, demanding to know if he couldn't come up with a better lie. Elsewhere, or perhaps in another time, Burge strides confidently down a grand, red-carpeted hallway, a white-haired woman walking beside him, asking what he desires. Her expression is earnest as she states her need for senile powder. Hundreds of years ago, a white-haired woman confirms her need for the spirit's power. This necessity arose when an elf named Senil defected to a human kingdom, seeking refuge. The king at the time granted her the resources to develop a unique spirit contract that humans could form. And so, Senil powder was created. Returning to the present, Burge dismisses the need for such an item, stating, "But with your talent, Senil powder shouldn't be necessary." Milan, however, corrects him, revealing her identity and explaining, "You overestimate me. As you know, I can't use any mana in the human world. Senil powder is my only hope." Burge then probes further. "And to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit?" Milan contemplates, a hint of uncertainty in her expression. A soft blue aura begins to emanate from her as she recalls her past, thinking, "In my previous life, I was too weak to even summon a low-ranking spirit." The aura intensifies as her resolve hardens, reflecting on her time as an empress. "When I didn't have the wind of the unique constellation as an empress, it only goes to show how much I've struggled with how Rammon treated me." A voice ponders the unexpected acceleration of events, noting that she is now poised to act 7 whole years earlier than anticipated. A memory surfaces, revealing the older sister of Elena, who, with a slight smile, asks how she knew of her plans, before reflecting on the months spent living in the tower after leaving. The thought trails off, leaving a lingering sense of unresolved history. Meanwhile, Burge, his gloved hand carefully placing cookies onto a tray, dismisses any concerns, declaring his indifference to the methods as long as they contribute to the tower's strength. Having finished his meal, he announces his departure, stepping into the encroaching darkness. With crimson eyes glowing ominously, Burge prepares to end things swiftly. The 13th princess, clad in armor, recoils in wide-eyed shock, her expression a testament to the sudden, overwhelming power unleashed. A torrent of vibrant purple energy erupts, tearing through the air with destructive force. The immense magical surge continues its devastating path, shattering a nearby structure into countless fragments. As the chaos unfolds, Milan observes the screen, a quiet okay, escaping him as he considers the unfolding events, musing that a hero remains a hero, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, a group of figures, likely guards or soldiers, react with alarm to an unseen threat, their voices echoing with a desperate cry of "Your Highness." A hero's aura, shimmering with potent energy, is said to contain the power to defeat demons, making them a demon king's natural enemy. With a fierce resolve, the unnamed female hero declares her true place is not within the confines of a royal palace, but where the real battles are fought. She moves with incredible speed, her focus entirely on the battlefield. Unleashing a powerful technique, the Jespine highest-ranking sword technique, Crescent Moon Slash, is initiated. This Crescent Moon Slash is a formidable sword technique that releases a crescent-shaped aura designed to cut down any enemy in its path. It is an exceptionally difficult technique to master, one that only those born to the imperial bloodline are capable of wielding. Despite her prowess, she reflects on her own perceived inadequacy, believing that a low-ranking swordsman like herself has little use for such a technique, and understands why she was rejected by a foreign king. A king, burdened by his crown, laments his daughter's fate, acknowledging her as both princess and hero, yet still troubled by her path. But she, the unnamed female hero, knows deep down that the other person isn't the one meant for the king's tale, believing herself to be the true hero destined for that role. Under the silent gaze of the full moon, she recalls how she pleaded with the imperial swordsmanship instructor to teach her. Standing resolute over the kneeling instructor, she affirms that no matter how reluctantly, she must embrace her dual role as princess and hero to fulfill her destiny. Her hand clenches, a dark, bat-like shadow of the demon king looming beneath her resolve, as she contemplates the ultimate challenge, defeating a demon king. Radiating a vibrant green aura, she believes this victory will finally earn her recognition as a true hero. Meanwhile, Burge, the demon king, stands cloaked in shadow, his crimson eyes glowing with malevolent power, unaware of the princess's ambition to find freedom through his defeat. The princess's hand, now glowing with determination, reflects her inner turmoil, as she vows to break free from her father's orders and decide her own destiny. Her face contorts in a mix of defiance and desperation, as she fiercely proclaims her right to choose her own spouse. A dark, gloved hand crackles with vibrant blue energy, signaling the activation of immense power. Looking down at his opponent, Burge remarks that their sword aura isn't bad, a hint of condescension in his tone. A moment later, he lets out a small, questioning sound, as if something unexpected has occurred. Meanwhile, the unnamed female hero, her eyes burning with resolve, mentally prepares for her ultimate attack, her finishing move. As 3 glowing red orbs materialize around him, Burge challenges her, questioning if a true hero would ever flee. With a surge of dark power, he fully transforms into a towering, winged demonic entity, radiating an oppressive red aura. The unnamed female hero looks up, her armored form dwarfed by the sheer scale of the monstrous figure before her. Her expression shifts from determination to a stunned realization, as the full weight of her opponent's power settles upon her. This is the Demon King, confronted by a princess who is also a hero. A sinister smirk plays on the Demon King's lips as he declares his intent, finding the hero useful in more ways than one. Her eyes widen in pure terror, a silent scream caught in her throat as the overwhelming power washes over her. Elsewhere, a guard desperately tries to shield the 13th princess, her own fear palpable as the danger closes in. Then, a cataclysmic explosion of dark, crimson energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The destructive force continues its relentless expansion, a shockwave of pure power rippling outwards. Far from the epicenter, others react to the immense magical pressure, recognizing the terrifying aura of a Demon King. Confusion and panic spread as they try to locate the enemy, realizing the knights have already fallen. The scene is one of utter devastation, with debris scattered and figures lying motionless amidst the ruins. Urgent cries for healing mages echo through the destruction as questions arise about the guard's failure. A lone armored figure reports with urgency that Her Highness has been taken by a Demon King, his voice laced with disbelief. Another soldier questions the impossible claim, demanding to know what sort of nonsense is being spoken. Yet the evidence of a devastating attack is undeniable, with dark flames and smoke billowing from ruined structures, leaving the survivors to wonder if this destruction was wrought by the Demon King of the Three Mountains. Far from the chaos, a formidable structure known as Burge's Tower stands sentinel amidst snowy peaks. Within its confines, a princess lies unconscious on the cold stone floor. A voice inquires if her name is Kid, confirming her royal status. The princess, Kid Despine, the fourth imperial princess, glows faintly with a blue aura as a hand reaches for her. Burge Diaz holds the princess by her neck, explaining that she is merely a tool to be used against someone else, while the unnamed female hero lies defeated nearby. He muses on the necessity of periodically kidnapping princesses to secure dimensional energy points, a perfectly calculated strategy. The captive princess, Kid, looks up, her voice laced with a mix of curiosity and apprehension as she asks about the dimensional energy points that were mentioned, wondering what they truly are. A flicker of annoyance crosses the Demon King's mind, a silent curse escaping him for his own carelessness, realizing he's been too open with his prisoner. His crimson eye glows with a renewed, cold intensity as he reminds himself of the classified nature of his plans. Dismissing her question with a wave of his hand, he declares his intention to retrieve his senile brother, receiving a simple affirmation in response. Internally, the Demon King chastises himself once more, acknowledging his growing comfort with the princess and the need to maintain his composure, reminding himself of her true status as a future pawn. Soon after, the shocking news of the 9th Imperial Princess of the Jespine Empire being kidnapped in Holton Walk began to spread rapidly. The grand structures of the empire stood as silent witnesses, as the tale of abduction echoed across the entire continent. Within the grand, echoing halls of the Heroes Guild headquarters, a significant arrival is announced. Hero Milan has made his presence known. From a high vantage point, he is asked if he can oversee the guild, to which he responds, "If your statement is true." Milan then declares, "I will take full responsibility for my failure." A voice from the guild reassures him, stating, "Don't worry about it. If we hold the hero responsible for the failure of Hero's journey." The speaker continues, "What hero would step forward next time? Thank you very much." Meanwhile, urgent news spreads through the headquarters. The Demon King has kidnapped the 9th Imperial Princess of Jespine, and the Jespine Empire is now requesting another hero's journey. Milan, having been through such trials before, expresses his desire to offer his opinion. "I'd like to hear your opinion, since you've already been through this before." He then proposes an alternative. "Rather than sending a new hero, I can give you a hero who is already a legend." With such a figure leading the charge, the subjugation of the Demon King will be simple. He stands before a grand reflective surface, the Heroes Guild confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, a heated discussion unfolds elsewhere, with one voice strongly objecting to sending him to the tower, fearing it would undermine trust. Another concurs, believing the Demon King to be weak. Considering Milan's proposal, the decision is made to temporarily postpone an all-out hero's journey until the tower's location can be confirmed. Once confirmed, a hero will be dispatched to subjugate the Demon King. A voice, perhaps his own inner resolve, states that time has been bought, and the rest is now up to him. This concludes Hero Milan's report. The Demon King, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light, confirms his orders to keep a close watch on their target. His gaze hardening, he declares that he cares not for the Heroes Guild director. Anyone who stands in his way will be eliminated. Meanwhile, far from his immediate presence, Hildren and Granada continue their work outside the formidable tower. A blonde-haired antagonist, his own eyes glowing green, confidently states that with the two of them, he can further delay the launch of the hero's journey. He reveals his ongoing efforts, steadily kidnapping new heroes to accumulate vast amounts of demonic energy points, a purple aura flaring around him. Reflecting the dark tower in his glowing eye, he muses that by utilizing Milan's orb, he might significantly boost his own fighting power, allowing him to reach even the 7th floor as the tower reacts to his growing strength. Further still, in a desolate, snowy expanse, Krutu, a towering figure with tribal markings, is actively expanding their influence. The Dark Tower pulses with a blue aura as the plan unfolds. Once Princess Arein Hildren contracts a protecting spirit, no hero's guild journey will be able to breach their defenses. The tower's summit glows with an intense red light, for they are destined to become an overwhelmingly powerful bastion. Burge, the Demon King, fixates on the outside world, his crimson eyes burning with a singular purpose. He vows to begin his true revenge, a retribution against the very heroes who had once taken his life. To achieve this monumental task, he understands he must first obtain the elusive Daniel powder. A cloaked figure stands overlooking a magnificent city, a sprawling metropolis protected by both humans and heroes. This is Mabitek City, a beacon of civilization and power. Also known as Kammer, its grandeur is undeniable. Burge considers the challenge, knowing that acquiring the powder without detection will be a truly difficult feat. The Achen Kingdom, a realm of wonders, boasts its capital, Madtes City, also known as Amor, a sprawling metropolis of grand architecture and vibrant life. On the outskirts of this world's best magic market lies a shabby shop known as Jetson's World. Even as the new Princess Zephyra begins her journey as the hero's companion, leaving many to wonder what the Princess of the World is truly doing. Meanwhile, a lone figure stares at a wanted poster for a hero named Flawed, muttering about the end of the world. A soft chime echoes as a door swings open, and a shopkeeper greets a new customer, asking what they are looking for, to which the customer replies, Senile powder. Despite its rundown appearance, the Achen Kingdom remains the holy grail for magic engineering. This is the place where all the heroes, mages, and alchemists of the continent gather. In other words, well-known shops are filled with such individuals, yet there's still a huge risk I must conceal. My demonic energy, for instance, is a constant threat, which is precisely why Burge purposely came to this shabby and empty shop. Inside, a shopkeeper enthusiastically greets him, exclaiming that he's in luck and there's no need to visit another store, as he's offering a special deal for just 1 gold. Burge simply tells him to be quiet, finding the price expensive. He then points out that the senile powder he knows is green, questioning why this particular batch is purple. The shopkeeper, holding the glowing purple powder, quickly explains that it's a newly developed senile powder. He emphasizes its rarity, calling it a very rare item. Looking nervous, the shopkeeper offers to turn a blind eye to the price, asking how that sounds. Burge fumes internally, realizing the shopkeeper had intentionally prevented him from visiting other stores, a blatant attempt to scam him. His thoughts turn dark, a dangerous question forming in his mind. Should he simply end the man's life? Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, oblivious to the deadly aura emanating from his customer, offers a cheerful, welcome. He then adds, with a hint of condescension, did you really need to come to this shabby shop first? Burge's expression tightens, his internal monologue continuing. That's. The shopkeeper, meanwhile, muses to himself that if his customers went to popular places, they wouldn't be the losers who would fall for his schemes. Burge's frustration mounts, his thoughts returning to the shopkeeper's influence. Because of him, I had to come to this shabby place. Pushing past his irritation, Burge finally speaks aloud. I have a question. I'm looking for someone. His internal thoughts, however, betray his true feelings, vowing to deal with the shopkeeper's nasty attitude later, certain that the person he seeks is a big shot. As the red glow of the magical tool pulsed in his hand, he calmly states that he needs a different kind of magical item, one that can help him recognize someone. The shopkeeper, visibly flustered, stammers about having a different business and questions his audacity, demanding to know what he wants. His face contorted in frustration, the shopkeeper shouts that he clearly doesn't understand the situation. He then vehemently warns him that murder is forbidden in the capital city, his voice rising in a desperate plea. As Burge simply stares back, the shopkeeper's panic intensifies, demanding to know what he's doing. His eyes wide with fear and confusion, he wonders if the man is even listening to him. The shopkeeper's face twists into a desperate grimace, as he realizes the man is simply trying to provoke him. Burge simply responds with a single, incredulous word, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the shopkeeper's face shifts from panic to a strained smile, as an armored figure appears beside him. A red-haired trader bursts into boisterous laughter. Before eagerly demanding to see what Burge has to offer, Burge then reveals a small container, explaining the item is Aurora powder, a substance of immense value to dwarves. As he pours the shimmering powder into his gloved hand, he asserts its authenticity and surprisingly low market price of 3 gold. Overjoyed, the trader offers 5 gold instead, expressing his gratitude and wishing Burge good fortune. He gazes at the powder with admiration, apologizing for his initial reaction, unaccustomed to seeing such a rare item. The trader then explains he is new to the great capital and needs assistance, suggesting they find someone to help him and depart together, to which Burge agrees. With a final gesture of humility, the trader offers another apology. Footsteps echo as the red-haired man walks away from the building. Burge finds himself in a heated exchange with a brown-haired woman, who questions his purchase of 3 gold, while he defensively retorts that he wasn't planning to be stabbed for real. She then recounts how he grabbed her by the collar, expressing surprise that he was only a kid, as it seems he's quite interested in business. The woman offers to teach him how to earn 10 gold, though she can't help but label him a persistent scammer. Despite her accusation, Burge internally acknowledges that his skill in scamming humans is top-notch, admitting he actually likes her. Holding up a small, glowing blue object, the woman identifies it as the Aurora powder and the golden block. In a different setting, surrounded by shelves of goods, she proposes a trade. She'll take the golden block, and he can have the Aurora powder, questioning why she would need to buy it if she could simply take it. A smirk plays on Burge's lips as he asks if she's truly questioning his need to buy, before revealing his true intent. That's how you get scammed. The woman he was interacting with was Louise Werft. The Aurora powder, a shimmering blue substance, glows with a soft, magical light. Having already outmaneuvered the red-haired traitor, Burge Diaz now turns his attention to Louise Werft, the 13th princess, who desperately asks what he desires from her. He calmly reminds her that he has already stated his terms, demanding the golden block in exchange for the Aurora powder she seeks. The princess, clearly distraught, can only stammer a plea, while Burge reiterates that if she declines, he will simply leave. Her voice cracks as she begs him not to, her face contorted in anguish. Burge, however, remains unfazed, asking if she truly believed he would accept anything less than his full demand. The princess recoils, a wave of realization washing over her, as she understands she has been thoroughly outmaneuvered. She desperately offers to retrieve the golden block for him, even if it means dealing with the notorious Crazy Hound. With his terms met, Burge simply turns and walks away, leaving the princess to her task. As he departs, a massive structure burns brightly in the distance, a fiery testament to his recent dealings. He manifests in a burst of dark energy, his eyes glowing with an ominous crimson light, a powerful, almost demonic presence filling the space. His face, however, contorts in a silent scream, a stark contrast to the power he wields, revealing a moment of profound anguish. An orange-yellow burst of energy erupts, accompanied by a guttural cry, as if something within him is tearing apart. Blue streaks cascade down, perhaps rain or residual magic, marking the aftermath of the intense emotional or physical upheaval. Later, a cheerful voice from a shop calls out, wishing a customer well. A cloaked figure, Burge Diaz, walks away from the establishment, his dark form a stark contrast to the bright day. He pauses, pulling out a small, glowing device, his attention fixed on the scanner in his hand. Before he can proceed, a new voice cuts through the air, questioning his continued presence. Standing over the defeated princess, Burge Diaz expressed his satisfaction, knowing he wouldn't need a refund, while the princess, still on the ground, demanded to know what had happened to the shop owner. He held a small, glowing red object in his hand, the apparent source of her distress. He calmly explained that the shop owner was from a different country, so he had only been able to give him a light beating. Enraged by his words, the princess cursed him, wishing she had ripped his heart out. Later, Burge Diaz mused to himself, reflecting on the young princess's intense fury. He observed with a slight sigh that she was as ill-tempered as ever. The princess's earlier mention of heart made him pause, prompting a new line of thought. Later, as they walked, he turned to her and asked if she was looking for a man named Lozier, inquiring if he was a blacksmith. The princess looked up at him, surprised, asking if he knew Lozier as well. As Burge Diaz examines the ornate necklace, a question forms in his mind. Is this crumbling effect somehow connected to the item itself? The realization hits him. This is one of Lozier's creations, an item from the very beginning of his career. Walking away from a grand structure, the 13th princess questions him, asking if he truly acquired the necklace from the gallery today, to which he replies that he bought it because his tough guy Lozier liked it, making him happy. Despite his earlier words, the necklace continues to crumble, visibly deteriorating in his grasp. A guard in red armor approaches, urgently pleading for help, explaining the need to capture someone before they perish and offering a specialized device for the task. The guard elaborates, identifying the item as a trapdoor device, the finest capture equipment crafted in the Dwarven kingdom. Burge acknowledges the inconvenience he's caused, promising to buy the guard alcohol for the trouble, then accepts the device, deeming it useful. With a swift movement, he prepares to depart, leaving the guard to protest that he had already purchased the promised alcohol. His crimson eyes glowing with fierce resolve, Burge Diaz declares his unwavering intent. He will not let him go. A memory flashes, showing Lozier in distress, his voice echoing a desperate cry. His heart, once so pure, was consumed by darkness, a transformation that began long ago in a quiet town. He had lost track of him after that day, the hero who had once shone so brightly, only to find that before he knew it, Lozier had already become a demon king. He had gained overwhelming strength, a power that Burge himself had yearned for. That was the power he wanted, the raw, destructive force embodied by the monstrous form of Lozier. Since conventional methods didn't work, he decided to become a new demon king himself. Even with everything he had done, and the glowing blue energy now coursing through his armored form, he still couldn't be a soulmate or companion to him. If he wanted to help his heroes and survive in this dimension, he knew what he had to do. He needed to develop his powers, to push beyond his limits, to send Lozier to the place where the Beast Tower stands. A towering structure overgrown with ancient foliage, where even the hero known as the Crazy Hound, Louise Werft, once fought. And the formidable demon king of beasts, Draxen rolled off, held sway, while countless others tear into the very heart of the summoning beast. He knows it will ultimately be his. After fusing with man's phantom, the tower gained two new functions: remote use and item transfer. A mystical mailbox, glowing with purple energy, materializes, ready to facilitate the new item transfer ability. From a high vantage point, Burge declares his temporary departure, leaving the tower in capable hands while a system message confirms a delivery of top-grade Sende Powder X10 is underway. The 13th princess muses on the peculiar nature of their bond, acknowledging that while not blood relatives, a contract has forged them into a family, making the demon king her brother-in-law, or something similar. Standing beside her, Burge holds a small, glowing red item, as the princess reassures herself that the demon king's personal delivery ensures its safety. Meanwhile, the unnamed female hero sits calmly on the 10th floor, with a clear directive to ensure her safety. He intends to teach her swordsmanship so she can be used at full strength, planning to test her once he returns. As their blades clash with a sharp clang, the unnamed female hero challenges him, demanding he beat her first. Her glowing sword radiates intense blue energy, ready for the next strike. Meanwhile, a system message confirms the setup of the Hell Forge on the first floor. Another message details a delivery cost of 10,000 points, along with an instruction to tell Lozier to reinforce the first floor even further. Lozier Friedrich, overwhelmed, exclaims at the sheer scale of it all, wondering how he's supposed to handle such a task. Despite his initial shock, he quickly affirms his readiness with a resounding, "Yes, of course." The Demon King reflects on his own growth, noting that his forces have doubled. He observes the monstrous figures on the mountain, concluding that they have grown enough to hunt more monsters in the mountains. Burge, with a hand resting on Milan's shoulder, issues a final directive, instructing him to manage the territory properly until his return. Looking intently at the Demon King's image on a holographic screen, Milan responds with unwavering loyalty, assuring his lord he will not disappoint him. As a heavy sound echoes, Milan departs from a grand, imposing structure, its architecture hinting at ancient power. He reflects on the system's capabilities, marveling at the convenient function that allows him to manage the territory even without his physical presence. Meanwhile, Burge initiates another communication, calling out to Milan Kargs and asking if he can hear him. Milan Kargs, looking surprised, questions the sudden contact, as a system notification confirms the complete control of the Demon King's hereditary scroll. Surrounded by an ominous purple aura, Burge holds the ancient artifact, the narration revealing that whoever possesses this scroll shall become the master of black magic. As he strides through the darkness, he recalls how he once named the guild leader Milan Kargs to his son, and how he conquered that very individual. With a satisfied tone, he acknowledges the good work done before setting the next objective, passing a test to become a guardian. He issues commands from the shadows, instructing his subordinates to provide funding through the Black Market Guild so that every elf slave on the continent can be acquired, adding that he's sending someone to the guild to oversee the operation. On a glowing screen, a distressed elf appears, her image flickering as the order to buy elf slaves echoes through the dark chamber. His attention then shifts to a new target, a con man named Jettison, whom he deems useful enough to put to work, though the mention of a con man raises a question from an unseen subordinate. The distressed elf on the screen reacts with wide eyes, as if hearing the conversation, while Burge confirms his assessment with a simple, "Yeah." His hand, holding a glowing purple orb, clenches slightly as he reveals the con man's transgression. He's the bastard who had the nerve to scam Louise Werft. With glowing red eyes, he continues, stating that he's already tracked down all of Jettison's personal information, and then poses a chilling ultimatum. So, if he doesn't show up within a month? A sinister smile spreads across his face, his red eyes glowing intensely as he contemplates his next move, muttering, "I'm thinking of." His hand crushes the glowing orb, shattering it into particles as he finishes his thought, sending an assassin to erase him. The particles of the shattered orb still shimmer around his clenched fist, a silent testament to his ruthless resolve. A quiet jingle echoes through a desolate, dust-filled room, followed by a soft squelch and a swift whoosh, hinting at an unseen presence. The room remains empty, the silence now heavy. Outside a grand, fortified structure, a guard demands to know, "You want to buy up all of my people?" Meanwhile, a group of armed figures trains diligently in the Holton Walls, their shared training grounds. In a verdant forest, an elf with green hair, surrounded by a faint blue aura, confirms his understanding, promising to deliver them as quickly as possible. He ponders the Demon King's true intentions behind acquiring all the elves, suspecting they are to be used as spies, just like him. The thought weighs heavily on him, the idea of being a pawn in a larger game. His eyes glow yellow with alarm as he wonders, did the Demon King find out about me and the Marquis? A vice captain questions the purpose of their training, wondering aloud why they are learning elf swordsmanship. He continues, explaining that old royal orders from hundreds of years ago are still being followed. The vice captain then asks what the captain thinks about it, as the elf spy listens with a worried expression. He adds that if the captain were to go, no one would follow him. The vice captain continues his rant, his voice carrying over the gathered elves. He laments that compared to their ancestors who fought for their race, They're just dying without purpose. As the vice captain speaks, the elf spy thinks to himself that being under the Demon King is far better than this. Suddenly, an unseen force strikes the vice captain, sending him recoiling violently. Both the vice captain and the elf spy are thrown to the ground, with the vice captain immediately apologizing, begging the captain not to humiliate the men. The elf spy reels from a sudden, unseen impact, a grunt of pain escaping him as he questions why he alone is targeted. Another powerful blow sends him sprawling, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Lying defeated, he looks up at the captain, who stands over him, demanding an explanation for his earlier words, dismissing his weak protestations. The captain's voice echoes with a chilling certainty, revealing knowledge of the spy's hidden treasures, a statement that leaves the elf stunned. Far from the elven encampment, the dense canopy of the Ormith rainforest kingdom stretches endlessly, a vibrant, ancient realm teeming with life. Within its current region, sunlight filters through the leaves, illuminating the humid air. There, a young woman named Louise Werft stands, her regal attire a stark contrast to the wild surroundings. She addresses a group of small, green creatures at her feet, proclaiming that she has finally found her masters and questioning their current state of being trapped within her own body. Still, she insists there is one place they haven't yet explored, a place so perilous that the small creature beside her cries out in warning. It is the Beast Mountain, a name that causes her companion to question her intentions, but she remains resolute. The mountain looms, a crown floating above its peaks, hinting at its royal significance. The creature insists they cannot go there, for it is the Dwarf King's tomb, a sacred and dangerous place. She clutches the ornate bracelet, her thoughts turning to the grave consequences should anyone dare to harm the Dwarven royal family. With a fierce expression, she declares that any such aggressors would have to contend with every single witch, especially those wielding Dwarven-made weapons. A dark memory surfaces, of someone who dared to interfere with a dwarf prince 200 years ago. That individual was utterly destroyed in a single generation, a precedent that ensures no one will dare challenge them again. But her companion, still concerned, points out that loose weight isn't even present, and that particular individual has proven capable of deception. A small, red, flower-like creature barks orders through the dense jungle foliage, demanding swift movement from unseen subordinates, threatening to drag them if they don't comply. Meanwhile, in what is known as the real underworld, a towering, jagged peak looms, a place synonymous with the Demon King and immense trouble. It is towards this very Beast Mountain region that Princess Louise Werft of the Dwarven Kingdom is now heading, a revelation that elicits a shocked gasp from an unseen observer. The white-furred Demon King, Burge Diaz, in his monstrous form, stares down, bewildered by the princess's unexpected move. He wonders why the crazy princess would suddenly venture into such a perilous place. His glowing red eyes narrow as a thought crosses his mind. Could she have discovered the beast-summoning beast and decided to claim it for herself? A growl escapes him, frustrated by the breach in his carefully laid plans. Security should have been airtight. His gaze shifts to a pulsating red orb, a source of pure mana energy, like a volcano beneath the earth, a mysterious power he values more than 10,000 gold coins. As his clawed hand reaches for it, he declares his intent to absorb that power and wield the strongest force imaginable. Urgent voices echo through the forest, declaring the excavation to be in its final stage, questioning the timing, and demanding that the princess be stopped and prevented from getting any closer. A massive, white-furred beast with glowing red eyes stands ready, its claws sharp and menacing. A subordinate issues a strict command. Under no circumstances is the princess to be killed or seriously injured. A cat-eared beast folk, eyes glowing yellow, questions the order, wondering why such care is needed for a mere human, before catching themselves on the last word. A deep, ominous voice cuts through the air, asking if they have a death wish. Princess Louise Werft of the Dwarven Kingdom continues her hurried movement through the dense forest, her red dress a stark contrast to the green surroundings. A warning resonates, declaring this to be the Demon King's forbidden territory. Burge Diaz, the Demon King, stands regally amidst the trees, his armored form imposing, as he muses that the princess had already been warned. He lets out a low, chilling chuckle, knowing the immense risk she faces of being killed by the demon tribe. A powerful dwarf king, adorned with a golden crown and a red gem, reflects on the Emperor's secret book, a tome of immense power, considering the implications if others could access its knowledge. Meanwhile, a determined red-haired princess, clad in armor, pushes forward, shouting for her path to be cleared, vowing not to turn back until she finds what she seeks. Back with the dwarf king, a menacing grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing red as he dismisses the notion, uttering a firm, "No, no." He muses on the perceived foolishness of dwarves, recalling the all-out war that transpired years ago, a conflict that shaped his current perspective. The Jespine Kingdom, situated directly beside the Vampire King's castle, played a pivotal role in those tumultuous times. The Dwarf King remembers how he amassed a fortune by selling weapons to the heroes, and how the Vampire Kingdom subsequently used those profits to fuel its growth into an empire. The red-haired princess, now surrounded by shadowy figures in a dark, ominous forest, defiantly questions if dying at the hands of the Demon King's underlings would simply repeat the tragedies of the past. With unwavering resolve, the princess declares her purpose, her actions driven by loyalty to the Ormith Kingdom. Her eye glows with fierce resolve as she curses her unseen enemy, a single, enraged word escaping her lips. Decades ago, during the heroes' all-out war, the Dwarf King's forces surged forward, his voice booming with avarice as he declared it their turn to profit from the chaos. He led the charge himself, kicking down an opponent with brutal efficiency and commanding his soldiers to kill every last one. Meanwhile, other forces, fiercely loyal to the Ormith Kingdom, fought with desperate cries for their nation's prosperity. The Dwarf King, wreathed in a fiery aura, brandished his sword and dared anyone who wished to die to face him first. Amidst the chaos, the young princess of Ormith, her red hair a beacon of defiance, stood firm with her staff, denouncing her enemies as cowardly monkeys. A figure from the Ormith side recoiled in horror, realizing the dwarves were about to be slaughtered, crying out in disbelief. Elsewhere, a white-furred beast, the demon king Burge let out a guttural roar of anguish and fury. He had just learned of the treacherous plot. Those Ormith bastards intended to kill Louise, the princess, and frame him for the deed. His monstrous face contorted in rage as he realized the full extent of the deception, a deception that would later be known as the heroes' all-out war decades in the past. Amidst the chaos of battle, a desperate command rings out to immediately deploy forces against the encroaching demons and ensure the safety of the dwarf princess. A swift, decisive action follows, as a burst of green energy erupts, scattering debris. On the ground, the princess herself, her red hair a fiery beacon. Her weapon finds its mark. Elsewhere, an elf warrior, his yellow eyes glowing with resolve. A protective energy barrier begins to manifest, rising from the ground to form a formidable shield. Despite the efforts, a voice warns the princess that, as the battle rages, the elf warrior urgently calls out, warning that their position is hopeless and they must break a path for the princess to escape. But the princess, glowing with a fierce orange aura, refuses, frustrated and determined to wipe out their enemies herself, even as the elf warrior pleads for her to calm down. Her face contorts with unyielding resolve, a golden crown resting upon her brow. Meanwhile, the elf warrior turns his attention to Burge, scolding him for his seemingly reckless posture, his back turned to their defenses. Undaunted, Burge raises his sword, declaring his intent to end the conflict with a single, decisive blow. As he prepares, a surge of dark, purple energy erupts from him, enveloping his form. He grunts, reacting to the sudden, overwhelming power. His eyes widening in shock as he questions the source of this demonic energy. A chilling realization dawns upon him. The Beast Demon King's underling has already arrived. A powerful purple aura erupts, revealing the Beast Demon King's underling, who muses on the unpredictable nature of human interests. He then realizes with a jolt that this new presence is not merely a beast demon. Nearby, a figure with reddish-orange hair recoils in alarm. The underling's voice rings out, a chilling declaration that the Ormith prince is destined to die here. With both hands extended, he unleashes a devastating surge of purple energy, the air crackling with imminent fatal degradation. A chilling realization dawns. An upper-rank demon is present. With a sinister purple aura flaring around him, Burge holds the 13th princess captive, his crimson eyes fixed on an unseen subordinate as he commands them to kill her while he keeps others at bay. A voice from the shadows confirms the order, a chilling, "Yes, sir," echoing through the chamber. Suddenly, the sounds of rapid movement and impact erupt from a nearby forest, signaling a new conflict. The 13th princess cries out in terror, her voice filled with anguish. Amidst the chaos, the Dwarf King unleashes a powerful, glowing punch, his fist radiating with red energy as he strikes. But before his attack can fully connect, he is met with a swift counter, two figures, glowing with orange energy, simultaneously striking him with a sword and a kick. Enraged, the Dwarf King roars, demanding to know who dares challenge him here. An unseen voice retorts, challenging him to fight while they are present. The Dwarf King, still reeling from the ambush, finds himself under immediate assault as a glowing figure lunges with a blade, its fiery impact forcing him to exclaim, "You dare look elsewhere?" The force of the blow sends a shockwave through him, his face contorting in a grimace of pain and surprise. He questions the impossible speed of his attackers, wondering aloud, how is he so fast for a prince? Before resolving to deal with the crazy prince first, acknowledging that no one ever said he was weak, and pondering how he was so easily beaten. With a surge of power, the Dwarf King unleashes a devastating purple energy blast, striking one of the glowing figures with a resounding crash. His attack continues, a second purple wave slamming into another assailant, sending them flying with another powerful impact. His eyes, burning with fierce resolve, narrow in intense focus. Changing tactics, he unleashes a brilliant yellow energy blast, which erupts upon contact with another glowing figure. The yellow energy continues its destructive path, striking a fourth assailant with a powerful, concussive force. Amidst the explosions and chaos of the forest battle, a dwarf soldier cries out, "Prince," his voice barely audible over the din. The forest floor is stained with blood, a grim testament to the recent battle, but the demon king has vanished without a trace. Still, the dwarf king fights on, surrounded by the glowing assailants, as a dwarf soldier cries out to him. One of the glowing figures snarls, enraged by the resistance, demanding to know why they are now considered the problem after initiating the attack. With a glowing blade, it vows to send its opponent to the afterlife, to join their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, dwarf soldiers scramble to protect the princess, shouting orders to cover her as the glowing enemies press their assault. A sharp clang echoes through the trees, followed by a grunt of pain. A cloaked figure emerges, having just delivered a powerful blow, the impact reverberating through the forest, musing that this should keep Louise Werft occupied. The figure, Burge Diaz, calmly prepares for his next move, a smirk playing on his lips. He declares his intention to use the situation as bait for the demon. The demon king of beasts, Burge Diaz, stands before a towering structure, its ancient stones reaching towards the sky. 5 minutes earlier, the very same tower of beasts begins to pulse with an ominous, purple glow, its energy rippling through the air. A surge of demonic energy erupts from the structure, causing a nearby elf spy to gasp in alarm. From the swirling purple aura, a monstrous, white-furred wolf-like demon emerges, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The elf spy, sensing the immense power, mutters, "Demon King, this demonic energy." Meanwhile, Burge Diaz, his expression grim, realizes the truth. Right. They are not my vassals. Another demon king sent. The newly arrived wolf demon snarls, "Demons into my territory." A surge of demonic energy, glowing crimson and swirling with dark particles, emanates from the Tower of Beasts, indicating the presence of an elite, upper-ranked demon or higher. Simultaneously, as if on cue, a monstrous wolf-like demon with piercing red eyes emerges, its presence so potent that another demon crown seems to grow, its intrusion perfectly timed with an attack on the dwarf princess and her escorts. The wolf demon's glowing red eyes narrow, its thoughts focused on confirming the situation for itself, wondering if the dwarf princess has been secured. Amidst the chaos, the princess and her escorts are overwhelmed by the demon's brutal assault. The wolf demon's gaze sweeps over the scene, acknowledging that they were already surrounded upon arrival. It observes the princess, who is already encircled by Ormith soldiers. A flicker of frustration crosses its glowing red eye, as the demon struggles with its own limitations. Despite its immense power, it laments its insufficient mana to fully control the situation. The wolf demon's mind flashes back to a time when others tried to intervene, recalling how they attempted to stop the princess, but to no avail. On a blood-soaked battlefield, a lone armored figure, glowing with a fierce red aura, cried out for the princess to cease her actions. But the princess had handled everything alone, leaving a trail of massacre in her wake, and no one could save those caught in her path. Back in the present, the wolf demon lets out a guttural growl, its frustration palpable. "Don't make things confusing, you idiot." A voice, perhaps internal, snaps back. The wolf demon roars in response, its eyes flaring with an intense red glow, a powerful aura of anger erupting around it. Nearby, 3 small, furry creatures huddle together, whimpering softly, as if questioning the unfolding chaos. The princess, it is revealed, was also responsible for the death of the second prince of Ormith. Standing over a group of defeated figures, the wolf demon demands to know, "What are you doing with the princess here?" The wolf demon considers its predicament, realizing that if it were to eliminate the surrounding soldiers, the princess's murder would undoubtedly be attributed to it. While such an act might earn it merit points, the consequences of being implicated in a royal assassination would be severe. It muses on Ormith's weakness as a nation and the meager mana pools of its forces. Ultimately, it decides to let them live, reasoning that they are needed to protect the princess, a task they cannot fulfill if dead, though a hint of frustration lingers in its thoughts. Suddenly, an unseen voice cuts through the air, demanding to know if the demon that intruded into its territory has been found, only to be met with a hesitant admission that nothing has been discovered yet. The wolf demon scoffs, finding the lack of progress pathetic, and questions if the unseen entity's horsemen are nothing more than blind sheep. The unseen voices offer a meek apology, explaining that if it's a demon of such strength and capable of hiding, then it is indeed a formidable foe. Ignoring their excuses, the wolf demon's eyes glow crimson as it declares it's not asking them to find it, but telling them to. Activating ultrasensory amplification, a technique that maximizes its senses by concentrating demonic energy into its sensory organs. The wolf demon focuses its demonic energy, activating its ultrasensory amplification, knowing that if he hones this technique, he can even catch the faintest traces of greater magic. And indeed, he can see it, the distinct traces of greater magic, confirming that demon is after the dwarf princess. A low growl escapes him as he processes the information, the word princess echoing in his mind. His amplified senses radiate outwards, painting a vivid picture of the intruder's path through the forest. As he questions aloud, which demon is after the dwarf princess now? The sensory echo confirms the direction, she went that way. A surge of fury washes over him, cursing the damn bastard who dares interfere. His face contorts into a furious snarl, his glowing red eyes burning with resolve. The wolf demon's mind reeled, a furious realization dawning on him as the words echoed. Demon Kings? No, it was all a trap, a calculated deception. The dwarf princess was merely bait, a distraction to lure him away. The true target, the Demon King's actual objective, was something else entirely. Even the imposing demonic energy he had sensed, it was all part of the elaborate plan to draw him away from the volcano. No, the Demon King had known all along that the dwarf princess was only after one thing, and he was racing towards it now. Deep within the forest, a hidden cave entrance beckoned, where a small group of armored dwarves stood guard. Inside, more dwarves were gathered, their attention fixed on a pulsating, crimson glow. It was the very core of power, the heart of the volcano beast, radiating intense heat and light. Finally, the wolf demon arrived at the volcanic chasm, his glowing red eyes fixed on the fiery depths below. He senses the mana here is far from ordinary, feeling the distinct scales of a summoned beast and the presence of the Wolf King. Even with such immense mana surging through the chasm, he knows it should still be impossible to breach. They are protecting it, he realizes, his gaze sharpening. But that doesn't matter to him. The scales of the black flame dragon are a force beyond any known law, yet he remains undeterred. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, a silent question of who dares stand in my way, echoing in the fiery chasm. His claw extends, and with a deafening crack, he strikes. His movements are so swift, even an upper-ranked demon would fail to notice his passage. Suddenly, Burge appears, his presence startling a massive tiger-like demon, who recoils in shock. As the beast struggles to comprehend the sudden intrusion, Burge calmly commands it to come with him. The tiger demon thrashes, engulfed in fiery resistance, but his efforts are futile against the Demon King's overwhelming power. A blinding flash of orange and yellow light erupts, consuming the struggling beast in a powerful explosion. From the fiery aftermath, Burge ascends, his dark, leathery wings unfurling as glowing particles drift around him. He looks down at the remnants of the encounter, reflecting that such a pathetic creature wasn't even worth the effort he'd expended in his previous life. Yet, a flicker of interest crosses his face as he observes its lingering essence, noting its surprisingly strong regeneration. A knowing smile spreads across his lips, as he muses about the possibility of the beast summoning beast being broken. His expression hardens slightly as the realization fully dawns on him, confirming his suspicions. A vision of a phoenix's corpse flashes through his mind, a question echoing in his thoughts. He recalls a time from his past, back when he was attending the military academy. Ancient records confirmed the existence of phoenixes, creatures that traversed across multiple dimensions. These phoenixes could even cross between dimensions, ranging from godlike beings to those that reigned as destroyers only within their own dimension. Their strength varied wildly, yet they all shared one crucial characteristic. Every Demon King who had absorbed a phoenix became powerful enough to leave their name etched into the history of the demonic realm. A small, fiery demon form appears, a voice acknowledging, "Draxen, thanks." He continues, a sense of certainty growing within him. "Thanks to you, I'm getting the hang of my previous self. I can be sure now." He had always coveted that one power above all others, a force he yearned to wield in this very life. With a confident smirk, Burge declared his intent, promising to put that power to good use as a fiery aura erupted around him, his eyes glowing with crimson light. The raw energy coalesced in his outstretched hand, pulsating with an intense orange glow. Then, with a sudden burst, the power erupted skyward in a brilliant column of light. From the heart of the eruption, a magnificent golden phoenix, formed of pure light, soared into the heavens. From a hidden vantage point, an unseen observer questioned aloud, wondering who dared to steal their phoenix. A moment later, they pondered if it was already dead, before realizing the entity had arrived without its full essence. The observer noted the lack of upper-class mana, observing how it slid from the black hole and shot up into the tower. They concluded it was merely a body, incapable of even using that specific incantation. A monstrous wolf demon lets out a guttural roar, its fury echoing through the cavern, as if challenging the very notion of lax security. Its massive, clawed foot slams down with crushing force. As it lunges at a lone figure, while Burge watches from the shadows, questioning the Demon King's presence. The Demon King, however, simply asks what brought him here. The attack connects, sending the victim reeling back with cries of pain. As the wolf demon continues its brutal assault, driving the figure further into the ground. The battered figure struggles to identify their attacker, wondering if it's Reyna or Yugur, but the answer is a definitive no to both. The wolf demon, now wreathed in a furious red aura, roars with renewed power. As it becomes clear that Yugur lacks the means for such an attack, and for Reyna, a fire element would be more of a hindrance than a help. With a final, devastating strike, a massive, glowing leg descends. The wolf demon considers the situation, wondering if the summoned beast is truly safe. Suddenly, a guttural roar escapes him, his glowing red eyes wide with surprise. From an unseen vantage, the Demon King's voice calmly confirms that it is indeed safe. Yet, the wolf demon observes something unexpected. Someone has suddenly plunged into the molten lava. His eyes widen further, a silent question of what? Echoing his disbelief. The demon king's voice booms with urgency, ordering him to stop the intruder immediately, while the wolf demon questions what is wrong. Then, the realization dawns on the wolf demon. The figure is attempting to steal the phoenix. Deep within the fiery depths, a small, human-like silhouette races through the scorching heat, the air shimmering with intense thermal energy. The molten landscape glows with an overwhelming, blinding light, its heat radiating outwards in pulsating waves. A single, glowing red eye narrows with predatory intensity. As the wolf demon's fury boils over, a silent curse forming in its mind. Jason, you son of a... Its fangs flash, a guttural snarl ripping through the air, eyes blazing with unbridled aggression. Then, a roar of pure frustration erupts. Bitch. The wolf demon's fury erupts, manifesting as a colossal burst of fire that consumes everything in its path. The intense, glowing inferno expanding rapidly, engulfing the entire area in a blinding, destructive torrent of flames. Even as the initial blast subsides, the raw, untamed power of the magical fire continues to burn with an ominous glow. A disoriented voice echoes through a lush, vibrant forest, questioning its very location. The confusion deepens as the voice wonders, am I? A pale hand reaches out towards a swirling vortex of golden energy, a desperate thought forming. I feel like I'm going to die, and this power is coming from. The world plunges into darkness, the voice realizing it was thrown far away, along with the volcanic eruption. A massive volcano, named Burge, erupts with explosive force, spewing molten rock and fiery energy into the sky, its raw power reshaping the landscape. Suddenly, a figure with long, wild red hair and piercing red eyes stands amidst the wilderness, identified as the demon god. He questions his new reality, wondering, but how? Are wild animals roaming all over here? As small, curious creatures approach him, the demon god, still disoriented, simply commands them to get lost. He gazes at a small bird, a profound sense of unfamiliarity washing over him as he muses. I feel like I'm not myself. A profound sense of unease washes over him, a strange feeling he cannot quite place. As the newly transformed demon god finds himself submerged in an unfamiliar body of water, his crimson eyes wide with confusion. He looks around at the dense, vibrant foliage surrounding him, a question forming in his mind about his very existence. Meanwhile, far from his current predicament, an ancient structure stands amidst a lush jungle, known as Ormith Palace. Within its hallowed halls, a small, furry creature recounts a tale of heroism, speaking of Prince Mark Ormith and the brave warriors who once defended their home. A small, pink-haired princess-like figure listens intently, as the story continues, detailing how they saved them from the Demon King's underling, only to meet their own tragic end. An imposing armored figure, seated on a grand throne, affirms the narrative, declaring that he raised his son to be a brave warrior. His armored hand clenches slightly, as he concludes that to fall on the battlefield while protecting the princess is an honor. A guttural command echoes through the air, demanding immediate action. The Heroes Guild must be informed at once. And they are to prepare a hero's journey to execute the Beast Demon King. The snarling face of a wolf-like demon reinforces the urgency of the decree. Meanwhile, deep within a vibrant, sun-dappled forest, the world continues its quiet existence. A man with a worried expression approaches, hesitantly beginning. I have a report, A regal figure, radiating a soft red glow, turns to face him, asking, who are you? The figure identifies herself as the Princess of Ormith. Milan bows deeply, confirming his presence at her request, expressing his honor to speak with Her Royal Highness. He then introduces the first hero, Captain Rosal Chart, a top-tier hero with a golden aura. Rosal is further described as a top-class sorcerer, specializing in flame magic, her form wreathed in fiery energy. Next, the second hero is introduced, Draxen, one of the 10 Stars heroes, a master of ancient pure martial arts, his body glowing with blue power. He stands before a vast assembly of heroes, a stark truth laid bare. Out of 800 potential candidates, only 200 truly possess the spirit of a hero. And the singular individual capable of slaying the Beast Demon King is none other than the director himself. This formidable task awaits them within the Abyssal Dungeon, a treacherous labyrinth located deep within the northern continent, the sole prison holding the Beast Demon King captive. A wry smile plays on Burge Diaz's lips as he considers the number, musing that perhaps only 200 heroes are truly needed, for there are many with compelling reasons to see the Demon King fall. Yet, he knows the truth is far more complex. Humans, in their inherent nature, do not truly wish for a Demon King to perish. To them, a Demon King represents not an enemy to be vanquished, but a like-minded, useful treasure chest. Indeed, the Beast Demon King's very form is a repository of untold riches, a walking, breathing trove of power and artifacts that humans covet above all else. Even the simplest of matters, when viewed through the lens of human ambition, becomes entangled with a web of conflicting interests. He sighs, acknowledging the profound and often baffling complexity of human society. With a final, cynical smirk, he grants permission for the hero's journey to commence, promising to reveal the intricate details of the Demon King's impending execution. Holding a small, crimson gem, Burge watches Milan, who asks if he truly intends to kill the Beast Demon King. A scoff escapes him as he declares, "It will be even easier than dealing with the human hero." Milan, grateful for the opportunity, insists that if he grows stronger, he can truly help. Burge pauses, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air before he echoes Milan's earlier question, asking if he is truly going to kill the Beast Demon King. He then reveals his true intention, stating he is preparing a new Tau Demon King for Milan, laughing as he tells him to leave this task to him. With that, he turns and begins to walk away, announcing his departure. Milan calls out to his retreating figure, addressing him as Gordon. Burge turns, confirming his identity as the Demon King Burge, leaving Milan to wonder why the Demon King looks so different. A voice echoes through the lush, verdant jungle, declaring, "I said speak." The air hums with an urgent energy as an emergency convocation is issued from the Tower of Beasts, signaling the presence of a Demon King. The news spreads rapidly, prompting a shocked reaction from a listener who exclaims, "Draxen did that. Are you serious?" The message has just arrived, confirming the unbelievable. Meanwhile, the imposing structure of the Tower of Beasts stands as the focal point of this sudden crisis. Within its vicinity, a fierce battle rages as the Demon King, surrounded by a brilliant blue aura, unleashes a devastating attack, sending a wolf-like demon reeling amidst a flurry of orange energy from an ally. A hulking, armored figure observes the chaos, demanding to know, "What's going on, Draxen?" Beside him, a smaller, blue-armored attendant remarks with disdain, "This place stinks as usual." The armored commander then issues orders, instructing the attendant to go ahead and wait, while he himself will join the last attendee. The attendant simply replies, "Fine," as two more wolf demons appear behind them, awaiting their next move. As Burge and another figure, Jason Cockmond, are noted to be late, he continues his fierce assault, striking a wolf demon with a powerful blow. The demon snarls, its fangs bared, as if questioning if they need more time to gather their thoughts. A claw flashes, threatening that he too will be included among the fallen. Burge recoils, his cape whipping around him, realizing he let his guard down for a moment. A swift, red-streaked attack cuts through the air, the urgency of the situation underscored by a voice warning that if Burge is late, there's no time now. The Demon King, Burge is confirmed to be in Ormith right now. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man with long, dark hair and glasses declares he will portal move to the Tower of Beasts alone. Another man, with short dark hair and a blue aura surrounding him, smirks, confident he will arrive soon. He then questions, with a hint of surprise, if someone was nearby if he were to arrive on foot without a portal. Even as the wolf demon's presence lingered, Burge knew that any further delay would only complicate matters, inevitably drawing Gordon's attention. Yet, arriving late at his destination would also raise suspicion. He needed to return to his tower, then attend a meeting with Gordon. His focus sharpened, he resolved to move directly to the Tower of Beasts. But his current speed simply wouldn't suffice. He would be late in mere minutes. He needed to go faster, to fly faster, or face the consequences. With a sudden burst of power, a vibrant purple energy flared around him, manifesting as a magnificent, fiery bird to propel him forward with incredible speed. As the magical energy surged, a pair of magnificent, fiery wings began to unfurl behind him, shedding brilliant orange and yellow feathers into the air. He stared at the blazing appendages, a question forming in his mind. Phoenix wings? He wondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Was I supposed to find mana here? The core of the fiery construct pulsed with an intense, almost blinding light, its energy crackling with raw power. He felt the full manifestation of the wings, a strange sensation of sentience emanating from them. I don't recall. Is it am I? His eyes widened in sudden realization. Alive, he exclaimed, the pieces clicking into place. Is that why the animals scattered here earlier? With a powerful beat of the newly formed wings, he shot upwards, leaving a brilliant trail of light and fiery feathers in his wake, accelerating rapidly towards the heavens. As the phoenix wings propelled him skyward, Burge found himself overwhelmed by an unforeseen surge of speed, a blinding white light engulfing his ascent. His face contorted in a grimace of pure strain, he struggled against the immense, uncontrollable velocity, realizing it was far too much to handle. The world blurred around him, the sheer pace of his flight becoming an inescapable prison. Suddenly, a massive structure loomed into view, and with a burst of orange and yellow energy, he braced for impact. A deafening thump echoed through the air as his body slammed into the dark, red-hued edifice, sending shockwaves of light and debris outward. The ancient structure, glowing with intricate patterns, absorbed the force of the collision, scattering particles of energy into the frigid air. The massive, dark red tower stood tall amidst the snowy landscape, its upper reaches shrouded in mist or smoke from the impact. Finally coming to a halt near its base, Burge landed with another heavy thump in the snow, the sheer scale of the tower dwarfing him. Looking up at the damage he had caused, he muttered, I did arrive right away, but I can't control it. A voice questions why a brilliant mind would act so recklessly on his graduation day, but Burge Diaz, his red hair a stark contrast to his usual dark locks, knows he must be careful until he fully masters the Phoenix's power. Standing before a fiery portal, he hears a query asking if he, Gordon, is ready, followed by a warning that the Phoenix bird might cause him to fall asleep. Another voice confirms he is on the right path, urging him to hurry and return. In a different moment, his hair now black once more, Burge Diaz declares their immediate movement to the Tower of Beasts. His determined expression remains unwavering. The ancient, imposing Tower of Beasts, known as Ormith, stands majestically amidst lush, overgrown ruins. Elsewhere, Rosalie, Milan, and a hooded companion observe, wondering if the person whose body manifests all magic is the one they seek, and noting that the old man who knows everything about Burge Diaz is also present. Milan clarifies that by the old man, he means the one who can take a risk, then congratulates Rosalie, acknowledging her as an important part of his life's achievements. Finally, Burge Diaz, his black hair contrasting with the red-haired 13th princess beside him, remarks that he had intended to greet her first, to which she responds with a casual, yeah. A young woman with fiery red hair, clad in dark armor, moves through a lush forest, her expression tight with frustration. Meanwhile, in a different location, the captain of the Dawn Flame Assault Unit, Rosal Chart, is identified. Back in the forest, the princess mutters to herself, her mission proving more difficult than anticipated, as she complains about the riffraff getting in her way. She questions how she's supposed to clear a tower with such weaklings around, her frustration mounting at the thought of her efforts being wasted. The princess continues her journey, now accompanied by several cloaked figures, moving deeper into what appears to be a dark, cavernous structure. Elsewhere, Milan observes the princess's progress, wondering if she will truly succeed in her endeavor. Rosal Chart, standing beside him, expresses her concern, doubting the princess's ability to complete the hero's journey, especially after 10 years. Milan, however, remains hopeful, believing that the princess will eventually find her way. The red-haired princess, still on her arduous path, responds with a defiant glare, asserting that she's no longer the same person they once knew. The 13th princess, her red hair a vibrant contrast to her battle attire, challenges the figure before her, asking if he removed something because no one else was watching. A wry smile plays on Burge Diaz's lips, as he internally curses, realizing a demon king knows his secret, even if he himself is the demon king. His expression shifts to one of distress, the thought of this woman discovering his true nature threatening to ruin his carefully crafted image. He continues his internal monologue, lamenting that they wouldn't even have to meet if not for the demon king's orders, before steeling himself with the conviction that he will be the next beast demon king. Standing beside the princess, Burge Diaz addresses her directly, warning her not to interfere with his path, calling her the Princess of Lies. A confident, almost smug smile spreads across his face, as he declares his unwavering resolve. His eyes gleam with fierce determination, as he internally vows that the Beast Demon King will never be able to stop him. A dark, swirling portal, crackling with purple energy, shimmered ominously in the air. Approaching its ethereal maw, Burge Diaz moved with purpose. From above, a massive white-furred beast addressed him, its voice echoing with relief. Jason Cockmond, Burge Diaz, you made it in time. As they began to step through the shimmering threshold, a robed figure beside him added, I'll explain the situation once we're inside. His gaze was sharp, his expression composed, ready for whatever awaited them. A slight tilt of his head, a subtle shift in his posture. A faint smile touched his lips as he confirmed, we're not late. They emerged into a cavernous, dark space, the top floor of the Tower of Beasts. Having successfully traversed the portal, Burge Diaz and the 13th princess find themselves in a grand chamber, facing the imposing figure of the wolf demon, Arein, as other observers stand by. Arein, his voice deep and resonant, questions Burge Diaz's presence, asking, Draxen, why are you here? You would avoid such a meeting. Meanwhile, the unnamed female hero, speaking to Milan, mentions, I heard the hero's journey of the hero of justice has gathered in Ormith. Arein continues his explanation, his fangs glinting as he adds, it's related to that. He elaborates that one of the demon kings gathered there had sent a high-ranking demon into his territory. The group listens intently as Arein recounts the events, his words painting a grim picture of betrayal and loss. This high-ranking demon then stole the corpse of the phoenix Arein was going to absorb. Worse still, that same bastard also caused the second prince of Ormith to die. These catastrophic events, Arein explains, were what triggered the current hero's journey. He looks at the 13th princess, a hint of concern in his voice, asking why she would put herself in such danger. Meanwhile, a chilling thought echoes through the mind of the wolf demon, someone is trying to take him out. His fanged maw twists in a snarl, he won't die alone. His glowing red eyes fixate on a singular goal, to kill that traitor. Clutching a glowing red orb, the wolf demon declares his intention to purchase the power of the black box. For inside every tower, there exists a black box that meticulously records all of a demon king's actions. Originally designed to analyze past behaviors and improve future ones, it has been largely ignored by demon kings who overstep their authority. Since it consumes immense energy and disappears with the Tower Master's death, no one truly pays attention to its existence. Upon hearing this revelation, Burge Diaz's eyes widen in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear about the black box at all. Burge Diaz considers the implications of the black box, knowing that if Draxen were to harness its power, no one would be left to stand against him. He imagines a grim future, where everyone would become Draxen's enslaved puppets. The only way to prevent such a catastrophe, he muses, is if he himself were the culprit. A chilling thought, which would naturally cause anyone to hesitate. His expression hardens as he curses the name. That bastard Draxen. Suddenly, the unnamed female hero approaches him, accompanied by the 13th princess, and addresses him directly. Burge Diaz, I need your permission. The 13th princess, looking surprised, interjects, I can't believe you'd grant permission. Ignoring her, the unnamed female hero reiterates her plea, Burge Diaz. And he responds with a firm voice, I grant permission. His permission granted, the decision is met with an approving declaration. Meanwhile, a shadowy wolf-like demon with glowing red eyes vows, I'll report you secretly with the secrets. The meeting then concludes, bringing today's discussions to an end. A glowing, ethereal key materializes, a potent artifact known as the Black Box Key, a single-use consumable item. Its immense power comes at an equally immense price, requiring an enormous amount of demonic energy points for its purchase. Right before a hero's journey, it's clear that Draxen wouldn't invest such a massive amount of demonic energy points without a significant purpose. He wouldn't transform it into a key and put his life at risk on purpose. The wolf demon's thoughts linger on the hero's journey, anticipating its eventual failure. Believing that once the dust settles, he will immediately acquire the key and unlock his and Jason's black boxes. Meanwhile, Burge Diaz stands with the unnamed female hero. A determined expression on his face as he acknowledges the need to contend with his own identity as Draxen. He assures her that everything is prepared, and once their plans are set in motion, he will finally feel a sense of relief. The scene shifts to the first floor of Burge's tower. There, a dwarf engineer, tending to a massive cannon, calls out to him, asking for his assessment. Burge Diaz observes the colossal weapon, a magic cannon born from the Demon King's Forge of Hell. As the dwarf engineer laughs triumphantly, proudly declaring it the Inferno Catapult Mark I. A booming laugh echoes through the chamber, celebrating the first floor boss Losertronica, as a surge of blue energy pulses from the massive weapon. The dwarf engineer proudly proclaims, behold this majestic, beautiful form. I've never made such a masterpiece in my life before. His eyes gleam with manic satisfaction, reflecting the glowing energy of his creation. This weapon, forged in the Demon King's own crucible where rare minerals are melted and magic charges the very air, is said to fire spears imbued with various magics, each capable of destroying an entire castle with a single shot. Meanwhile, Burge Diaz places a reassuring hand on Milan's shoulder, having told him to pursue his desires, yet Milan still questions if it was truly the right path. Back in the forge, Burge observes the colossal weapon, acknowledging its slightly unconventional nature, but confident in its optimal performance, especially if they intend to retrieve the Forge of Hell. The dwarf engineer, peering through a scope, dismisses any concerns, eager to see just how far this new creation can be pushed. With a hand glowing with power, Burge touches the weapon as the dwarf engineer exclaims his gratitude, promising to create even bigger and stronger versions for the Demon King. The scene shifts to the second floor of Burge's tower. The princess unleashes a furious cry, declaring, I told you. Her attack surging with power as she challenges, I'd make you regret training me, didn't I? The sheer force of her assault sends Burge Diaz reeling backward, enveloped in crackling blue energy. But with a sharp, cracking sound, his gloved hand punches through the shimmering barrier, shattering it. He meets her gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he retorts, you haven't changed. Then, with a swift, powerful motion, he drives a fist forward, aiming directly for her. Undeterred, the princess's eyes gleam with renewed resolve, declaring, now it starts for real. She lunges, her sword glowing with ethereal light, ready to unleash a devastating sequence. The air shimmers as she initiates the Jespine combat sword technique, Continuous Moon. The 13th princess unleashes her full power, manifesting a devastating sword technique known as the Crescent Moon / variant, Crescent Moon Shatter. A blinding wave of blue energy erupts from her, surging forward with destructive force. But Burge Diaz stands firm, his crimson eyes glowing as he effortlessly deflects the assault, remarking, you've improved a little. Despite her powerful technique, he seems unfazed, a slight frown crossing his face as he thinks, but with a surge of dark power, Burge manifests a formidable red energy shield, completely nullifying her attack and declaring, you still need more training. He then unleashes a concentrated sphere of dark, crackling energy from his hand. The princess's eyes widening in shock as the attack connects. This can't be. She recoils from the impact, utterly bewildered by the ease of his counter. You counteracted my technique so easily. The force of the blow sends her hurtling through the air, a cry escaping her lips as she is launched into a distant, snow-covered landscape. The impact of the previous attack left a crater of shattered ice and rock, the debris still settling in the frigid air. Meanwhile, back in the tower, Burge questions, "Why is Princess Arein here on the second floor?" He receives a reply, explaining that on the fourth floor, the princess is undergoing a summoning ritual, so they temporarily moved her to this location. The revelation causes him to react with surprise, uttering, "A summoning." Meanwhile, a collection of various items, including a sense powder pouch, appears to be part of the ongoing events. On the fourth floor of Burge's tower, the 13th princess, Hildren, stands amidst a swirling blue aura, her hands glowing with concentrated energy as she appears to struggle with the ritual. A complex magical circle glows beneath her feet, anchoring her to the powerful, mystical process. Still immersed in the summoning ritual, she calls out to the great spirit of water, its guardian. Her hands outstretched, glowing with ethereal blue energy, she declares a binding contract, sealed by blood and soul. As a crimson orb of energy pulses, she speaks of soul and soul intertwining. Another orb appears, solidifying her intent. She is forming a contract. A drop of blood spreads across the water's surface, as Hildren invokes the ritual in her own name. With eyes closed in intense concentration, she pleads for her call to be answered. Her eyes snap open, filled with desperation, as she cries out a final, powerful name, Neruniel. The magical circle beneath her flares with intricate, glowing blue patterns, responding to her fervent plea. Water ripples and glows with countless particles, the ritual reaching its crescendo. As the ritual intensified, she stood poised amidst swirling currents, her form illuminated by the vibrant blue energy of the water. The water around her churned and rose, forming a dynamic, shimmering vortex of light and bubbles. Her gaze remained fixed, unwavering, her lavender eyes now glowing with an intense, ethereal blue. A chilling realization dawned upon her, a whisper of a presence trapped within a demon king's tower. Undeterred, she continued her invocation, calling upon the ancient power of the primordial covenant to summon a great water spirit. With arms outstretched, she commanded the very essence of the ritual, demanding the spirit acknowledge its binding. From the depths of the shimmering water, an ethereal hand, larger and more luminous than her own, reached out to meet her extended grasp. Their hands connected, sealing the pact, as she declared the spirit her sole companion. Disoriented, the princess drifts through an ethereal blue expanse, her form surrounded by shimmering bubbles and soft light. The watery depths stretch endlessly around her. As she continues her silent descent, eyes closed in unconsciousness. But a hand, strong and resolute, reaches through the shimmering veil, closing in on her delicate form. In a sudden shift, she is cradled securely in the arms of a dark-haired man, his crimson eyes fixed on her with a hint of concern. He thinks to himself, a demon king. As the princess stirs in his embrace, her lavender eyes slowly flutter open, meeting his gaze with dawning confusion. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he muses, I almost missed a rare sight. A faint smile plays on Burge's lips as he offers a quiet word of approval. The princess, still disoriented, dismisses his praise with a soft, almost shy, hee, it's nothing. Before adding, it's thanks to the great power you gave me, Demon King. The title hangs in the air, a stark contrast to her earlier modesty. And her eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror as she processes her own words. A panicked cry escapes her, denying the statement with a desperate, no. That wasn't me. Burge watches her, his expression now serious and unreadable. As the princess continues to plead, please believe me, that voice was definitely mine, but I really didn't say anything. He turns away slightly, his voice calm as he states, you summoned an annoying spirit. Still held securely by Burge, the princess gasps, realizing the words that just escaped her lips were not her own, but an embarrassing confession. As the small, blue spirit she holds glows with a soft whoosh and fluff, Burge lets out a surprised sound, while the princess, flustered, accuses him of already catching on to her secret. The high-ranking water spirit, Neruniel, now clearly visible, looks up with wide, innocent eyes, asking when they're going out. This ethereal being, whose hobby is reading romance novels, and whose preferred genre is forbidden love, seems to be the true source of the princess's unexpected outburst. Burge stares down at the small spirit, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he questions the nonsense he's hearing. The princess, still in his arms, blushes deeply, her face burning with embarrassment. She turns her shocked gaze towards the spirit, demanding to know what it is talking about. A princess cries out in disbelief. As the very fabric of fate, once thought to be immutable between a demon king and a princess, now seems to have been irrevocably altered. She questions the reality of the situation, unable to comprehend the drastic shift. Meanwhile, deep within the spirit realm, a small, blue spirit laughs with unbridled joy. The spirit, Neruniel, now appearing larger and more defined, addresses the princess with glee, asking if she isn't happy that they are finally on the same side, while the princess can only stammer in disbelief. As the demon king, Burge plummets through the air, the princess looks down, pleading with him to return, muttering about how long it took for him to finally arrive, then quickly correcting herself. Burge Diaz, the demon king of lies, looks up in utter shock, demanding to know why a mere non-ranking spirit like Neruniel dares to mock him. The princess holds Neruniel close, her expression still one of concern, as the spirit declares her intention to claim the princess as her demon kings, prompting the princess to repeat her question with more urgency. Suddenly, a vibrant, fiery red energy flares to life. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, Burge Diaz demands to know what he appears to be in this moment, his voice echoing with a potent, challenging query. Meanwhile, in the ethereal spirit realm, Neruniel, still held by the princess, smugly remarks on the weakness of human minds, implying the princess's inability to help. Burge Diaz, hearing the spirit's words, questions if he truly appears as a mere spirit, rather than a demon king, reflecting that no one will believe him either. He reflects on a lesson learned from heroes, realizing that no one will believe his true nature. A fierce determination hardens his gaze as his power surges, believing that at this level, he could achieve anything. A sinister smile spreads across his face, a guttural sound escaping him as he declares his intention to personally deal with the demon king of beasts. The princess, hearing his declaration, begins to question the implications of a demon king taking out another. Her expression shifts to one of profound confusion, as she repeats the unsettling thought of yet another demon king. A chilling, ethereal blue light washes over the scene, as if traversing through a frozen, otherworldly expanse. Then, a sharp, electronic beep cuts through the silence, and Burge Diaz appears, his crimson eyes glowing with intense frustration. "Are you serious?" he demands, his voice laced with disbelief. He can barely contain his irritation. What demon king in the world is able to kill another demon king? "I'm pretty sure I explained it already." A subordinate, standing nearby, offers a placating tone. "So all good." "Yes, be careful." But Burge Diaz, still utterly bewildered, exclaims, "I can't understand it at all." The subordinate, taken aback, questions, "What? What kind of explanation is that?" before adding, "You're going back to the demon realm, aren't you?" His face contorted in a silent scream of frustration, Burge Diaz is left alone, grappling with the incomprehensible situation. A dark, claw-like energy ripples through the air, a stark contrast to the previous moment of frustration, as a voice declares this situation to be entirely different. The shadowy energy coalesces, glowing with an inner blue light, as the voice continues, warning that setting aside whether one could meet the Demon King's standards, if the other Demon Kings were to learn of these actions, there would be severe consequences. Burge Diaz, his crimson eyes sharp with resolve, thinks to himself that he cannot permit the black-haired boy to leave before learning more, asserting that he will be the one to handle the situation. A concerned subordinate, an elf with dark hair and green eyes, questions his decision, acknowledging his reasons but asking if it isn't far too dangerous. Burge Diaz's expression hardens as he reminds the subordinate that they still haven't fully grasped Arein's dimensional energy. The very fabric of reality seems to twist and swirl, revealing the raw power of dimensional energy. This energy is inherently hostile to other dimensions, its very presence causing extreme interference for outsiders, a fundamental truth of its nature. A small figure, Burge Diaz, stands amidst the swirling blue vortex, as the dimensional energy crushes any intruders. Within this chaotic realm of dimensional energy, demonic mana and power are suppressed, a direct consequence of the influence of Demon King Arein. Creatures from other realms, like the formidable Bubble Ball, find themselves drastically weakened upon entering a new dimension, while the heroes of that dimension are specifically chosen to confront and deal with such intruders. This is the natural order of the world, and to overcome this inherent dimensional resistance and inhibition, the Demon King's Tower was developed. Acting as a vital medium, the tower connects the demon realm to the Demon King, allowing him to regain his strength through dimensional energy. By strengthening the tower, one can draw immense energy from it, allowing even more demonic energy to be drawn directly from the demon realm. This is precisely how a Demon King reclaims their original, formidable power. Therefore, the sheer height of the tower directly signifies the Demon King's power. He stands defiant in the grand, dark chamber, his voice echoing with conviction, declaring that he alone dictates his life's path, not anyone else, not even the constant expectations of others. Yet, a concerned voice interjects, its owner's eyes glowing with a faint green light, reluctant to speak but compelled to warn. Even for someone as formidable as him, victory is never a certainty. As if in response, Burge Diaz manifests a more primal, monstrous form, his silhouette wreathed in crackling red energy, his eyes burning with an infernal glow. Deep within the Tower of Lies, he acknowledges the truth of the warning. He had indeed absorbed the demon's heart, but his power remained unmastered, still adapting to its immense new form. In his current state, even a single Demon King would prove too formidable an opponent. But a new, menacing voice cuts through the air, accompanied by a surge of red energy, as a powerful entity smiles knowingly, proclaiming that such limitations only apply if one is truly alone. With a confident affirmation, the demon god declares his direct participation in the hero's journey. A voice echoes, revealing a name, File. Meanwhile, over the distant lands of Ormith, a towering structure pierces the sky, bathed in an ominous orange glow. Amidst the chaos, a powerful blue energy erupts as a figure unleashes a devastating force. He thinks to himself how they had left him no choice but to fully embrace his demonic nature. The armored soldiers are overwhelmed, some falling as others desperately call for a retreat. One soldier is sent flying through the air, a desperate plea for the rear guard echoing through the dust. In the aftermath, an injured soldier groans as a comrade offers a healing potion. Another soldier looks on in disbelief, wondering what catastrophic event has left everyone so wounded. A young man with fiery red hair looks on in surprise, a sudden exclamation escaping his lips as he introduces himself, saying, "Call me File." His expression then hardens, a black scarf wrapped around his neck as he prepares himself. Meanwhile, a hero in gleaming armor reflects on a past victory, recalling how once enough heroes had gathered, they immediately set out to slay their foe. Their target, the Tower of Beasts. And just as planned, they attacked its weakest point, the tail. The armored hero, Rosal, swings his sword with a surge of blue energy, grateful that thanks to their strategy, they suffered no meaningless losses. His face contorted in a fierce shout, he commands, "Rosal, do it now." Amidst a desolate landscape littered with the bodies of his defeated enemies, Burge stands, his red hair flowing, a staff clutched in his hand, a testament to his overwhelming power. His eyes, now glowing with an intense crimson light, reflect the demonic nature he has embraced. The red energy radiates outward, a terrifying display of his unleashed might. The monstrous beast roars in triumph, its victory echoing the grim reality of the battlefield, as Rosal suffers a severe injury. With the hero incapacitated, the remaining forces had no choice but to retreat, leaving the mission a failure. Amidst the desolation, Burge stands, observing the outcome with an unsettling calm. The narration confirms the grim truth. In the end, the heroes had indeed failed. Turning to a cloaked figure, Burge listens as the other states, "I see, I completely understand it now." A subtle smirk plays on Burge lips, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding events. The cloaked figure continues, the realization dawning. In other words, a look of utter dismay crosses their face as they conclude, "I'm completely screwed." Even though the heroes had taken a heavy toll on the enemy, a red-haired man muses on the cost of their recent defeat, knowing he would need time to recover his mana. He considers the enemy's continued assault, killing many demons, yet still believes there is time to act. His expression remains grim, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. He had feared the hero's defeat, especially since Rosal had not yet appeared. Wasn't she someone who hadn't shown up? He recalls her running off before the assault on the beasts began. Meanwhile, a figure with long, braided red hair and a flowing cloak strides forward, her sword glinting as she leads a small group. She thinks of Pallav Disrad's sponsors, and the profit they continue to make from the tower's existence. Rosal, her gaze sharp, declares them all to be money-grubbing bastards. As she walks through a dense forest, a blue-cloaked figure approaches, stating, "So you're Rosal. Looks like you're too late to join the hero's party." The journey had been long and arduous, but as the elf observed, the current situation was nothing short of a mess. He turned to his companion, questioning if he possessed the will to do anything at all, eliciting a sharp, incredulous "what?" in response. With unwavering conviction, the demon god declared his intent to personally slay the demon king and make him regret his actions. A visible scar marred his eye, a stark reminder of past battles, as he insisted he would not back down, even if his companion claimed he couldn't see the future. The elf, however, remained skeptical, muttering that they were not in a position to be mere pawns, dismissing the demon god's conviction as wishful thinking. Surrounded by a fierce, orange aura, the demon god declared he possessed as many potions as needed, a memory surfacing that there had always been more to him than met the eye. The elf continued, acknowledging that missing body parts couldn't be regenerated, but assured the demon god that he would still be able to fight again. Still perplexed, the elf questioned the demon god's identity and his willingness to help them, adding a final, lingering, and besides. As a soft, golden warmth enveloped him, the demon god mused aloud about the faint sensation he had been feeling all this time. He had never experienced such pure warmth before, prompting him to question how such energy could have been cultivated. He remains lost in thought, the weight of his past and future heavy upon him. Not far away, the elf and the others wait patiently. He watches the demon god, his hand instinctively rising to his mouth. The demon god's eyes flare with a crimson glow as he acknowledges that his will alone cannot mend what is already shattered. But if he is to lead them to confront Draxen, then perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to reveal his true power just once. With a soft apology for the display, a golden orb of pure energy forms in his outstretched hand, radiating warmth and light. The sudden, brilliant glow illuminates the forest, drawing the startled gazes of the elf and his companions. The elf's eyes widen, reflecting the golden light in stunned awe. A red-haired woman, clad in armor and holding a staff, stands beside a light-armored man, both looking ahead with an expression of intense focus. Her eyes widen slightly, as a single word escapes her lips. With a challenging glint in her eye, she asks, "You asked who I am?" Meanwhile, the demon god stands enveloped in a blazing aura, his form radiating immense power, declaring, "I'm the owner of the phoenix." Back with the red-haired woman and her companion, she reveals her name, File. The demon god, his red eyes burning with resolve, states his ultimate goal: "I came to kill the demon king of beasts." Her companion, visibly stunned, questions, "A phoenix? That legendary summoning beast?" File's expression remains serious. As the demon god stands before a desolate, fiery landscape, a dark, towering structure in the distance, contemplating, "Don't tell me they're the ones who covered the sky not long ago." His mana alone, radiating with a golden-orange glow, was said to rival that of 10-star heroes. With such a formidable presence among them, his allies felt an undeniable surge of hope. The warriors around him watched, their expressions a mix of awe and determination. They knew that with him leading the charge, anything was possible. His golden eyes burned with an unyielding resolve, reflecting the fiery aura that pulsed around him. Addressing the assembled forces, the demon god declared, "We might be able to kill the demon king of beasts." Draxen Roldolf, the demon king overlord, stands enveloped in a verdant aura, his thoughts consumed by the tower's resurrection. He muses, his form shifting to a fearsome wolf-like visage, that the process has consumed far more demonic energy than he had anticipated. Because of this unexpected drain, he was forced to acquire a black box key, now glowing faintly in his grasp. With the key secured, he intends to unlock the black box and present its contents to the 13th princess. As the black box of a demon king, now granted approval, begins to open, a surge of purple energy erupts around his transformed body, accompanied by digital distortions. The intense magical discharge continues, filling the space with vibrant purple light and complex data streams. Amidst the swirling energies, he wonders what profound secrets lie hidden within. His eyes glowing with anticipation, he commands the black box to reveal everything. As the demon king's black box whirs to life, a torrent of purple energy and digital distortions erupts from its core, causing him to question the reality of the situation, muttering, "Wait, hold on. Is this for real?" The realization that the black box cannot be manipulated sends a gasp through him, leaving him to wonder if this unexpected turn of events is truly real. A wave of frustration washes over him as he cries out, "You can't do this to me!" Suddenly, a deafening crack echoes through the chamber. Jolting the demon king, who, surrounded by a purple aura, exclaims, "What was that?" The demon king. His gaze drops, realizing the dire situation as he declares, "The heroes have invaded." What? A group of formidable figures stands poised in the grand hall, and this time, they are led by a new 10-star hero. Among them, a name rings out, Ralph Schmitz. A formidable figure in gleaming golden armor has taken the lead, spearheading the invasion. His intense gaze, framed by blonde hair, burns with a fierce, blue light. This is Ralph Schmitz, the Shield Master. The Demon King's domain is under siege. The king is overrun by heroes. 1 hour prior, the heroes gathered at Ormouth. Standing on scorched earth, a determined group of heroes surveyed the fiery landscape before them. A voice among them declared, "All right, let's try again." Another hero, confident in their strategy, proclaimed, "We have the legendary Phoenix. The Beast Demon King is nothing." A unified command rings out across the battlefield, urging every hero to draw their swords and prepare for the coming onslaught. As blades ignite with a fierce glow, the heroes are rallied to annihilate all demons, bolstered by the knowledge that the legendary Phoenix stands with them. A chorus of steel being drawn fills the air, each weapon shimmering with anticipation. Amidst the preparations, a mysterious red aura pulses, hinting at the Demon King's true treasure. Though noble heroes stand ready, a sense of uncertainty lingers around this ultimate prize. With a confident gaze, the demon god reveals his unique ability, declaring his capacity to freely control the Phoenix's formidable metal. Standing alongside the Shield Master, Ralph Schmitz, a red-haired mage reflects on her decision, finding satisfaction in having joined the ranks of the 10-star heroes, though she wishes to remain anonymous. The red aura intensifies, prompting a thought of potential misjudgment, but quickly followed by the realization of perfect timing. Ralph Schmitz turns, his gaze fixed on the red-haired mage, who seems to be reacting to something unseen. The demon god's expression remains resolute, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. The legendary 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, stands ready for the coming conflict, known across the land as the strongest shield master. He faces down a pack of snarling, red-eyed wolves, their feral growls echoing through the desolate space. As the vanguard commander, he leads the charge into this revenge battle. With a golden flash, he deflects an incoming strike, his shield a blur of motion. The force of the impact ripples through the air, as red energy slashes around him, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. An unseen blow strikes his armored face, causing cracks to spiderweb across the metal. Yet, his eyes blaze with an unyielding red glow, his resolve hardening with every impact. The green energy of the attack continued to crash against him, the impact threatening to shatter his defenses as cracks spiderwebbed across his armor. But he held firm, a bulwark against the relentless assault. The desolate landscape around him bore witness to the struggle. As the name of the hero echoed through the air, Ralph Schmitz. He was a powerful hero, one of the 10-star heroes, and the strongest among them. A red-haired figure mused, knowing that the weapon he used was the strongest shield in the world. A truth they knew better than anyone, because among the heroes who had died, they remembered the moment they were reincarnated before. A crimson aura pulses, reflecting the red-haired mage's simmering frustration. Even as Ralph Schmitz stands firm, a thought echoes in her mind. That same bastard was here too. She clenches her fist, a silent vow forming. She would love to tear him apart right now, but for now, she needs to deal with these guys. Observing Ralph Schmitz, the mage acknowledges his strength, yet her own power, reborn through reincarnation, now far surpasses his, her mana exceeding level 100,000. A glowing red orb forms in her hand, a potent spell ready to unleash, as she laments that if they had waited just a little longer, things could have been different. A purple aura flares around her, her thoughts turning to the combined strength of her allies, with both of them added to the fight. Her eyes glow with an intense red light, reflecting her fierce determination and the bitter realization that they could have won without suffering any injuries. Surveying the cleared floor, she acknowledges their collective strength, declaring the first floor cleared and setting their sights on the Demon King's room. As she walks away, a final warning echoes in her mind. They must not underestimate the Demon King. She stands, a silent observer, her thoughts already racing ahead. Her mind drifts to a past encounter, or perhaps a premonition, where the Demon King, cloaked in shadow, reveals a chilling truth. He always keeps a secret card, one only shown before death. The red-haired mage considers the implications, wondering if Draxen, too, had acquired such a weapon after becoming the tower. If that were the case, she muses, the heroes would stand no chance against him, a possibility she might finally witness in this life, as Draxen's secret weapon is revealed. Meanwhile, a small, hunched figure, seemingly the very secret weapon she contemplates, stirs in a dark, fluid-filled chamber, lamenting its long confinement. Elsewhere, Ralph Schmitz and his armored companions advance through a desolate, cavernous space. They find no demons, only an unsettling emptiness, leading one to remark that this must be what awaits them on the highest floor. From a grand, ornate throne, the Demon King, now with fiery red hair and eyes blazing with power, scoffs, questioning if they truly believed he wouldn't have such a formidable force at his disposal. He had been preparing for this moment, for everything, for all of them. Meanwhile, the red-haired mage senses an overwhelming surge, a density of mana so profound it could only mean one thing. Indeed, the Demon King's power was now fully unleashed. His form pulsed with raw, crimson energy, as he declared his intent to handle them all at once, having gathered his vassals for this very purpose. Every inch of his being radiated destructive force. The Demon King's voice echoing with absolute authority, as he mocked the heroes for daring to set foot on his floor. His glowing eyes narrowed, dismissing them as foolish. With a final, chilling declaration, he vowed that none of them would escape after he had killed them all. He continues to address the assembled heroes, his voice resonating with a chilling declaration of intent. As his power surges, his crimson eyes glow with an ominous light, his expression hardening with unyielding resolve. A surge of dark energy erupts around him, signaling the full manifestation of his monstrous form. The air distorts, revealing a gaping maw of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying visage of pure, destructive hunger. It lets out a deafening roar, the sound itself a physical force that threatens to shatter the very world. The monstrous energy coalesces further, forming a dark, spiky core pulsating with malevolent red light. Streaks of crimson light explode outwards, engulfing everything in a terrifying, all-consuming aura. The raw power continues to surge, shaping the very fabric of reality into jagged, destructive patterns. Amidst the chaos, Ralph Schmitz and the red-haired mage brace themselves, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination as the Demon King's power washes over them. As the Demon King's power surged, a voice of caution cut through the air, warning that it was too dangerous to charge in now. But another hero questioned, the Demon King is about to get stronger, isn't he? Ignoring the warnings, the unnamed female hero declared this their critical chance, charging forward with unwavering resolve. She leaped, a blur of motion, her fist glowing with concentrated power, aiming a decisive strike. But before her attack could connect, the Demon King's power erupted in a terrifying GHHH, a massive wave of dark red energy and shadowy tendrils exploding outwards. The hero's charge was instantly overwhelmed, her body violently repelled by the sheer force of the crimson blast. She was sent hurtling backward, a trail of destructive energy following her through the air. Still airborne, she sustained a visible injury, blood spattering as she continued her uncontrolled flight. Just as the energy threatened to engulf them all, Ralph Schmitz stepped forward, activating a golden energy shield that began to form before the onslaught. With a resounding WOM, the golden barrier fully manifested, deflecting the Demon King's destructive power and protecting his allies. A piercing scream echoes through the air, as a hero is violently repelled by an unseen force, yellow energy erupting from the impact. Then, a dark, shadowy figure streaks forward, leaving a vivid trail of crimson energy in its wake. It slams into the ground with a thunderous rumble, shattering the earth beneath its feet as red energy pulses outwards. A monstrous, fanged maw snarls, its glowing red eyes burning with malevolent power. The Demon King stands fully revealed, a towering, demonic figure radiating destructive red energy across the cracked battlefield. Witnessing the terrifying transformation, Ralph's reflection shows a face contorted in shock and dawning horror. Nearby, the red-haired mage, her glowing sword still raised, can barely comprehend that her attack was blocked so effortlessly. A collective thought hangs heavy in the air. Is that truly the extent of his power? The Demon King's menacing form looms, a terrifying beacon of destructive red energy. His monstrous form fully emerges, a terrifying beast with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, radiating an oppressive aura. The sheer weight of his presence causes a hero to gasp, recognizing the terrifying entity as the Beast Demon King. He stands as a towering, shadowy figure, his form crackling with malevolent red energy. The cavern itself seems to bleed red light, as the heroes look up in stunned disbelief at the overwhelming power. Ralph Schmitz and the female hero recoil, the sinister energy feeling like poison choking their throats. The red-haired mage collapses to the ground, gasping for air as the oppressive aura crushes her. Suddenly, a brilliant, phoenix-like entity erupts from her, its fiery wings spreading wide. It coalesces into an advanced defense magic, the Phoenix Barrier, a shimmering shield of pure energy. The barrier pulses with immense power, pushing back against the Demon King's suffocating aura. As the Demon King's terrifying power washes over the battlefield, File cries out in alarm, witnessing the legendary summoning beast's full manifestation. Other warriors, caught in the overwhelming aura, vow never to forget the grudge they hold against this monstrous force. Meanwhile, the demon god, his eyes glowing crimson, promises a swift end, declaring that his opponents will soon be nothing but a memory. He unleashes his full power, fiery wings erupting from his back, mocking any attempt to stop him as he targets the newly formed barrier. A deafening impact echoes as his demonic energy, like dark, clawed tendrils, slams against the Phoenix Barrier. Within the swirling inferno of his attack, the demon god observes, noting that only those with significant mana can still move. Yet, within the protective embrace of the Phoenix Barrier, the red-haired mage, Ralph Schmitz, and the unnamed female hero stand firm, gazing defiantly at their attacker. Ralph Schmitz, his expression resolute, acknowledges the formidable challenge, recognizing that one among them with mana will prove to be a persistent nuisance. The demon god, his fiery aura flaring, reacts with visible frustration and anger at the barrier's unexpected resilience. The demon god's face contorts in disbelief, his glowing red eyes wide with shock as he stares at the unyielding barrier. A guttural sound escapes his sharp-toothed maw, his fiery red hair seeming to ignite with his mounting frustration. A mysterious, golden orb pulses with an inner light, its intricate structures barely visible through a swirling crimson haze. From within the oppressive red energy, a voice echoes, stating that only certain individuals possess the ability to move. Surrounded by a fiery orange aura, File then addresses a group, asking if they are the four he was expecting. Standing ready for battle, Ralph Schmitz leads the charge, his shield raised, with the unnamed female hero, Milan, and the red-haired mage forming a formidable line behind him, their expressions grim. File's voice cuts through the air, singling out one of them, remarking that there is one among them whose mana will prove to be a significant nuisance. The red-haired man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. As the red energy intensifies around him, he questions, wondering how they could possibly know. A sinister grin spreads across File's face, his surprise quickly replaced by a chilling amusement. A guttural roar rips through the air as the monstrous form of Burge emerges, his name echoing with primal fury. The terrifying sound continues, a chilling declaration of his presence. Then, a voice, dripping with contempt, accuses them of not being content with stealing the Phoenix's power, daring them to step foot into his tower. The monstrous form of Burge unleashes a torrent of red energy, roaring with untamed fury. Meanwhile, the heroes, Ralph Schmitz, the unnamed female hero, Milan, and the red-haired mage, stand firm within a shimmering blue barrier, bracing against the onslaught. Suddenly, a powerful, swirling purple-blue energy field erupts, silencing all other sounds and energies. File, now transformed with vibrant pink hair and a dark cloak, gazes out with a confident, almost smug expression, a faint blue aura emanating from him. He descends through a swirling, green-tinged void, his voice echoing with absolute authority, proclaiming his supreme control over this entire domain. The pink-haired figure continues his controlled fall, the heroes now tiny figures far below, caught within the vast, blue-streaked expanse of his power. From a distance, the red-haired mage observes the unfolding events, a satisfied smile playing on her lips as she acknowledges File's success. The magical incantation, now cloaked in an undetectable field, had been perfectly executed. With the stage set, the advanced binding chains, known as the Sage's Chains, manifested, glowing with potent energy. But the monstrous form of Burge merely flexed, the chains already straining against his immense power. A guttural roar ripped through the air, his glowing eyes burning with contempt as he scoffed, dismissing their petty trick as utterly pathetic. With a single, devastating swipe of his claw, the magical binding shattered. The glowing chains, once so formidable, were violently torn apart. His true, demonic form, now fully revealed, pulsated with raw, untamed power. The last remnants of the binding magic were utterly obliterated. The demon god looks down, a determined expression on his face as green particles swirl around him. From the monstrous form of Burge Diaz, a guttural voice snarls. This isn't a fight. It's a hunt. I'll devour you first. Undaunted, the demon god meets the threat head-on, shouting, Diaz. He then scoffs. What are you barking about? A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes glowing with an inner power as he taunts. I can't hear you. A distant, shadowy figure looms over a ruined landscape as the demon god's resolve hardens, channeling stronger magic and more mana flow. In response, Burge Diaz's monstrous maw opens wider, his glowing red eyes burning with intensified aggression. A fleeting memory flashes, showing the female hero and Ralph Schmitz standing together, engaged in a serious conversation. Back in the present, the demon god plummets from an immense height, his crimson wings unfurling to catch the air. As he descends, a clawed hand extends, shrouded in dark, swirling energy. He strikes with a powerful, red energy-enhanced arm, creating a violent impact that sends debris scattering. The assault continues in a blur of motion, each strike generating more chaotic energy and destruction. Amidst the barrage of impacts and glowing yellow energy, he pushes forward relentlessly. But a frustrated thought escapes him. His opponents are too swift, making it impossible to land a precise blow. No matter the difficulty, he remembers File's words, a small voice of encouragement echoing in his mind. With renewed determination, he declares his unwavering resolve, his hands transforming into menacing red energy claws. Still engulfed in a furious green aura, Burge Diaz lashes out with unseen force, his voice echoing with disdain. He challenges his unseen foes, red slashes of energy tearing through the air around him, declaring that he gains nothing from understanding their foolish minds. The demon god continues his furious assault, a blur of green and red energy as he moves with impossible speed. His voice a thunderous promise that they will never escape this place now that they have dared to show their true nature. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, calling out his true name, Burge Diaz. The sheer velocity of his movements is the most crucial aspect to consider when facing the Demon King. He acknowledges, his expression grim as he considers the challenge. It is his speed. Elsewhere, Ralph Schmitz, standing with Milan and the red-haired mage, outlines their strategy, insisting they must target his weak point, his legs. Milan, however, voices his concern, wondering if he can even catch the demon god with his signature thunder cleave. He scoffs, confident that no one can give a signal fast enough to stop him. With a burst of crimson energy, he lunges forward, claws extended, certain he has his pathetic worm of an opponent cornered. But before his attack can land, a sudden, fiery phoenix-like energy erupts, engulfing him. A powerful, unseen force strikes him, sending him hurtling backward, still consumed by the vibrant, magical flames. The source of this devastating counterattack is revealed to be Armin's orb, pulsating with an ominous purple glow. Still reeling from the impact, he stares in disbelief at the orb, questioning if they truly dared to use such a thing against him. He continues to fall, the magical energy still clinging to him. Though he claims the orb won't defeat him, he acknowledges its power, admitting that even the influence of a demon god is weakened by Armin's orb. A white-furred beast snarls, dismissing any notion that mere provocations could alter the inevitable. Convinced there's no way to know what could truly help them, as a powerful blue energy discharges. From above, a cloaked Burge Diaz strikes the demon god with Armin's orb, the impact resonating with a dull thud. The force sends the demon god reeling. A sharp pain splitting through his very being as he's engulfed in the orb's chilling blue aura, his eyes glowing crimson with agony. Despite the torment, he screams in defiance, warning Diaz never to use that orb again, calling him a madman. Meanwhile, the white-furred beast roars in fury, his mind reeling from the revelation that Diaz would make a hero his vassal. Unfazed, Diaz's voice cuts through the chaos, suggesting the orb's usefulness. He adds a chilling caveat. If you survive, that is. Still reeling from the impact of Armin's orb, he is violently torn apart by the surging blue energy, his form fragmenting as he plummets through the ethereal currents. The relentless force continues to batter him. A guttural cry escaping his lips as the blue shards rip at his very essence. Yet, a dark chuckle escapes him, his voice laced with defiance. You're being arrogant, just because of that. From the shadows, a massive white-furred beast with glowing red eyes watches, a sneer forming on its muzzle. How laughable. But then, a new power begins to coalesce around Burge Diaz, golden orbs of light erupting from his form, swirling with immense force as he unleashes a potent counterattack. The white beast's eyes widen, a silent exclamation of shock at the sudden surge of power. As the red-haired mage recalls a past transgression, she remembers when Milan intercepted her signal, causing a significant disturbance in the network. Turning her attention to the blonde-haired hero, she declares that Rosal's turn is next. With a menacing glow in her eye, the mage commands her to unleash everything, to pour out the grudge of her lost eye. The memory of the lost eye, and the demon king of beasts responsible, ignites a furious red glow. Surrounded by a golden-orange aura, the mage screams in silent fury, questioning how anyone dared to take her eye. She begins to channel her entire reserve of mana, the golden-orange energy swirling violently around her. Her face contorted in a primal scream, she vows to eliminate her target in one devastating blow. A colossal surge of top-tier flame magic erupts, blazing with destructive power. The concentrated energy forms into a devastating beam, firing skyward as a satellite cannon. The satellite cannon erupts with cataclysmic force, a blinding flash of light and raw power tearing through the air. The sheer magnitude of the blast continues to expand, engulfing everything in its path. Even at a distance, the concussive wave forces the hero to brace herself, her body tensing against the overwhelming pressure. A golden, hexagonal barrier shimmers into existence around her, a desperate defense against the inferno. The core of the blast reaches its zenith, a maelstrom of fire and light consuming the landscape. Still, the destructive energy radiates outward, a testament to the mage's focused fury. Finally, the smoke and dust begin to clear, revealing the devastation left in the attack's wake. The red-haired mage and her allies survey the cratered ground, where a massive, beastly figure struggles, letting out a pained grunt. The demon king of beasts, now a red-furred monstrosity, writhes in agony, his glowing red eyes reflecting the pain of the mage's vengeance. The monstrous demon king of beasts, its red fur bristling, lets out a guttural roar, its glowing eyes fixed on the heroes. This is the demon king of beasts, a foe even legendary heroes couldn't defeat. Beside the red-haired mage, a male companion with short, spiky red hair grimly acknowledges their predicament, knowing they won't be returning easily. The demon king of beasts, its fangs bared, challenges them, demanding to know who they are. Wreathed in dark, shadowy tendrils, the colossal beast bellows its question, "Who do you think I am?" Suddenly, a blinding red magical vortex erupts, tearing through the air. From the swirling chaos, a figure in ornate red and gold armor plummets, a crimson trail following his descent. As he falls, the warrior declares his name, "I am Draxen rolled off." The red-haired mage watches, her eyes wide with shock, as she recognizes him as the demon king of Blissfire. Draxen rolled off, a vassal of Arein, confirms his identity, a demon king who has lost his cute dimension, his body wounded and bleeding. Still reeling from the impact, the monstrous demon king of beasts roars, demanding to know how he could have been reduced to such a state, vowing that his opponent would not live. A primal scream tears from his throat, red energy flaring violently around his form. This was Burge, the demon king of beasts, in his full, unbridled fury. But a confident voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that the demon king's reign had expired. The red-haired hero continues, his eyes glowing with power, asserting that Burge was the only one left to defeat, and he would make him. The demon king's monstrous face contorts further in fury. He snarls back, ordering the hero to silence himself, claiming he hadn't even shown his full strength yet. But the hero was about to unleash something far beyond mere strength, the power of the phoenix. As fiery energy erupts around him, he accuses the demon king of treating him lightly and hiding his true abilities. He screams out the demon king's name, a raw challenge echoing through the battlefield. As Burge snarls back, his massive jaws opening to declare, "You are dead." The beast's attack engulfs him in a fiery explosion, but even as he falls, the hero's defiant will screams, "No, not yet." Burge snarls, his face contorted in rage, dismissing the hero's efforts. "This much won't kill me." But the hero, now surrounded by a vibrant, glowing aura, prepares his next move, his gaze fixed on the demon king's glowing green tail, which Burge suddenly reveals as his critical weakness. "My tail, which is my weak point." Despite being knocked to the ground, he refuses to yield, declaring his intent to prevent any escape as golden magical circles begin to form around him. With a surge of power, the hero activates an advanced binding magic, the Sage's Chain, manifesting glowing golden restraints. The demon king, Burge finds himself ensnared, struggling against the golden chains with a roar of disbelief, unable to comprehend how he fell for such an attack again. As the chains hold fast, Hildren channels an immense, crackling blue energy, preparing his next devastating move. The blue lightning surges around him, a powerful aura of raw magic emanating from his form. Burge's eyes glow crimson with rage, his face contorted in a snarl as he witnesses the hero's escalating power. The demon king's fury intensifies, a guttural growl escaping his throat as he struggles against his magical bonds. Unfazed by the demon king's wrath, Hildren stands tall, the blue energy swirling around him, ready to strike. He is now fully enveloped in the brilliant blue aura, a beacon of immense power prepared to face his foe. With a surge of brilliant blue and green energy, Hildren unleashes his full power, declaring his intent to make good use of the phoenix. A confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with triumph. As the attack culminates, he delivers a final, chilling farewell to Draxen. As the Beast Demon King's underling, Burge unleashes its fury, a hero with spiky hair retaliates, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupting from his form. Another hero, her silver hair flowing, joins the assault, her own body wreathed in a similar azure glow as she charges into the fray. The combined onslaught proves too much for the monstrous foe, which lets out a blood-curdling roar, its face contorted in agony and smeared with crimson. Finally, with a heavy thud, the Beast Demon King's underling collapses, defeated and lifeless on the blood-splattered ground. Standing over their fallen enemy, the red-haired hero and his silver-haired companion share a moment of triumph, the female hero murmuring the name of her victorious comrade, Hildren. With the beast vanquished, Hildren raises a triumphant fist to the sky, the cheers of unseen onlookers echoing his victory. He defeated the Beast Demon King of Beasts. The crowd's adoration swells, their voices ringing out with fervent praise for the hero. Long live Hildren. Good work, praise me more. Praise me, Hildren. Meanwhile, a figure with light hair and glowing red eyes watches from afar, a chilling, maniacal smile spreading across their face as they ponder the ultimate question. Who will become the strongest hero in history? The very foundations of the tower begin to buckle, its massive structure groaning under immense pressure as debris rains down. Amidst the chaos, a voice desperately calls out, demanding the recovery of treasure and prioritizing operations, as if anything could halt the inevitable. The destruction continues. But his attention is elsewhere, as Draxen Roldorf stands contemplating the scene. He wonders aloud if someone like him could ever truly earn a second chance. Yet, a cynical thought follows, that even if such a chance were granted, it would ultimately be meaningless. He stands over the defeated form of the beast, the words echoing his earlier sentiment, that the beast couldn't let go of its own standards. The tower continues its descent, collapsing into ruin until the very end. Rosalie Charnt observes someone, noting their unusual solitude, as they were always accompanied by the Demon King's underling, Burge. With a dismissive tone, she scoffs at the very idea of the Demon King's underling. Reflecting on her relentless schedule, she admits to being ridiculously busy ever since joining the Forge, anticipating no respite for a while longer. Her gaze hardens, revealing a lingering objective to reclaim something from her adversary. With a confident smirk, she declares her acquisition of the Demon King of Beasts' core, challenging any potential dissent. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her, urging her to witness something. Standing amidst the crumbling remnants of the Tower of Beasts, Rosalie and her companion survey the scene. His gaze falls upon a startling sight, a question forming in his mind about the discovery of kidnapped princesses. Before him lie several figures, defeated and unconscious, with one young woman in a dark cloak prominent among them. A sudden realization hits him, a flash of recognition as he wonders, ugh, is this the princess? The young woman, Lavinia, remains sound asleep, oblivious to her surroundings, while he observes her. She is none other than Lavinia Ahon, the princess of the Dragon Kingdom. His frustration mounts at the sight of her, demanding to know, it really is you, Lavinia. What on earth are you doing here? He muses on the absurdity of the situation, noting that she barely managed to enter the dungeon, forcing someone else to retrieve her, a thought that seems to amuse him despite his annoyance. The sheer incomprehensibility of the princess's actions leaves others utterly bewildered. With a sigh, he decides he has no choice but to carry her out, a decision met with a silent, internal protest from the princess. He considers the past, realizing the source of Draxen's wealth, that it had come directly from the princess. A sigh escapes him, as he reflects on the princess, acknowledging her as a complete nuisance. He had hoped to be rid of her, but she remains an utter nuisance. Meanwhile, the Heroes Guild Elder Council convenes, their meeting shrouded in the solemnity of their grand hall. They discuss how the Tower of Beasts had suffered a rarely seen dungeon breakdown, despite all the effort put into convincing their sponsors. News of the event was suppressed from the heroes, as it was said Rosalie would become the next hero. They ponder the Phoenix Mastery, questioning if such a hero truly existed. Ever since the demon god descended upon the world, apocalyptic events have been occurring. Now, it is time to unleash the legends, to confront these unfolding catastrophes. Following the decision to investigate the bounty on the Phoenix Master, the Grand Ormoth Royal Banquet Hall buzzes with activity, a celebration of recent victories. A distinguished figure addresses a gathering of heroes and nobles, expressing profound gratitude for their defeat of the Demon King and the rescue of the princess. From his throne, a formidable beast like King acknowledges the hero's deeds, though his attendants suggest that His Majesty should personally thank them, eliciting a grunt of agreement. Despite the celebratory atmosphere, the banquet feels gloomy to some attendees. Among them, Rosalie Charnt, a woman with vibrant red hair, finds solace only in the quality of the cocktails. A man approaches her, complimenting her dress and noting the arrival of the princess from the Achen Kingdom. Rosalie dismisses the flattery with a scoff, muttering that her attendance is merely for appearance's sake and that such compliments are unnecessary. Still amidst the banquet's lingering festivities, she wonders aloud why File is nowhere to be seen. Holding a glowing red orb, she has something crucial to ask him, especially concerning the Phoenix, a name she repeats with urgency. Other guests, including the princess and the male hero, also express their desire to meet File, the one credited with defeating the Demon King, feeling they hadn't properly thanked him the previous night. The Phoenix Master, Ralph, stands before them, his presence described as truly incredible. Onlookers gasp in collective shock, exclaiming that Ralph can actually speak. With an apologetic smile, Ralph reveals that File has already departed. Far from the banquet hall, the scene shifts to the desolate Ergasta Mountains, dominated by the imposing structure known as Burge Tower. A voice acknowledges the Demon King's efforts, thanking him for his hard work. Seated on his throne, Burge, the Demon King, simply confirms his part in the events. The Demon King Burge clenches his jaw, a frustrated growl escaping him as he processes the news of Draxen's death. His hand tightens into a fist, wondering how Draxen could have possibly handled the consequences of such a defeat. Meanwhile, in a grand throne room, another Demon King, with flowing white hair and a regal red cloak, muses that with Draxen now gone, they would soon hear from the other Demon Kings. Burge, now clad in a sharp black suit with red accents, considers his own position, realizing that if he wasn't present when the inevitable chaos erupted, he would surely fall under suspicion. He looks down, lost in thought, recalling a past battle where he had a profound realization. He was still weak, even as Draxen used his last resort. Elsewhere, the formidable demon god, glowing with crimson energy, reflects on the same event, acknowledging that Draxen was the only one who could have stopped him at that time. And the red-haired hero, surrounded by a vibrant yellow aura, also recalls the battle, though he notes that the damage inflicted wasn't as significant as he had initially believed. He stares intently at the glowing orb before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he considers the power it represents. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, a voice calls out to Burge, who stands beside Milan, both focused on a large, holographic display. The hero, still observing his orb, wonders what could be happening, his thoughts drifting to the unexpected turn of events. Burge, however, dismisses the urgency, stating that he wishes to hold a conference with the other Demon Kings later, believing there's still ample time. But the screen flashes with a stark message, revealing the name, Draxen Roldorf. The message continues, delivering the shocking news that he has been killed. The hero's eyes widen in disbelief, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Burge and Milan are equally stunned, the former questioning the veracity of the report, while the latter insists they must discuss this immediately. Milan then reflects on the gravity of the situation, noting that a new Demon King has also descended. Burge Diaz stares at the glowing screen, a single word echoing in his mind. What? The news of a new Demon King descending, and Draxen Roldorf's death, feels too sudden, too fast to process, leaving him to wonder if he should have anticipated this development and prepared for it. He considers the implications of the white-furred Demon King and the black box associated with it, realizing there's a high probability that he's the one responsible for this chaos. Yet, despite the unfolding events, he reassures himself that there's no need to worry about being caught. Stepping into a vast, opulent hall, Burge Diaz approaches a gathering of figures seated on grand thrones, his presence commanding attention. Among them, a striking figure with vibrant pink hair and small horns addresses him, her voice carrying a hint of challenge. She acknowledges his reputation, referring to him as the famous Burge Diaz. With a confident smile, she introduces herself, declaring herself the queen of the Blood Moon tribe. Her name, she states, is Vivian Blunt. Burge Diaz looks down at the kneeling figure, a subordinate with long, light hair, as he receives a report about the territory's unusual activity. Meanwhile, Vivian Blunt, the newly introduced Demon King, considers the implications, her gaze sharp as she muses on the nature of power and the rules that govern their kind. Back in his chambers, Burge Diaz, now in a more formal attire, reflects on the situation, acknowledging that there's no way the Demon King of Blissfire could have been defeated so easily. He instructs his unseen subordinates to report any suspicious activity immediately, emphasizing the need to investigate the black box and then report back to him. Clutching a small, red object, he reiterates his command to keep a close watch on the rules, warning that any Demon King who dares to violate them will face consequences. Vivian Blunt, however, seems to have a different perspective, believing that the Demon King of Lies is the most likely to disregard established standards. A sly smile spreads across her face as she considers the Demon Kings, concluding that they are not easily swayed, and suggesting that a warm-up might be necessary. Elsewhere, Milan reacts with wide-eyed surprise, as if everyone around him has begun to move in an unexpected way. The dimension known as Arein is a place of intrigue, and the upcoming conference among Demon Kings promises to be anything but dull. As the Demon King of Blissfire reclines, she muses aloud. The constant stream of those seeking her out has become a source of weariness and stress. Yet, despite the annoyance, she finds herself far more interested in the prospect of pure amusement. Her gaze falls upon an approaching figure, a name already on her lips, Burge Diaz. As he steps forward, Burge questions her, demanding to know her intentions. He reiterates his query, then states his purpose clearly. He has come to see the Demon King of Blissfire. A playful smile spreads across her face as she confesses a strong attraction to him. Reaching out a hand towards his face, she extends an invitation, suggesting they spend the night together. But before her touch can land, his hand shoots out, seizing her wrist with a sharp, cracking sound. His expression hardening as he delivers a harsh command to keep her hands off him. A look of profound shock and disbelief washes over Vivian Blunt's face, her eyes welling with tears as she struggles to comprehend the recent turn of events, questioning her very identity. Burge Diaz, the Beast Demon King's underling, grips the neck of a pink-haired demon, lifting her effortlessly as he snarls a harsh insult. His crimson eyes burning with contempt, he calls her an ugly bitch, his voice laced with venom. The pink-haired demon struggles, her own red eyes wide with disbelief and pain, barely managing to gasp out a confused, ugly. Still held aloft, she protests her identity, reminding him that she is, in fact, the succubus queen. The scene shifts to a grand hall where a white-haired demon with horns sits regally on a throne, observing the succubus queen kneeling before him, while Burge Diaz stands nearby. The demon on the throne questions why she isn't hurrying to her seat. With a calm, authoritative tone, the white-haired demon declares that this meeting is a welcome reception for her. He continues, revealing the true purpose of the gathering, to discuss how Draxen was defeated so helplessly, urging her to maintain her dignity. Burge Diaz, standing silently, acknowledges the white-haired demon's authority, recognizing that Reina is chairing the meeting. The succubus queen, her expression unreadable, ponders if Reina also desires Burge Diaz. Still focused on their previous conversation, the succubus queen lets out a small laugh, then concedes, "That's all you think about. All right, I'll stop. Let's proceed." Reina, seated at the head of a grand table, then calmly declares, "Well then, let's resume the meeting." The main force for Reina's journey this time had been the 10 stars, and the meeting proceeded monotonously as the Demon Kings shared information they had easily collected. An unexpected major topic arose, however, the appearance of a new hero called the Phoenix Master. The Demon King's opinions on this new threat differed greatly, but the meeting ultimately concluded with the decision to investigate the Phoenix Master more thoroughly and proceed with caution. Burge Diaz, reflecting on the outcome, couldn't help but think, "I didn't expect the Demon Kings to be so cautious about the Phoenix Master. He's just a human, after all." His thoughts then drifted to a name, Vivian Blunt. A playful kiss mark appears beside the alluring succubus queen, her pink hair cascading around her horns. Her form, clad in dark, delicate attire, hints at her power and charm. Meanwhile, Burge Diaz stands with a somber expression, his thoughts heavy with the recent meeting of the Demon Kings. Elsewhere, Ralph Schmitz reacts with disbelief, a sudden realization hitting him with crushing force. He stares at the intricate machinery around him, the grim truth dawning that Princess Arein is nowhere to be found. With a surge of determination, he decides this is his chance to escape. His gaze fixed on a massive, ornate door, he knows he must get past it to find freedom. As Ralph Schmitz attempts to make his escape, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know his destination. Before he can even respond, a swift kick connects with his chest, sending him reeling backward from the unexpected impact. The 13th princess stands before him, her form wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, declaring her intent to ensure the tower's peace and his safety. She vows to halt his escape, warning him that Urgist is far too dangerous for him to venture into alone. Despite her magical presence, Ralph pushes forward, a determined glint in his eyes as he continues his dash towards the imposing door. The princess watches him, her expression hardening with resolve as her blue aura intensifies. She challenges him once more, her voice echoing with power as she dares him to leave if he truly wishes to. From the shadows, Burge Diaz emerges, a cynical smirk playing on his lips as he muses aloud, wondering what might happen if he were to leave the princess alone, concluding it wouldn't be his problem. His words ignite a furious response from the princess, who glares at him, demanding to know why they kidnapped her and are treating her so poorly. Still reeling from the confrontation, the princess wonders aloud about the man's intentions, while Ralph Schmitz, observing the unfolding drama, sees his chance, a flicker of blue light in his eyes as he realizes his opportunity to escape. He resolves to reach the Urgist Mountains, believing he can find safety there, and immediately begins to run, planning to seek support in Hildren. But before his hand can fully extend, dark purple energy erupts, seizing his arm with an inescapable grip. A surprised gasp escapes him as the magic binds him, and he struggles, trying to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming force. The purple energy crackles, engulfing him completely and pulling him down with immense power. From above, Burge Diaz watches, surrounded by the same swirling, dark magic, his control absolute. As the purple energy pulsed around the fallen figure, he explains that contact with the door itself triggers this magical restraint. Standing nearby, observing the scene, the Demon King and the princess watch the effects unfold. Ralph Schmitz lies motionless on the ornate floor, his body enveloped by the dark, swirling magic. The princess, her expression thoughtful, continues the explanation, revealing that without the Demon King's explicit permission, the tower's magic ensures no one can even leave its confines. The lingering purple energy still crackles around Burge's hand. As Ralph Schmitz remains bound by the magical chains, completely at the Demon King's mercy, Burge looks down at his captive, his expression unreadable. The princess, however, seems taken aback by the revelation, a small gasp escaping her lips. The 13th princess, Kid, frantically tugs at the heavy door, her voice laced with growing panic as the mechanism refuses to yield. From the other side, a gloved hand firmly secures the latch, sealing her fate with a definitive click. Burge Diaz watches the scene unfold, a chilling question hanging in the air. Had she truly believed she could escape his domain? Her eyes widen in terror as she recognizes the Demon King's presence, the realization of her failed attempt, and his looming authority crashing down upon her. A towering guard seizes the princess, while Burge Diaz demands an explanation from his subordinates, his voice echoing with cold displeasure. Without hesitation, he issues a chilling command, his patience clearly at an end. Within the opulent yet confining walls of a Tice tower, the Demon King's chamber serves as a stark reminder of his absolute rule, especially for Princess Kid, whose desperate bid for freedom has just been brutally crushed. Standing before his loyal guards, Burge Diaz commands them to imprison her in the deepest dungeons, a grim fate confirmed by their immediate, unwavering assent. He then turns his attention to another matter, his expression still unyielding, demanding further clarification on an unseen issue. Burge Diaz questions a guard, demanding to know why a brilliant mind would act so foolishly on their graduation day. He then asks about Princess Arein, wondering if she truly opened the main door herself, as the tower had already recognized her as one of its own. Dismissing the escape attempt as not particularly difficult, he ponders the true nature of her actions. Meanwhile, Princess Arein, having made her way outside the tower, is swiftly apprehended. Burge Diaz, still contemplating the situation, wonders what kind of scheme she might be concocting. The name, Arein Hildren, echoes as the princess is brought back. Her fate sealed, Princess Arein is led deep into a Tice tower's underground prison, a place of cold stone and iron bars. As she walks through the desolate halls, a voice reminds her she was told not to leave, and she reflects that kindness without a price simply doesn't exist. Confronted by a blonde man, he echoes the Demon King's sentiment, accusing her of having some scheme, and asking if she too believes in such things. Her long, pale hair trailing behind her, the princess walks away from the stone structure. She glances back over her shoulder, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she questions, "I came here on my own choosing? What?" From a hidden vantage point, Burge Diaz watches her intently, a thought forming in his mind. She looked this way? He realizes with a jolt that she had sensed his presence. She realized I was watching her up. Now in a different setting, the princess reflects. I ran away from the royal palace, my royal family, and my father. She clarifies her situation. Technically I was kidnapped at first, but I didn't want to go back after that. A sudden realization dawning on her. Huh. Burge Diaz, still observing, reacts to her words with a sharp, questioning look. Are you saying that to me? Now confined within a cell, the princess listens as an unseen voice addresses her. Among Hildren's 13th princesses, only you, Princess Arein, possess an overwhelming talent. The voice continues, laying out her destiny. You are destined to become Hildren's next queen, to cast aside your brilliant future, and become a Demon King's subordinate. She turns to a companion, her expression thoughtful, asking if he doesn't find it strange. After all, there are countless princes and princesses within the Hildren royal family, a vast number among all the royal lineages on the continent. Yet, aside from her own name, not a single other royal's identity is commonly known. She wonders what this truly signifies, considering the Hildren royal family alone has 38 members. She is, after all, officially the 13th princess. Perhaps, she muses, they should ask about it when they return to the Empire. Though she suspects the Emperor would likely just laugh at the question. Meanwhile, from within a cold prison cell, a man laments, questioning if she truly doesn't care about the honor of the Hildren royal family. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she retorts that such concerns are hardly relevant to a Hildren princess who never wanted to marry anyway. A flush of surprise crosses the princess's face, as if realizing the implications of her own words. With a determined resolve, she declares her departure for the following day, her room a scattered mess of preparations. Meanwhile, in a grand, opulent hall, a figure of authority sits upon a throne, contemplating a deeply guarded secret of the Hildren royal family. His stern gaze suggests the weight of this knowledge, a secret known only to the High Priestess. He issues a command, instructing Gordon to prepare Arein, as he intends to personally search for spirit blossoms. His journey takes him to the formidable Urgist Mountains. A small, glowing fairy-like creature accompanies him, eagerly exclaiming its readiness to search for the spirit blossoms. As they stand on a snowy peak, he turns to the creature, questioning if it harbors any strange thoughts. The 13th princess confronts Burge Diaz, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions his strange behavior, wondering if he has truly lost his mind. He simply stares back, his gaze unwavering, as she insists that he cannot possibly be Arein Hildren, the name she knows him by. A dark thought crosses his mind, a chilling realization that he cannot believe what he is hearing. He considers her words, the possibility that everything she has said is the truth, and demands that she reveal everything she is hiding. As he speaks, a mysterious, glowing purple orb materializes in his hand, its vibrant energy pulsating with an otherworldly light. The princess, taken aback by the sudden display of power, thinks to herself that if he doesn't reveal his secrets, she will be in grave danger. Burge is enveloped in a brilliant purple aura, glowing particles swirling around him, his eyes burning with an intense, focused energy as he prepares to depart. He turns and begins to walk away, his form receding into the distance, leaving the princess alone in the desolate landscape. Her gaze follows him, a mix of confusion and concern etched on her face, as he vanishes into the snowy expanse. High in a desolate, snow-covered mountain range, a lone figure remains partially buried, almost camouflaged by the harsh winter landscape. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, declaring, "Found him." The figure, now revealed to be a man with piercing, glowing red eyes, lowers his binoculars, confirming the target's identity. That's Urgist's Demon King. With a hand glowing with ominous purple energy, Burge demands the truth from the princess. His eyes burning with the same dark power as he warns her of the consequences if she continues to conceal information. The princess can only manage a small, fearful sound, her gaze dropping in distress. Her face contorts with a mixture of fear and desperation, unable to meet his piercing stare. Seeing her continued hesitation, Burge's eyes flare with an even deeper purple glow, his voice hardening as he declares there is no other option. Dark purple energy begins to crackle violently around his form, building to an explosive release. With a sharp, resonant sound, he thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a concentrated burst of raw magical power. The purple energy erupts into sharp, crystalline formations, expanding rapidly with a chilling cha as it engulfs the space before him. Still holding the princess captive, Burge declares his intention to deal with the nuisance before hearing her out. He unleashes a torrent of purple crystalline energy, having sensed the presence of an intruder despite their concealment arts, causing the princess to flinch from the raw power. The attack connects, and a shadowy clone shatters into fragments, revealing its illusory nature. From a distance, the dark-haired man scoffs, dismissing the illusion as mere petty tricks. Standing beside him, Ralph Schmitz observes that the Demon King's underling has been detecting his presence all along. Ralph admits his carelessness, realizing he gave himself away, and identifies the attacker as the mercenary from the Demon King's forces. The mercenary, a hooded figure known for intelligence gathering and reconnaissance, stands in a desolate, snowy landscape. He holds a small, glowing orb, a tool perhaps for his specialized concealment arts. The dark-haired man's expression turns thoughtful, contemplating this unexpected turn of events as his first. As the 13th princess stands beside him, Burge voices his concern, asking if everything will be all right. She dismisses his worries, stating it's not a problem, as the imposing structure known as Burge's Tower looms in the distance, nestled amidst a desolate, snowy mountain range. Later, a hooded figure, Burge observes the same location, musing that if there was a phantom, then a tower should also be visible, yet he cannot perceive it himself. The reason for its invisibility becomes clear. A shimmering blue energy field indicates that Mana's phantom remote control renders the tower invisible, with its consumption now activated. This powerful concealment comes at a cost, draining 10 demonic energy points per second. Back with the 13th princess, Burge remarks that he doesn't think he can enter the tower in its current state, to which she responds that the tower will be useful for training, so she'll have to keep it concealed for now. He questions the high cost, noting that 10 points per second seems a bit too much, but she calmly assures him it's not a problem, as all her reserves are demonic energy. Burge then suggests they continue their discussion, but the 13th princess issues a stern warning. With a resolute gaze, she declares, "I won't let you into the tower anymore." A sudden realization seems to strike her, as the princess looks down, a faint sound of impact echoing around her. Turning to the figure beside her, she begins to reveal the truth about herself. Her eyes lifting with a determined glint, she asks if he knows about a spell called the World Tree's Child. A silent, stark question hangs in the air. Meanwhile, a lone figure treks through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, their form barely visible against the harsh winter. From a distance, a hulking, horned creature watches the approaching figure, its gaze fixed on the grand, snow-dusted structure in the background. A soft gasp escapes the creature, its expression shifting to one of clear surprise. Without the previous concealment, the tower now stands fully visible, just as its name suggests, as the princess glows with a soft blue aura beside Burge. A voice commands to find the remaining clones and tail them all, a directive met with an immediate affirmation from an unseen recipient. Meanwhile, a system message confirms that Mana's phantom is under remote control, ensuring the tower remains invisible. Demonic energy points tick down, indicating ongoing activity or consumption. Burge looks down, contemplating that the tower has indeed been strengthened compared to before. Yet, he knows it remains precarious against his father's journey. He realizes he needs to deal with Daphne Orphilion, who must have been sent by his father to find him. Suddenly, the 13th princess appears before him, a glowing blue cube hovering between them, catching him off guard. She challenges him, stating she doesn't believe he's the type to give up, or perhaps he intends to use the World Tree's child? He acknowledges it's quite a long story, but assures her he has time to listen. Long ago, the kingdom of Hildren stood as a powerful empire. But through repeated wars and conflicts, its national power slowly waned. Eventually, it fell from an empire to a mere kingdom. Her father now wishes to return to those glorious imperial days. And to achieve this, he has often fought and won countless battles, a single man defeating battalions and conquering cities. But Burge's father is a born genius, and naturally, he has no way to find enemies. Burge's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a soft, "No way." The princess continues, revealing, "Yes, the World Tree's child is a spell that creates." She continues, explaining that the process creates enhanced humans like herself, designed to be beings in human form with immense sensitivity. Burge's crimson eyes narrow, absorbing the shocking truth. However, she asks, does he truly understand the sacrifices required to create such a being? He considers her words, realizing that even the fetus and mother couldn't withstand the process. And she confirms that many indeed died. Even the few who succeeded lived with deformities and couldn't survive long. A somber expression crosses her face as she recounts the grim history. She reveals that only the successful cases were ever released to the public, while the monstrous failures remained hidden. Standing together on a desolate mountain peak, the full scope of the dark experiment settles between them. And Burge, his body now radiating a furious purple aura, declares the creations nothing but monsters, ordering the princess to step aside. His fury, ignited by her words, begins to manifest as a dark, oppressive aura, even as the princess continues her chilling explanation. She stands bathed in a soft blue glow, revealing that among the few successful cases of the World Tree's child, she herself was one. Her voice unwavering, she declares her purpose, to be an overwhelmingly outstanding genius. As her words hang in the air, the Demon King's anger intensifies, his eye glowing with a malevolent green light amidst swirling red energy. The crimson energy surges, pulsing with destructive intent. It swirls and expands, threatening to engulf everything. In response, the princess raises her hands, intricate blue magic circles forming around them as she prepares a counterspell. A powerful burst of azure energy erupts from her palms, shattering an unseen barrier with a resounding impact. Her expression firm and resolute, she holds her stance, blue energy still crackling around her. The princess's power erupts, manifesting as colossal blue ice shards that pierce the air, and glowing with an ethereal light as they solidify into a new, frozen landscape. Burge Diaz surveys the scene, his voice laced with disbelief, wondering how a mere human could defeat a top-tier monster in a single blow. He remarks that it's no wonder the king refuses to give up on her. The princess stands amidst the crystalline formations, acknowledging the immense power she wields. Burge Diaz continues, noting her strength and her proximity to the throne of succession. He then asks if she truly doesn't wish to return to the kingdom. His expression hardens, questioning how he is supposed to believe such a claim now. He stands before her, but the princess, defiant, challenges him, demanding he use the magic tool he gave to Hildren on her, insisting she has told him everything honestly. However, Armin's orb, the very tool she refers to, is known to scatter energy against the spiritist's mana, rendering it impossible to use on someone like her. With that knowledge, Burge Diaz grips her arm, his dark aura flaring, demanding she speak her true intent, warning her against any further deception. As his voice echoes with a chilling promise, to show her what a true demon king is, the princess's eyes widen in fear. A surge of dark, swirling energy erupts from his hand, gripping her arm with immense pressure. The princess screams, her lavender eyes glowing with a fierce purple light, as she desperately insists she is telling the truth. Her body convulses under the strain, her dress tearing slightly, as the raw power within her struggles against his dark magic. His own crimson eyes glow with surprise, his dark aura intensifying, as he questions her unexpected display of power. Still, she insists, telling him to listen to her heartbeat, a testament to her unwavering truth. As the 13th princess is held, a powerful, emotional shockwave erupts from her, her eyes glowing with an inner light, while a voice within Burge Diaz senses the raw emotion she feels. Her magic swirls around them, a vibrant display of pink and purple energy, scattering ethereal petals in its wake. Burge Diaz's crimson eyes widen in surprise, as he senses the profound emotions of anger, sorrow, and something else through the phoenix within him. Enveloped in a faint red aura, he processes the overwhelming feeling of embarrassment emanating from her. The magical energy continues to pulse, a visual representation of the raw emotions she holds. Her power swirls with the weight of her truth, a testament to the depth of her conviction. With her eyes burning with resolve, the princess reveals this to be the ability of communication, a pure mana that senses vibrations among themselves, allowing them to understand each other's thoughts. As she asserts her honesty, Burge Diaz processes her words, realizing she truly only told the truth. His expression shifts to one of profound understanding, as the truth of her words settles deep within him. The princess, her gaze earnest, began to speak, recalling the moment she first saw him. Her voice filled with a desperate hope. She explained that he was different from all the others she had encountered. Burge listened, his gaze fixed on her, as she revealed her belief that he alone could help her. He questioned her words, surprised by this unexpected plea, wondering what on earth she could possibly be saying. The princess cried out, her voice raw with desperation, begging for his help. As Burge hand began to glow with mana, she declared her true, shocking intention, to bring down her own father and the entire kingdom of Hildren. He began to respond, a sound catching in his throat. His eyes widened in profound shock, the full weight of her sincerity hitting him with undeniable force. The mana around his hand pulsed, confirming that even this astonishing declaration was her genuine, heartfelt truth. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a vast, snow-covered expanse, the biting wind whipping around him. Soon, he is joined by the princess, who offers a quiet, heartfelt thank you. Their attention is drawn to a small, blue-skinned spirit, its large, innocent eyes blinking curiously. The tiny creature seems to be observing them intently, a thought bubble forming above its head, questioning, "What's this?" Burge turns to the princess, his expression skeptical, asking if she truly believes everything based on the spirit's cute appearance, reminding her of what happened with the last spirit she summoned. The princess quickly clarifies, insisting that it's not what he thinks. This is simply the spirit's unique communication method. The spirit confirms her words, its thought bubble exclaiming that its method involves the body, not spoken words. Burge then questions her intentions, asking if she brought the spirit here merely to showcase her brilliance, leaving the princess with a confused huh? A pale hand, holding the glowing blue spirit, issues a clear directive. They must find Dapner Philigen's true body using the spirit's unique abilities. His crimson eyes narrowing with resolve, Burge affirms their objective, declaring they will indeed capture him. The snowy, desolate landscape stretches out before them, a perfect canvas for the unfolding operation. With a surge of power, a massive, ethereal doppelganger begins to materialize, its form glowing brightly. Burge channels his magic, his hand crackling with blue energy as he prepares to deploy his unique ability. His doppelganger magic allows the copies to self-divide, a complex ability that multiplies his presence across the terrain. However, many of these divisions cannot sustain the exact same mana signature simultaneously, resulting in numerous smaller, distinct manifestations spreading out with crackling energy. The map illuminates with glowing markers, each representing a doppelganger now actively searching the vast expanse. A glowing map overlay highlights a vast, snowy expanse, with several yellow markers indicating points of interest. Kneeling on the frigid ground, Burge observes the map, noting that the spirit's movement follows a straight trajectory, operating at the peak of its power. He muses that they should be able to locate a wide area, yet despite their efforts, not even a single sparrow had been found. Meanwhile, the search continues, with the team relying on past intelligence, specifically based on what Wharton and Milan had previously conveyed. Burge meticulously calculating the hero's movement patterns from that time, applies his own extensive knowledge to refine the search parameters. The map overlay shifts, focusing on a specific, desolate snowy region. A towering, ethereal structure glows faintly in the distance, a silent sentinel in the frozen landscape. The calculations converge, pointing to a precise spot on the map, marked by a red skull icon, indicating the presence of a demon king nearby. Yet, despite the clear indication, the location appears utterly empty. A hooded figure, obscured by a gas mask, surveys the desolate scene, uttering a bewildered question about what could have possibly transpired. The map, with its red skull marker, continues to glow, emphasizing the perplexing absence. He muses on the nature of his power, noting that even high-ranking monsters typically avoid his doppelgangers. Below him, a vast array of glowing red cubes, his doppelgangers, pulsates with energy, a silent testament to his overwhelming might. Removing his mask, the Demon King declares that he has found and destroyed all the doppelgangers. Meanwhile, a towering, blue-skinned monster, its form rippling with raw power, acknowledges his strength, admitting that for a 10-star rank, he is preposterously strong. Back in his chamber, Burge observes a holographic screen, satisfied with the progress, as a voice confirms everything is as he sees it. He instructs them to save plenty of doppelganger points, knowing that once they destroy all the doppelgangers. In a different, icy realm, a white-haired mage, surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, reveals her own ambition, to capture Dapner and make him her vassal. Burge eyes gleam with cold determination as he envisions the next step of his grand scheme. His hands, adorned with dark, ornate sleeves, reach out to grasp a glowing black orb, symbolizing his ultimate goal, control over the entire continent. The Demon King, Burge observes a holographic screen, a distant figure displayed within it, as a system message flashes, indicating an anomaly within the tower. His mana's phantom, the display warns, is acting strangely, overheating as if it could explode at any moment. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he questions, "What's wrong with you suddenly, my precious one?" The system clarifies that prolonged invisibility is causing the power to overload, leaving less than 10 minutes before total failure. The Demon King's eyes widen in disbelief, repeating the dire warning. Overload? At this rate, we have less than 10 minutes left. With his remaining demonic energy points dwindling, he realizes the critical window. If I can't capture Dapner within that time. His expression hardens with grim determination, knowing the consequence. The tower's location will be exposed. And with that exposure, the hero's journey will come here. Outside the tower, the Demon King observes a multitude of doppelgangers standing guard. Their silent forms spread across the desolate landscape, a chilling sight. But Burge Diaz's calculations were wrong. The tower should be here, yet it isn't, even though he is no longer invisible. The doppelgangers pulse with a faint, ominous purple glow, and he realizes he's fallen into his own trap, declaring his predicament aloud. He dismisses the figures as mere empty shells that have expired their mana, but a deeper unease settles within him, knowing something is fundamentally wrong. With a determined expression, he commands Gordon to send him the locations of all doppelgangers that have been destroyed so far, shifting his strategy. Milan, standing beside the demon god, acknowledges the order, confirming his understanding. The doppelgangers created by the doppelganger magic cannot move if they stray too far from their caster. Burge Diaz, still grappling with the unexpected absence of his tower, observes a glowing, circuit-like map, its intricate lines pulsing with light. He confirms his earlier suspicion, realizing the tower's location is not where he initially calculated. As the map zooms in, a red reticle appearing over a specific point, the Demon King deduces that if his initial assessment was wrong, then the true body's location must be precisely at the center of the destroyed doppelgangers. Meanwhile, the hooded figure, Milan, stands amidst the ruins, a narration box confirming the Demon King's presence. He processes the information, understanding that the tower's location was a misdirection, his eyes glowing crimson beneath his mask as he concludes the true location must be here. He looks down at the small, glowing spirit beside him, preparing to relay the critical information. The spirit gazes up at him, its blue light reflecting the urgency in his glowing red eyes. A surge of blue energy erupts, signifying the successful discovery of the true body. With a surge of light blue energy, Neruniel prepares for a swift departure. Then streaks across the desolate, snow-covered landscape, leaving a shimmering trail in her wake. From a hidden vantage point, Burge Diaz watches the escape, his eyes glowing with an intense crimson light. Nearby, a light blue-haired woman cries out in alarm, realizing the target is fleeing. Milan, his own eyes now glowing red, shouts in frustration, demanding to know where Arein has gone. The 13th princess reaches out, her voice echoing with urgency, calling for Neruniel to come to her. Neruniel continues her ascent, her light blue form reaching skyward. High above, silhouetted against a stormy, lightning-streaked sky, the demon god watches the unfolding events from a mountain peak. A final burst of ethereal blue energy erupts, marking the culmination of the escape. A figure, clad in white and black, descends through a stark, empty void. As golden energy begins to shimmer and coalesce around their gloved hands, their face hidden behind a gas mask and goggles. The radiant aura intensifies, swirling with growing power as they continue their fall. Finally landing in a desolate, fiery landscape, they look up at a colossal, horned figure that looms over them. The towering demon, with massive black wings unfurled, stands amidst the licking flames, golden particles swirling around its formidable form. A deep voice booms, introducing itself as Dapner Filion. The demon continues, his words carrying the weight of absolute authority, offering a stark choice. His red eyes glow with an intense, unwavering gaze, horns protruding from his dark hair as he fixes his stare upon the smaller figure. The ultimatum hangs heavy in the air: obey or face death. A figure cloaked in white, emanating a soft golden glow, stands amidst the fiery desolation, his thoughts consumed by the identity of the Demon King. As massive, dark wings unfurl behind him, he struggles to comprehend the implications. A fiery phoenix soars through the sky, a vision that brings a chilling realization. The master of that phoenix is none other than Burge Diaz. The cloaked figure, Hildren, stands firm, a golden aura radiating from him, as the pieces of a dangerous alliance begin to fall into place. His gloved hand clenches, the golden energy intensifying, as he grapples with the implications of this new information. Behind his gas mask and goggles, a chilling question forms. Could Pyle truly be the Demon King? His eye widens in disbelief, the thought of Hildren being an accomplice to the Demon King almost too much to bear. A sudden memory or vision flashes through his mind, a serene spirit in a snowy landscape, confirming that the one he encountered earlier was undeniably a demon. The spirit's presence raises more questions than answers, as he wonders if a spirit could truly be aiding the Demon King, and if the Imperial Princess from the Dragon Kingdom is somehow connected to Hildren. Refusing to be controlled, Burge Diaz, disguised in a gas mask and cloak, defiantly rejects the command to obey, knowing that a scandal of this magnitude could bring disaster. He launches himself into the air, blue energy trailing behind him as he dreams of a life of endless indulgence and wealth. With a burst of purple energy, he declares his intent to escape, his footsteps echoing with determination. But his flight is abruptly halted, a sudden, unseen force causing him to recoil in surprise amidst other cloaked figures. A voice cuts through the air, stern and unwavering, reminding him that a choice had been offered. Before he can react, a torrent of swirling purple and orange magical energy erupts, engulfing the space. The raw power of the attack intensifies, its vibrant hues pulsing with destructive force. Milan, the 10-star hero, his eyes burning with resolve, commands the target to simply disappear. Meanwhile, the demon god, with his striking white hair and crimson eyes, watches the unfolding events, a look of profound shock on his face as he questions the very nature of the demon king who descended from the sky. The demon god, Burge Diaz, curses under his breath, a surge of dark purple energy radiating from him as he questions the audacity of those who dare to make such a demand. Against a backdrop of towering crystalline formations, he laments his past decision, wishing he had rejected the request long ago, regardless of the promised reward. The purple energy around him crackles and expands, dark tendrils coiling with an ominous hum. With a resounding impact, he forms a concentrated sphere of power, surprised by the sheer force it now possesses, realizing the true strength of his current predicament. A violent explosion of energy erupts, as he declares he would never have come if he had known the true nature of this task. From the swirling dark purple aura, a fearsome winged creature emerges, its form coalescing from the unleashed power. Far from the icy confrontation, the banner of the kingdom of Hildren proudly waves. Under the pale moonlight, a grand castle stands, as a small, glowing object streaks across the night sky towards it. Inside the opulent royal chambers, the 13th princess receives an urgent message, a letter from Dapner Filion. A messenger, having just arrived at the kingdom's royal palace, kneels in deference. The 13th princess inquires, wondering if the tower's location had been discovered, and receives confirmation that the exact coordinates were indeed sent. She acknowledges Filion's reliability, but a sense of unease washes over her, prompting a hesitant question about his current state. Meanwhile, the demon god reflects that his mana bird perished the very moment he dispatched the letter, and the letter itself followed immediately afterward. A sudden realization dawns upon the princess, her eyes widening as she connects the dots. The mana bird's demise coincided precisely with Filion's receipt of the message. The grim truth settles in. Dapner Filion's true form met its end at the Demon King's hands, mirroring the fate of the mana bird. The Demon King had eliminated their sole, trustworthy spy, a devastating blow to their intelligence network. Clenching her fists in frustration, the princess acknowledges their grave miscalculation, admitting they had underestimated the Demon King far too much. With renewed resolve, she commands her subordinates to contact the Heroes Guild immediately. A powerful voice rings out, demanding the immediate assembly of all 10-star heroes, declaring that this time, they will finally kill the Greenhorn Demon King. The crowned figure's face contorts in a snarl, his teeth grinding together with fierce resolve. His voice carries the weight of his command, to bring back the Imperial Princess.